Chapter 3878. The fisherman thought highly of Fong Chen. At least in his opinion, Fong Chen was the one with the greatest potential. He was also the one with the greatest hope of reaching 13th level Sage Realm. Therefore, he passed the pulse condensation technique to Fong Chen. "Alright, I have said what I need to say. You will have to figure out the next path by yourself." As his voice fell, the fisherman's body gradually faded and finally disappeared. Boom! Under the ground, violent forces shot up to the sky. Yellow sand filled the sky and turned into violent beasts that surrounded Fong Chen and Princess Huang. Oh no, without senior fisherman's suppression, the forces under the ground are starting to wreak havoc. Fong Chen exclaimed. He took out the Sky Destroyer sword and slashed out again and again. Rumble! A deafening sound reverberated through the sky. Every time a violent beast came close, it would be killed by the Sky Destroyer sword. Princess Huang also used the ancient tribe's unique skill, Dukong Violent Beast. Time passed by slowly. As the battle with the rampage behemoths deepened, Fong Chen discovered that these rampage behemoths actually carried ultimate power. Fong Chen's eyes turned and a bold idea appeared in his mind. Boom! He killed the violent beasts with one slash and his other hand touched the body of the violent beasts at lightning speed. He absorbed the ultimate power in their bodies crazily. In the beginning, he was rejected by the ultimate power in the violent beasts' bodies. However, as time passed, Fong Chen gradually grasped the technique and could absorb it easily. One by one, the violent beasts died under Fong Chen's sword. The ultimate power he absorbed was also increasing. Just like that, the battle continued for half a month. Fong Chen finally condensed his second ultimate power. Boom! The moment he condensed his second ultimate power, the sky changed color. With him as the center, the violent beasts within a 100-mile radius were defeated instantly. The aura of the ultimate power emitted from his body suppressed the heavens and the earth. Princess Huang's delicate body trembled slightly as she felt a great pressure. Fortunately, Fong Chen restrained his aura in time. Otherwise, Princess Huang couldn't stand it. "Congratulations!" Princess Huang said softly. The more time she spent with Fong Chen, the more she realized that the former's potential was too monstrous. Senior Fisherman gave him the pulse condensation technique. However, in just half a month's time, he condensed his second ultimate power. To the martial artists in the outside world, this was simply flying speed. However, Fong Chen wasn't satisfied. "It's a pity that after condensing my second ultimate power, the aura of the ultimate power in my body, it directly crushed the violent beasts." Fong Chen curled his lips. Otherwise, he could have absorbed more of the rampage behemoth's ultimate power. He raised his eyes and looked into the distance. The desert had already returned to normal, and there was no longer any ultimate power underground. The fisherman had completely disappeared from the heavens and the earth. "I will never forget Senior Fisherman's kindness." Fong Chen cupped his fists and said. In a region tens of thousands of miles away from the desert, a middle-aged man walked out of a ruin. There were many wounds on his body, but he finally escaped. So dangerous! This man was the mansion master of Heavenju Mansion. He was a genuine extreme saint. He had been trapped in the core of the Death Cliff for millions of years and couldn't leave. Although this place was very dangerous, he was still struggling at death's door. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt the aura of ultimate power. Ultimate power? This was the aura that he had been dreaming of. Following the aura of the ultimate power, he quickly ran. No matter what, he had to fight for this opportunity. If I can comprehend the ultimate Tao, I will definitely be able to touch the threshold of the Supreme Realm. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The mansion master of Heavenju Mansion was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he crossed tens of thousands of miles and came to the desert. His senses were clearer. There was a thin ultimate power in the air. It seemed like there was a great secret hidden here. There's someone here? The mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion's eyes twitched. He noticed Fang Chun and Princess Huang on the hill. At the same time, he also sensed the ultimate power that had not dissipated from Fang Chen's body for a long time. The mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion forcefully suppressed the killing intent in his heart. He walked in front of Fang Chen and asked with a smile, "Little brother, you came here first. Did you discover anything?" Fang Chen shook his head. "I didn't discover anything." "Oh, is that so?" The mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion was filled with killing intent. He said coldly, "But I sense the ultimate power in your body. There's also the ultimate power in the desert. How do you explain that?" Fang Chen remained silent and looked at the mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion. Boom! The heaven-severing mansion's master emitted a powerful oppressive might. He was using his power to oppress Fang Chen. "Obediently hand over everything you've obtained. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." "You're from the Devouring Demon clan?" Fang Chen suddenly asked. "That's right. I'm the mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion. If you know what's good for you, you'll—" Before the mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion could finish his sentence, Fang Chen attacked. With the sky-crushing sword in his hand, he performed the ultimate sword skill. The ultimate power surged, and the two ultimate powers that had gathered in his body instantly exploded. Boom, boom, boom. When the mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion saw this, he turned pale with fright. "You're actually an ultimate cultivator?" Martial artists who had comprehended the ultimate path were collectively known as ultimate cultivators. Such people were rare even in the Four Great Saint Land. However, the mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion could sense that Fang Chen's cultivation level was not high. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Anyone who encountered such a situation would not let it go. Die. The mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion's body flashed as he performed the Heaven Ju Shadowless skill. His body kept changing. In the blink of an eye, there were tens of thousands of illusions that appeared in the desert. No one could tell which one was the real mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion. Each of the illusions was speaking, disrupting Fang Chen's thoughts and attacking him at the same time. "Brat, you're unlucky to have met me, the mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion," the mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion said eerily. He continued to control the tens of thousands of illusions to surround and attack Fang Chen. "Let me help you." Princess Huang was a little worried. She quickly attacked and her body shone with a golden light. "Huh!" The mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion was shocked. "You're from the Flying Phoenix Mansion?" "No," Princess Huang said coldly. The moment she found out about her identity, she no longer had anything to do with the Flying Phoenix Mansion. Moreover, she knew very well that the reason the Flying Phoenix Mansion's mansion master had announced to the public that she was his daughter was to rope in her master. "Since you're not going to die, then die." If she was from the Flying Phoenix Mansion, the mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion might have thought about it. However, since she had said that she was not, the mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion would not show mercy. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion performed the mansion master of Heaven Ju Mansion perfectly. He shuttled through the tens of thousands of illusions and used the illusions. Chapter 3879. Crack. The sky-crushing sword cut across the sky and appeared in front of the master of Ju Tian Mansion in a strange trajectory. The extremely sharp sword chi instantly pierced through the master of Ju Tian Mansion. However, in the next instant, Fang Chen realized that it was an illusion. After being pierced by the sky-crushing sword, the illusion gradually dissipated. The other illusions took the opportunity to launch a violent attack. Countless illusions surrounded Fang Chen. Fang Chen was stunned. His primordial spirit was close to the path manifestation realm. Logically speaking, any illusory skill was not worth mentioning in front of him. He swung his sword confidently, thinking that he would be able to pierce the master of Ju Tian Mansion. However, the scene in front of him made him a little stunned. After being stunned for a while, Fong Chen's face gradually turned solemn. The master of Ju Tian Mansion was much more powerful than he had imagined. His Ju Tian phantom skill was not an ordinary illusory skill. Interesting. The corners of Fong Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. Then, he leaped up and unleashed his body motion to the extreme. His speed soared, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed into the tens of thousands of illusions. At the same time, the sky-crushing sword in his hand carried an indestructible sword chi and continuously attacked the surrounding illusions. Every illusion dissipated the moment they came into contact with the sky-crushing sword. Although there were tens of thousands of illusions, the master of Ju Tian Mansion could not do anything to Fong Chen in a short period of time. Not to mention, there was also Princess Huang, who was eyeing him covetously. Although Princess Huang's strength was far from Fong Chen's, she was a descendant of the primitive tribe after all. The primitive tribe's bloodline was hidden in her body. Moreover, she had been taught by the primitive tribe since she was young, so she possessed some of the primitive tribe's special abilities. At the crucial moment, she could deliver a fatal blow. However, at this moment, the master of Ju Tian Mansion thought that he had the absolute upper hand. A maniacal smile appeared on his ferocious face. He laughed sinisterly and kept swinging his palms. Palm prints after palm prints overlapped each other and shook the sky. Die for me! Mansion Master Ju Tian shouted angrily and launched an all-out attack. Amidst the thousands of phantoms, his real body moved quickly. With the help of the phantoms, his real body could do almost anything he wanted. He kept shuttling through the void. At the same time, he kicked out with his feet. The surrounding void distorted as if it would collapse at any time. Be careful. Seeing this, Princess Huang reminded loudly. When the true body of the heaven-severing mansion's mansion master traveled through the void and connected the over 10,000 phantoms, the entire sky became abnormally heavy. Black clouds covered the sky, lightning dragons flickered, and thunder rumbled. It was as if a demon had been born. That scene frightened Princess Huang. She saw that Fong Chen had fallen into the tens of thousands of phantoms, and she was a little confused. She gritted her teeth and took out a command medallion from her bosom. Then, she bit her finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. Immediately, the command medallion emitted a powerful light. She flung it forcefully, and the command medallion shot out at high speed. It arrived beside Fong Chen and condensed a layer of light, helping Fong Chen block the attack of the heaven-extinguishing mansion's mansion master. "Are you okay?" Princess Huang asked. Fong Chen regained his senses and turned his head to look at Princess Huang. He smiled at her and entered his battle state. Ultimate Sword Dao. Fong Chen, who was in his battle state, released his primordial spirit to its fullest extent. His terrifying divine consciousness shrouded heaven and earth, and the thousands of phantoms were unable to move as if they had fallen into a quagmire. At the same time, he displayed his ultimate sword Dao. Mighty ultimate sword Qi gushed out continuously, and the two ultimate forces that were condensed in his body vibrated rapidly. He held the Sky Destroyer sword in his hand, and his figure was tall and straight. He stood on the ground like a demon god. At this time, Fong Chen's combat strength had soared to the extreme. If a fisherman was here, he would be shocked. This was because Fong Chen had reached the peak of the 9th Order True Saint realm and was infinitely close to the 10th Order True Saint realm. In the face of such a powerful Fong Chen, the heaven-severing mansion's mansion master's illusory technique was child's play. Kill! The heaven-severing mansion master controlled the thousands of phantoms and launched his most ferocious attack. However, the ridiculous thing was that the phantoms were crushed by Fong Chen's powerful soul Dao. Crash! Violent energy shook the sky. All the phantoms in the quagmire shattered, and the heaven-severing mansion master's true body was revealed in front of Fong Chen. "You! What's going on?" Obviously, the heaven-severing mansion master was stunned. He clearly had the upper hand, so why did he suddenly fall into a disadvantageous position? Moreover, he felt that the current Fong Qin was too terrifying. He didn't even dare to look at him in the eye. Could he be the reincarnation of an almighty? A trace of fear appeared in the heaven-severing mansion master's heart. He even wanted to run away. Unfortunately, Fong Qin didn't give him the chance to do so. The heaven-severing sword slashed down. The heaven-severing mansion master tried his best to block it, but he couldn't stop the enraged Fong Qin. With a crack, his hands were cut off by the heaven-severing sword. Blood spurted out as the heaven-severing mansion master screamed in pain. His body fell into the desert. No, impossible. The heaven-severing mansion master quickly got up from the desert. His pitch-black eyes were filled with fear. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" The other party's cultivation level was clearly lower than his. Why was his combat power so strong? Moreover, the other party's control of ultimate power had reached an unbelievable level. Most importantly, the sword in his hand was too sharp. It was far more powerful than a holy item. "Is it important?" Fong Qin said softly. Yes, was it important? The demon-devouring clan and the chaotic world were natural enemies. It was either you die or I die. Therefore, Fong Qin wouldn't be merciful when facing the demon-devouring clan. He only had one goal, and that was to kill all of them. Because of them, many people in the chaotic world had been separated from their families. You, the heaven-severing mansion master, didn't even think about it. He turned around and tried to escape. However, Fong Qin slashed out with his sword. Suddenly, a vast sword radiance shot towards the heaven-severing mansion master. The heaven-severing mansion master roared angrily. Immediately, a thick black aura appeared above his head. This was a monstrous demonic chi. "You forced me to do this." The heaven-severing mansion master's face was hideous as he roared angrily. He had used the demon-devouring clan's forbidden cultivation skill. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to use such a forbidden cultivation skill. Once it was used, even if one didn't die, he would become a cripple. However, the heaven-severing mansion master had no other choice. Roar, roar, roar. He had used the demon-devouring clan's gifted superpower. Under his control, the monstrous demonic chi turned into a huge wave. It was as though it was going to sweep up the entire space. Fong Qin held the sky-crushing sword in his hand and licked his dry lip. Is this a gifted superpower? The demon-devouring clan didn't dare to use a gifted superpower and a forbidden cultivation skill together. A long time ago, there was a legend in the demon-devouring clan. If the gifted superpower and a forbidden cultivation skill were used together, it would destroy the world. Chapter 3880. After all, the master of Ju Tian Mansion was a member of the devouring demon tribe. Moreover, he was a mansion master appointed by the four main branches. His strength could not be measured by his cultivation level. At that moment, the master of Ju Tian Mansion was forced into a corner by Fong Qin. He became crazier than ever. When he displayed the devouring demon tribe's innate superpower, he also displayed a forbidden cultivation skill. The two combined into one and his strength increased tremendously. Boom! The master of Ju Tian Mansion dodged the attack and the void twisted. A terrifying light blade shot out and swept across the entire area. When Fong Qin saw the attack, his expression changed. His body flickered and he activated his perfect bloodline to block the attack. Be careful! Princess Huang also realized the situation that Fong Qin was in. Her robe fluttered and she took out the token that her master had given her. She bit her finger and dripped her blood on the token. Suddenly, the token gave off a scorching light and enveloped Fong Qin, forming a defensive halo. Dong! 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 A deafening sound reverberated in the sky. The master of Ju Tian Mansion's wild attack whizzed through the air and hit the defensive halo, causing the ground to shake. Fang Chen's body sank into the ground involuntarily. He gritted his teeth and the sky-crushing sword in his hand cut across the sky. He displayed the ultimate sword art again. With his current strength, it was more than enough to deal with the master of Ju Tian Mansion in his normal state. However, the master of Ju Tian Mansion was in a berserk state and his strength had increased tremendously. He had to avoid the attack. "Let's go!" Fang Chen shouted. His body flickered continuously as he avoided the master of Ju Tian Mansion's attack. He knew that there must be a time limit for such a strong increase in strength. Moreover, the increase in strength would only last for a short time. As long as he avoided the attack and waited for the increase in strength to pass, the threat would be greatly reduced. At that time, he would be able to kill the master of Ju Tian Mansion easily. The master of Ju Tian Mansion also realized this. He wanted to kill Fang Chen while his combat strength was still increasing. When he saw Fang Chen escaping, his face turned ferocious and his eyes turned red. He attacked crazily. Boom! 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 The entire sky was trembling. The battle quickly entered a white-hot stage. Fortunately, he had the primitive tribe's token in Princess Huang's hand. This allowed Fang Chen to be evenly matched with the Berserk Mansion Master of Absolute Heaven Mansion. As time passed, the Berserk Mansion Master of Absolute Heaven Mansion finally could not hold on any longer. "I can't accept this." He uttered a furious roar as the force on his body dissipated rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his face had become shriveled. Fang Chen took hold of the opportunity to kill him in the blink of an eye. No. The Heaven-Severing Mansion Master still wanted to escape, but it was of no use. In front of absolute strength, everything was like floating clouds. Crack! Fang Chen broke the head of the Absolute Heaven Mansion's neck, and his body fell limply to the ground. Whoosh! A cool breeze blew on Fang Chen's face, and his breathing gradually calmed down. After he confirmed that Manor Master Ju Tian was dead, he turned his head to look at Princess Huang. The latter's clothes were stained with blood. "What happened to your hand?" Fang Chen hurriedly went forward and asked. Princess Huang shook her head. "I'm fine. It's just a small injury." Fang Chen grabbed Princess Huang's wrist and sensed that her internal organs were injured. It should be caused by the berserk state of the Absolute Heaven Mansion's Mansion Master just now. "Sit down," Fang Chen said. Princess Huang did not know what was going on, but after hearing Fang Chen's words, she subconsciously sat down. The latter placed his hands on her shoulders, and a scorching force immediately drilled into her body. In a short while, her internal injuries were alleviated. "The injuries to your internal organs have already been contained. However, you still need to recuperate. You will not be able to fight in the short term," Fang Chen warned. Princess Huang nodded. "Thank you. You were injured because of me," Fang Chen said. They did not expect that after entering the core area, they would encounter enemies so frequently. Obviously, the danger of the core area was much more than they had imagined. Moreover, the fight for the Ghost Emperor's weapon seemed to have become even more confusing. "Let's leave this place first." They did not know who the master of the old man who attacked them was. Now, he had killed the Absolute Heaven Mansion's Mansion Master. Along the way, the two of them discussed the current situation. "The Ghost Emperor's weapon hasn't appeared yet?" Fang Chen asked. Princess Huang shook her head. She knew a little about the Cliff of Death. The Ghost Emperor's weapon was in the core area of the Cliff of Death. It might involve the Jialua clan, so it would be difficult to fight for it. Once the Ghost Emperor's weapon appears, it will definitely shake the entire Cliff of Death. "But I have a hunch that it will appear soon," Princess Huang said. Before entering the Cliff of Death, her master had told her that she would experience a life and death transformation in the Cliff of Death. Moreover, when the Ghost Emperor's weapon appeared, she would encounter the greatest crisis in history. Now, the crisis was approaching. "I don't know what role the Jialua clan played in this incident," Princess Huang muttered. The Jialua clan's encampment was in the core area. Obviously, this place was related to the 6 paths of reincarnation. There was even a path of reincarnation. The Jialua clan definitely knew that a powerful weapon like the Ghost Emperor's weapon was here. If they didn't want the outside world to fight for the Ghost Emperor's weapon, no one would be able to get it. I wonder how Jiajiu is now. Fang Chen looked into the distance. If Jiajiu was here, he could beat around the bush and get some information about the Ghost Emperor's weapon from him. Unfortunately, something seemed to have happened in the Jialua clan's encampment. Jiajiu was urgently summoned back. Princess Huang's spiritual sense entered the token and saw a map of the starry sky. On the map, the core area of the Cliff of Death was marked. Soon, she roughly knew how to proceed. 10,000 miles ahead, there is a dilapidated city. Let's go there first. Then, we will go to the place where the Ghost Emperor's weapon appears, Princess Huang said. All right. Fang Chen nodded. The two of them moved side by side. Not long after, they arrived 10,000 kilometers away. As far as the eye could see, in the desolate desert, there was a city that had been sealed off. Only when they got closer did they discover that this city was extremely dilapidated. Only a few simple frames remained. Moreover, after experiencing the baptism of time, it had become incomparably barren. After Fang Chen and Princess Huang stepped into the dilapidated city, they felt a strange aura. The pressure increased. What city is this? To be able to build a city in the core area of the Cliff of Death, it must be an extremely powerful force. I'm not sure. Let's explore it first. Princess Huang carefully checked the surrounding situation and said in a low voice. Time had left a deep mark on the dilapidated city. If it wasn't for the records on the starry sky map, it would be impossible to discover this dilapidated city. Fang Chen suspected that this city was related to the primitive tribes. Or rather, the primitive tribes had been here before. Otherwise, why would they have a map of this place? Chapter 3881. In the dilapidated city, there were countless dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls. As the wind blew, the dust dispersed, revealing the true appearance of the dilapidated city. On those dilapidated walls, there were countless fierce and overbearing marks. With just a glance, one would lose their consciousness. Princess Huang's delicate body trembled violently. In her mind, her primordial spirit was struggling fiercely. She was like a walking corpse. Her eyes were lifeless and she was deeply controlled by those marks. Seeing this, Fang Chen wanted to wake her up, but he was shocked to find that his body seemed to be out of control. He wanted to raise his palm, but he found that his body was incomparably heavy. He felt an ancient and vicissitude aura drilling into his mind, madly attacking his primordial spirit, as if it wanted to devour his primordial spirit. He was roaring in his heart. His primordial spirit at the Tao manifestation realm revolved crazily. His perfect bloodline also revolved automatically, releasing a terrifying bloodline aura. He felt a chill on his back. He was startled and instantly woke up. Who? The moment he woke up, Fang Chen felt a lingering fear. If it wasn't for his primordial spirit that was close to the Tao manifestation realm, he was afraid that he would have turned into a walking corpse. He didn't have time to think and quickly came to Princess Huang's side. His palm exerted force and chopped at Princess Huang's fair neck, knocking her unconscious. Who? He hugged Princess Huang and placed her on the ground. After ensuring that she was safe, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. What a surprise! Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He carefully turned his head and looked at the marks left on the dilapidated walls. His mind shook violently again. Fortunately, his primordial spirit that was close to the Tao manifestation realm stabilized his mind completely. He could also be considered to have withstood the impact of the marks on the walls. What happened in this dilapidated city? Fang Chen was incomparably curious. Just the marks left on the walls could make him, a peak 9th Order Saint Realm expert, almost turn into a walking corpse. There was no need to think about it. This city must have experienced a shocking battle in the past. Fang Chen even suspected that those broken marks were most likely from the hands of a primal chaos supreme. Of course, it was just a guess. Who? He panted heavily and only calmed down after a long time. Not long later, Princess Huang woke up. Her mind was blank as she looked at Fang Chen in a daze. What just happened? Princess Huang asked. She only remembered that after she entered the dilapidated city with Fang Chen, she lost consciousness. Don't look at the marks on the wall, Fang Chen hurriedly reminded. Princess Huang also realized where the problem was. She simply closed her eyes. Fang Chen explained, the marks on the walls are most likely the main reason for the destruction of this city. Just now, you were attacked by the remaining power on the marks and lost your mind. After listening to Fang Chen's explanation, Princess Huang was incomparably shocked. This, even though she knew that those who were able to build a city in the core area of the Death Cliff were mostly peak powers, she was truly unable to imagine that the traces left on the walls would still possess such inconceivable power after experiencing the baptism of time. It was simply frightening. What should we do now? Princess Huang asked. Her voice was filled with worry. Fang Chen patted her shoulder lightly and comforted, I will explore the city first. You rest here. After I finish exploring, we will continue moving forward. Princess Huang nodded. Fang Chen stood up. His primordial spirit that was close to the Tao manifestation realm revolved. A powerful spiritual sense enveloped his body as he began to explore the dilapidated city. The dilapidated city wasn't big. He could see the end of it with a glance. But when Fang Chen arrived at the center of the city, he was shocked to discover that after the soil on the ground was blown away, some complicated handwriting was revealed on the white jade slab. What kind of handwriting is this? Why can't I recognize it? Fang Chen was somewhat curious. The handwriting on the white jade slab was extremely complicated. It didn't seem to belong to this era. It was more like hieroglyphics. Could it be a certain era of civilization? The more Fang Chen came into contact with the secrets of heaven and earth, the more he understood that before the age of chaos, the primal chaos void had experienced countless eras of civilization. Each era of civilization had its own cultivation method. For example, he had learned from the fishermen that in the most ancient era of civilization, there was the most complete cultivation system, which was the so-called 13th order of the sage realm. However, in this age of chaos, the 13th order of the sage realm had long since ceased to exist. When one era of civilization replaced another era of civilization, some things were bound to disappear. These complicated words were most likely passed down from ancient times. Fang Chen observed them carefully for a long time, but he couldn't see through the mystery. He thought of the fishermen. Could these words be from the fishermen's era? In the end, Fang Chen decided to record these complicated words in his mind first. He would slowly study them in the future. His spiritual sense spread out and enveloped the handwriting on the white jade slab. However, when his spiritual sense came into contact with the handwriting on the white jade slab, there was a sudden change. The words seemed to have spirituality and attached themselves to his spiritual sense. After discovering this scene, Fang Chen was stunned. His spiritual sense returned to his primordial spirit, and those complicated words were actually branded in his primordial spirit. What's going on? Fang Chen was stunned. He could clearly see that there were complete words in his primordial spirit. After these words were branded in his primordial spirit, they became abnormally quiet, as if they were just ordinary words. This scene made Fang Chen somewhat dumbfounded. Forget it, I'll talk about it in the future. He shook his head and then scanned the city. There was no other abnormality, and finally returned to Princess Huang's side. Did you find anything? Princess Huang asked. Fang Chen said, I found some strange words on the white jade slab. I don't recognize them. He described the shape of the words to Princess Huang, but the latter also expressed that she didn't know. Combined with the traces of destruction on the wall, these words are very likely to have existed since ancient times, Princess Huang said. If we can successfully leave the cliff of death, I will personally find Master and let him help you solve your doubts. Thank you, Fangchen said. After the two rested for a short while in the broken city, they continued forward. According to Princess Huang's starry sky map, their location was not far from the place where the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact appeared. They would reach it in about a month's journey. A month. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes looked into the distance. He only hoped that this trip would be successful in obtaining the ghost artifact, and then he would leave the core area without stopping. This place involved reincarnation, which always made Fang Chen feel uneasy. The Jialua clan should also know about the existence of the ghost artifact, Princess Huang said. Not long ago, Jia Jiu was urgently recalled. It is very likely that it is related to this matter. What is the Jialua clan's attitude? Logically speaking, the Jialua clan controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation and never interfered with the matters of the cultivation world. As long as reincarnation was not involved, they would not easily take action. Could it be that the ghost artifact was involved in reincarnation? Chapter 3882. For Fang Chen, the most important thing was to gather ultimate power to increase his combat strength. Otherwise, even if the ghost weapon appeared, he would not be qualified to fight for it. There was still a month's journey to the location of the ghost weapon. During this time, Fang Chen and Princess Huang slowed down. As they walked, they searched for relics and cultivation resources. In a strange area, a black-robed ancient martial art practitioner stood with his hands behind his back. His face was ferocious and extremely angry. Behind him, several servants were reporting on their recent exploration. Master, that person seems to be heading in the direction of the Jialua clan's base. One of the servants lowered his head and said. Obviously, this was not the result that the master wanted to see. However, there was no other way. That person's movements were extremely special. They could not catch his tracks at all. The Jialua clan's base? The black-robed ancient martial art practitioner said coldly. Humph, naive person. He actually wants to find the Jialua clan's base. What a joke. He knew very well what the Jialua clan meant. Even he did not dare to confront the Jialua clan directly. If the Jialua clan's base was not in the core area, he would have already obtained the Ghost Emperor's ghost weapon and would not have ended up like this. Now, after sleeping for countless years, he had just woken up and his servant had been killed by a mysterious person. This was a blatant provocation to him. No matter what, he had to tear the murderer into pieces. Without Master's permission, we dare not approach the Jialua clan's base. Do you know? The servant asked. They were asking for the Master's permission. After all, that was the Jialua clan's base. They did not dare to enter rashly. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would bring unnecessary trouble to the Master. Don't worry about this for now. The black-robed ancient martial art practitioner waved his hand. As long as he was still in the core area, there would be a day when they would meet. At that time, he would personally take action and make the person beg for death. Of course, before that, he had more important things to do. Have you found out about the devouring demon clan's movements? The black-robed ancient martial art practitioner asked, changing the topic. This was what he was most concerned about. Yes. In the shocking war back then, there were experts from the devouring demon clan who participated in it. The leader was the winged demon king. According to the information we received, it is suspected that the winged demon king is still alive, the servant replied. Winged Demon King. This name was like thunder in the ears of the devil-devouring clan and even the origin world. Back then, he had led the experts of the devouring demon clan to break through the death cliff. In the end, he had disappeared without a trace. It was rumored that the winged demon king had fallen in the death cliff. However, after so many years, the black-robed ancient martial art practitioner had revived. His first plan was to find the winged demon king. And the black-robed cultivator stood with his hands clasped behind his back, waiting for the servant's answer. The servant said, "We noticed that recently, some people from the devouring demon clan have secretly entered the core area. Although they are moving separately, their destination is surprisingly the same. We suspect that they are here to find the winged demon king." "Who is leading the team?" the black-robed martial artist asked. "It's the Holy Land's veteran expert Ife," the servant said. The demon-devouring clan had 4 Holy Lands. Among them, the winged demon Holy Land was the weakest. This was because the Holy Lord, the winged demon king, had disappeared. Otherwise, given the winged demon king's strength and reputation, he would have easily occupied the top position among the 4 Holy Lands. It was a pity. The current winged demon Holy Land had fallen to the bottom. There was a shortage of young people in the Holy Land. Only the veteran expert, Ife, was holding on bitterly. If not for the fact that the winged demon king had fallen, the other 3 Holy Lands would have attacked the winged demon Holy Land long ago. Although the Source World was the main camp of the demon-devouring clan, as a clan, they would still compete with each other. This was the cruelty of reality. "Contact Ife," the black-robed ancient martial art practitioner said. The servant said, "According to the information sent back by our spies, Ife will pass by here in half a month. At that time, Master, you can directly appear and talk to Ife." Undercurrents were surging in the vast Death Cliff. Not long ago, Great Emperor Miayu had appeared. After knowing that Ling Xian had fallen into the Soul River, he went on a killing spree and killed the expert who had attacked Ling Xian. He had almost shattered the void. After that, Great Emperor Miayu had disappeared. Some said that he had resolutely entered the Soul River to save Ling Xian. Some said that Great Emperor Miayu had gone into seclusion to break through to the chaotic supremacy realm before saving Ling Xian. However, no one had expected Great Emperor Miayu to enter the core area and find an expert from the same era as him. Xing Wang. In front of a thatched cottage, Great Emperor Miayu, who was covered in demonic aura, stood quietly like an ordinary person and called out softly. Creak. The door opened and an old man with white hair walked out with a hunched back. "I never thought that I would be able to see you again after so many years, Great Emperor Miayu. It's really not easy." A smile appeared on Xing Wang's withered face. They belonged to the most ancient era. With the passage of time and the change of eras, in the current age of Dharma's end, the experts of their era had all fallen. Even the ancient civilization no longer existed. Only a few people, for some reason, were still alive in the Cliff of Death. "Xing Wang, I have a request," Great Emperor Miayu said. "If anyone was here, they would be extremely shocked." Great Emperor Miayu, who could destroy the world with a wave of his hand, was pleading in front of Xing Wang. "This old man has been abandoned by the era. I'm afraid I can't help you." Xing Wang shook his head. No one could resist the invasion of time. Even if you were peerless and reached the peak, you would still turn into a pile of dirt in the end. Especially Xing Wang, who had witnessed the end of the ancient era and the change of eras until the Age of Doom. All of this could not be reversed by human strength. Moreover, in his current situation, he was powerless to help even if he wanted to. Great Emperor Miayu shook his head. "Xing Wang, I know your situation well. There are only a few people from our era left. Only you can help me." Sigh. Xing Wang sighed and did not say anything. Great Emperor Miayu said, "I want to borrow your sky observation mirror." He knew that the sky observation mirror was Xing Wang's treasure. In the ancient era, it had caused a bloody storm. Only by relying on the sky observation mirror could he enter the Soul River and save Ling Xian. "I want to enter the Soul River to save Ling Xian. Only the sky observation mirror can let me in," Great Emperor Miayu continued. However, Xing Wang shook his head and turned around. He looked at the distant horizon and muttered, "I'm afraid I can't help you. The sky observation mirror is broken." "What?" Great Emperor Mieu exclaimed. He knew better than anyone how powerful the sky observation mirror was. Back then, with the sky observation mirror, Xing Wang was able to suppress half-step chaotic supreme experts. He was the most promising person to enter the chaotic supreme realm. Such a chaotic supreme treasure was broken. Chapter 3883. The heavenly observation mirror was broken. This news shocked Great Emperor Mieu. As an expert from the same era as Xing Wang, he knew what the heavenly observation mirror meant. That was a legendary primal chaos treasure that could allow one to find the opportunity to become an utmost paragon. "What's going on?" Emperor Mieu frowned in confusion. Xing Wang walked to a green rock and sat down. "I'm old now. I can't sit like I used to. Please forgive me, Great Emperor Mieu." Great Emperor Mieu shook his head. If he was at his peak and had a bad temper, he might have thought that Xing Wang was disrespecting him. However, after being in a deep slumber for so long, there were very few people who were still alive in the same generation as them. He didn't care about this. He only wanted to save Ling Xian in the Soul River. Back then, everyone knew that I had obtained the Heaven Observation Mirror. Furthermore, they ganged up on me and forced me to hand over the Heaven Observation Mirror. However, who would have known that the Heaven Observation Mirror that I had obtained was not real at all? "What?" Great Emperor Mieu exclaimed. This news was too shocking. He vaguely remembered that 80% of the world's experts had moved out to snatch the Heavenly Observation Mirror. They had used all kinds of methods. The battle was earth-shattering. Even the heavens and earth had almost collapsed. But now, Xing Wang was telling him that the Heavenly Observation Mirror was fake? How could he accept this? To be honest, Great Emperor Mieu had also secretly participated in the battle for the Heavenly Observation Mirror. Many experts had died in his hands. But in the end, he didn't get the Heavenly Observation Mirror. Great Emperor Mieu's face was filled with shock. "Fake? How is that possible?" Xing Wang sighed. That incident was a painful memory. Every time he thought of the Heavenly Observation Mirror, he would think of that incident. "If it wasn't for the Heavenly Observation Mirror, I wouldn't have fallen to this state," Xing Wang said casually. "When I got the Heavenly Observation Mirror, I also thought that it was real and could help me find the Heavenly Observation Mirror. In that great war that engulfed the entire world, I relied on the Heaven Observation Mirror to deceive everyone and survive. It was also at that time that I learned that what I had was not the real Heaven Observation Mirror, but a replica." Xing Wang seemed to have aged when he recalled this. "Replica? What about the real Sky Observation Mirror?" Great Emperor Mieu asked. "The real Heaven Sight Mirror was acquired by a paragon long ago. The replica I got was the handiwork of one of the paragons, all for the sake of causing a great war." At this point, Starwhite fell silent. Even though it was a replica, it still gave him a lot of benefits. In fact, it was much more powerful than ordinary Chaos Supreme treasures. However, replicas were still replicas after all. As time passed, flaws would appear. After the world-shaking war ended, Xing Wang also disappeared without a trace. Everyone believed that Xing Wang had died in the war, and that the Sky Observatory Mirror had been obtained by some expert. The search for the Sky Observation Mirror continued. However, no one would have thought that Xing Wang would trigger the Sky Observation Mirror replica, causing him to be heavily injured and trapped inside the Sky Observation Mirror. For countless years, he had been fighting against the Heaven Observation Mirror every single day. Until one day, he had discovered that the Heavenly Observation Mirror had been shattered, and he had successfully escaped from danger. After that, he had been sleeping under this land for many years. He had witnessed the battle of the gods at the Cliff of Death with his own eyes. He had also witnessed the rapid development of the devouring demons. He even knew who had shattered the Sky Observation Mirror replica. How could this be? Emperor Mieu couldn't accept this fact. The sky observation mirror that he had been longing for was actually a replica and had been shattered by someone. The existence of the sky observation mirror affects the operation of the heavenly Tao in the origin world and absorbs the heavenly Tao's providence. That's why the devouring demon patriarch shattered it and completely refined it. Xingwang recalled that the devouring demon patriarch was the most powerful existence he had ever seen. He was a supreme expert who had the potential to become a primal chaos controller. Back then, the devouring demon patriarch had shattered the sky observation mirror replica with a casual wave of his hand. He hadn't cared about Xingwang, who had been trapped inside the sky observation mirror. Then who has the real sky observation mirror? Emperor Mieu asked. Fan Hu Prime, Xingwang said. Starwing said, back then, when Autarch Fan Hu obtained the sky observatory mirror, he wanted to become a primal chaos controller. The reason he created the replica was to cause a great war and absorb the life force and primordial spirit fragments of the experts who died in battle. Unfortunately, the result hadn't been as he had wished. Becoming a primal chaos controller was too difficult. Fan Hu Prime? Emperor Mieu's pupils shrank as his body trembled. Is he still alive? Fan Hu Prime had been publicly acknowledged as a top expert in their era. Was he still alive after obtaining the sky observation mirror? Xingwang shook his head. I don't know. Everyone who hadn't become a prime was an ant. They didn't know anything about primal chaos sovereigns, and they would never be able to reach that level unless they personally stepped into the primal chaos realm. The mysteries of heaven and earth are unparalleled. Even though we once stood at the peak, we still couldn't see the true face of the world. Only by stepping into the primal chaos realm do we have the right to pursue the illusory legends, Xingwang said. It's not easy for us to survive from the most ancient era until now. Let's treasure it. Xingwang then dragged his hunched body back to the thatched hut. Emperor Mieu stood on the ground in a daze. He'd always thought that he was only a step away from becoming a prime, but after hearing Xingwang's words, his heart was in chaos. The sky observation mirror that he'd risked everything and almost lost his life for back then was just a replica refined by Fan Hu Prime. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Suddenly, Emperor Mieu revealed a self-deprecating smile and left. In the thatched hut, Xingwang sighed and closed his eyes in pain. Not long after, Fang Chen and Princess Huang arrived at a mountain range. As soon as they entered the mountain range, they felt a gloomy and terrifying feeling. This mountain range isn't simple. Be careful. The closer they were to the place where the ghost artifact appeared, the more dangerous it was. Fang Chen looked around vigilantly. Princess Huang's fair hand held the token given by her master, ready to activate it at any time. Buzz. Intermittent wails could be heard in the air. Fang Chen frowned and listened carefully. Is this a resentment that hasn't dissipated since ancient times? No wonder the yin qi in this mountain range was so heavy. It turned out that there was a resentment that hadn't dissipated since ancient times. Let's go and take a look. Following the resentment, Fang Chen and Princess Huang rushed over. Countless bones were buried by the wind and sand under their feet. Squeaking sounds could be heard when their feet stepped on them. The cold wind rustled, and the resentment that hadn't dissipated since ancient times wailed in the wind. The divine beast bloodline in Fang Chen's body showed signs of abnormality. Chapter 3884. In the eerie mountain range, Fang Chen explored carefully. The deeper he went, the more he could feel the lingering resentment in the void, wailing in the wind. They seemed to be recounting their past. However, what surprised Fang Chen the most was that the divine beast bloodline in his body was acting strangely. 1. The black tortoise bloodline circulated automatically, forming a layer of black tortoise armor on the surface of his skin, protecting Fang Chen's physical body. The vermilion bird bloodline was also flowing. The two divine beast bloodlines intertwined and vibrated continuously, as though they were guiding Fang Chen forward. What exactly is it? Why can it cause the two divine beast bloodlines to act strangely at the same time? Fangchen frowned as he pondered. He sensed carefully and followed the guidance of the two divine beast bloodlines. Soon, Fangchen came to the deepest part of the Eerie mountain range. Crash! Suddenly, he felt a flash of black light in front of him. He looked around but saw nothing. Am I seeing things? Fangchen thought quickly. There was a flash of black light, but the surroundings were dead silent. There was nothing. Did you discover something? Princess Huang asked. There seems to be something around us. Fangchen took out the sky-crushing sword and the ultimate power in his body vibrated. With his feet as the center, the ultimate power continued to spread, forming a small sword territory around him. 1. Indeed, the moment the sword territory was formed, the black light flashed again. However, in the next second, the black light fell into the sword territory and struggled desperately. Fangchen opened his eyes wide and looked ahead. In the sword territory, a huge black demonic beast let out an angry roar. This is Demon Shadow? Princess Phoenix's expression changed greatly. She had once followed her master and roamed the world. She had also read many ancient books. Those ancient books recorded some secrets of the primal chaos. Among them, there were records about the core of the Death Cliff. The ancient books mentioned that there was a terrifying demonic tribe in the core of the Death Cliff. They were called Demon Shadows. They could change their appearance and body shape at will. The only thing that didn't change was the black fur all over his body. Demon Shadow was the collective name given to this group of demons because they were as fast as the wind. They flew in the void without leaving a trace. Even a sage of the pinnacle could barely see their phantoms and could not really capture their track. One could imagine how powerful Yao Ying was. Roar. The Demon Shadow was restricted by the sword domain. Its speed was reduced, and it was struggling. Boom. Boom. Demon Shadow began to bombard the sword domain. Fangchen's ultimate power continued to surge out, supporting the sword domain. Fangchen wielded the heaven-destroying sword and manipulated the sword territory to close in on the Demon Shadow. Princess Phoenix reminded, Yao Ying is very strong. He is most proficient in the Tao of space. I know what I'm doing. After Demon Shadow appeared, Fangchen sensed that his real realm was probably at the peak of the invincible saint realm. There was still some distance between him and the ultimate saint. The current Fangchen was more than enough to deal with it. Swoosh! Ultimate power circled around and the sword domain expanded, completely enveloping Demon Shadow. At this moment, Demon Shadow also sensed that Fangchen was approaching. It opened its mouth and spat out black light. Dong! 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 The black light was blocked by Fangchen's heaven-destroying sword. Boom! Then, the battle broke out. Fangchen used his absolute power to fight against Demon Shadow. At the start, he only wanted to get rid of Demon Shadow. However, as they fought, he realized that Demon Shadow's space Tao was incredible. He suddenly had an idea. If he had Yao Ying as his mount, what would that be like? With Demon Shadow's attainments in the space Tao, his speed was unparalleled. He could pass through any dangerous place at will. This would greatly increase his competitiveness. Bang! After a while, Fangchen slashed out with his heaven-destroying sword and pierced Demon Shadow's body. Demon Shadow let out a blood-curdling scream. At the same time, Fangchen activated his sword territory and suppressed Demon Shadow. Demon Shadow was suppressed and it struggled with all its might. However, it was useless. Stop struggling. It's useless. Fangchen grinned. You have two choices now. Die or submit to me and become my mount. Dream on. Demon Shadow spoke in human language, and it was furious. As a Demon Shadow, it was actually suppressed by a human. It was filled with indignation and anger. Attack their primordial spirits, Princess Huang said. She had read ancient books and had some understanding of Demon Shadow. Their speed was unparalleled and they were skilled in the space Tao. However, their soul Tao was their weakness. This was especially so for their primordial spirit. Once targeted, they would be completely paralyzed. You, indeed, after hearing Princess Huang's words, Demon Shadow panicked. Buzz. A terrifying soul Tao power suddenly descended. Lin Fan's primordial spirit, which was close to the Tao manifestation realm, released its strongest spiritual consciousness. The destructive aura invaded Demon Shadow's mind. At the start, Demon Shadow was still struggling. However, as time passed, Demon Shadow's eyes turned blurry and it turned into a walking corpse. When Fang Chen withdrew his spiritual consciousness, Demon Shadow's eyes were empty and it had lost its mind. Fang Chen naturally controlled Demon Shadow and made it his mount. This scene caused Princess Huang to exclaim. That was Demon Shadow and it was actually suppressed by Fang Chen. After so many years, you are probably the first person to use Demon Shadow as a mount, Princess Huang said. This fellow's attainments in the Space Tao are extremely high. With it as a mount, we can avoid many dangers. Fang Chen controlled Demon Shadow and made it smaller. Then, he sat on Demon Shadow's back with Princess Huang. Crash! Demon Shadow took off, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Let's continue forward. Fang Chen sat on Demon Shadow's back and scanned the strange mountain range. The two divine beasts' bloodlines were still in an abnormal state. This meant that there was something in the depths of the mountain range that attracted the two divine beasts' bloodlines. With Demon Shadow, he was very confident. He wanted to go to the end and take a look. Even if he encountered danger, he could ride Demon Shadow and escape from the strange mountain range. Such fast speed. Princess Huang touched her hair and couldn't help but sigh. The space around them kept changing, and she was a little dazzled. After seeing Demon Shadow with her own eyes, Princess Huang believed that the ancient records of Demon Shadow were wrong. The real Demon Shadow was much stronger than what was recorded in the ancient records, especially their attainments in the Space Tao. It was simply unimaginable. Most likely, the Jialo race and the primordial race might not be able to catch up to them in the Space Tao. At the end of the strange mountain range, one after another, the figures of the beasts gathered at the spot. Our Demon Shadow race is a noble race. How can we be trampled on by other races? The leading Demon Shadow said angrily. We swear to protect the glory of our race. The other Demon Shadows let out deafening voices. Chapter 3885. The Monster Shadow Clan was extremely special. Although they were different from the ancient divine beasts, they were one of the top clans of the monster beasts. Their clan had very few members to begin with. Now, there was a human who dared to use them as mounts. He was simply courting death. The leader of the Monster Shadow Clan was enraged. He immediately gave an order to find this human cultivator and kill him at all costs. Next, the Monster Shadow Clan started a comprehensive search. As for Fang Chen, he was led by the Monster Shadow Clan to the end of the strange mountain range and circled in the sky above. Roar! The Monster Shadow Clan let out a loud cry, scaring away all the birds hiding in the towering trees. Fang Chen looked down. His pitch-black eyes flickered as if he wanted to find something strange. 1. The two ancient divine beast bloodlines in his body became increasingly abnormal and uncontrollable. Fang Chen was even more certain that what attracted the ancient divine beast bloodlines must be at the end of the strange mountain range. Fang Chen scanned the entire end of the strange mountain range, but did not find anything. The entire mountain range was quiet and peaceful. It was simply unbelievable that this was the core of the Death Cliff, which was filled with danger. Even Princess Huang's pretty face was also filled with astonishment. How can this be? When they first entered the strange mountain range, they could still feel the oppressive aura in the air. But now, after reaching the end, they did not find anything. Even the air had become fragrant. It was peaceful and quiet, as if they were in a paradise. It was unbelievable. Something's wrong. There must be a reason for this abnormality. He controlled the Monster Shadow Clan and prepared to descend. However, the Monster Shadow Clan kept struggling and did not want to land at the end of the mountain range. Seeing this, Fang Chen's heart jumped. He noticed that the body under the Monster Shadow Clan's feathers seemed to be trembling slightly. What was it afraid of? Fang Chen communicated with the Monster Shadow Clan. The latter told him that there was great danger at the end of the strange mountain range. If he was not careful, he would die here. Danger? Fang Chen pondered for a moment, before deciding to continue descending to find out what it was that could cause such a reaction from the bloodlines of the two godly beasts. Danger and opportunity coexisted, and riches were sought in the midst of danger. Fang Chen naturally understood this principle. He had experienced a lot to reach his current level of cultivation. He had especially learned from the fisherman that the 13th level of the Saint Realm was the complete cultivation system of the most ancient era. Moreover, the 13th level Saint Realm was the only way to reach the primal Chaos Supreme Realm. Right now, he was stuck at 9th level True Saint Realm. There was still a long way to go before he could reach 10th level True Saint Realm. Perhaps the hidden opportunities below would allow him to gather more ultimate force. Only then would he be able to step into the 10th Order True Saint Realm as soon as possible. As long as one could step into the 10th Order True Saint Realm, they would have the upper hand when competing for ghost artifacts in the core area of the Death Cliff. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath and spread out his hands. Terrifying ultimate force surged out and poured into the Monster Shadow Clan's body. The Monster Shadow Clan's eyes shone with a fiery light as it let out a cry of surprise. Ultimate power condensed into a faint halo around its body, protecting its body. This also made it feel no fear and directly descended. Crash! A gust of wind blew past and the Monster Shadow Clan finally landed on the ground. Dong dong dong! Fang Chen jumped down from the Monster Shadow Clan's body. The moment his feet touched the ground, he felt the pulse of the earth. Rumbling sounds came from the ground. Hiss hiss hiss. The vermilion bird bloodline and black tortoise bloodline circulated crazily, as if they wanted to rush out of his body. The black tortoise armor covered his skin, and he held the Sky Destroyer sword in his hand. He was fully armed and ready to attack at the slightest sign of trouble. Be careful. He turned his head and warned Princess Huang to stand beside the Monster Shadow Clan and not to act rashly. If there are any abnormalities, take the Monster Shadow Clan and leave this place, Fang Chen said. Princess Huang's eyes shone with a golden light as she asked worriedly, "What about you?" If she left with the Monster Shadow Clan, Fang Chen would have to face the difficulties alone. This was not something she wanted to see, so she shook her head and refused. It's dangerous for you to stay here alone. The Monster Shadow Clan and I will stay behind and fight alongside you. If anything happens, we can take care of each other. Princess Huang's attitude was firm and she was unwilling to leave. Seeing this, Fang Chen could only shake his head helplessly. Rustle, rustle, rustle. He took a step forward and seriously sensed the pulse of the earth. Outside the strange mountain range, countless monster shadows gathered here. Their eyes were ferocious as they stared into the mountain range. Crash! A gust of wind blew and a terrifying power swept through the area. The leader of the monster shadows rushed over and the other monster shadows opened up a path for him. When the leader of the monster shadows came to the front, he said coldly, "My comrades were suppressed by the human race in this mountain range. Leader, we have completely sealed off the mountain range. If the human race is still inside, he won't be able to escape. Humph, how dare he target my clan? He's simply courting death. No matter what, we have to tear him into pieces." The monster shadows were incomparably furious. The leader of the monster shadows nodded. "Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we have to find him." Following the order of the leader of the phantom beasts, the densely packed phantom beasts entered the strange mountain range. The air was filled with an oppressive aura. They quickly found the place where the monster shadows and Fang Chen fought. From the traces left behind on the battlefield, they found some clues. Advance! The leader of the Monster Shadows roared and led the Monster Shadows army to the end of the strange mountain range. At this moment, at the end of the strange mountain range, Fang Chen was carefully moving forward following the pulse of the earth. Roar! Suddenly, Demonic Shadow raised his head to the sky and let out a deafening roar. Princess Huang frowned and felt that something was wrong. After the Monster Shadows roared, countless roars could be heard from afar. It's summoning its companions. Princess Huang's expression changed drastically. Roar! Roar! The Monster Shadows let out continuous roars, summoning their companions. They also responded. The air was filled with a terrifying aura. Fang Chen also noticed this scene. What should we do? Should we kill it? Princess Huang asked. If they continued to let it live, they would be hunted down by the Monster Shadows no matter where they went. We don't have time. Its companions will be here soon. Princess Huang asked. At this moment, Fang Chen had to make a choice. Should they kill the Monster Shadows and escape, or should they continue to search for the source of the divine beast's bloodline? Let's go. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and then made a decision. He stomped his feet and jumped onto the back of the Monster Shadows. He stretched out his hand and pulled Princess Huang up. Buzz! He controlled the Monster Shadows. The latter wanted to resist but was unable to do so. Its face revealed a painful expression, but it still flew up. Chapter 3886. Fang Chen controlled the phantom beast to quickly advance. However, it was extremely difficult to cross the strange mountain range. Especially when the phantom beast reached a certain height, Fang Chen felt an unprecedented pressure. This pressure directly blocked the phantom beast's flight path, making it unable to fly. Fang Chen's expression changed. Flying is forbidden in the void? Princess Phoenix, who was behind him, also turned pale with fright. She took out the token of the primordial tribe. Her palm emitted a weak light as she instantly activated the token. A moment later, the power of the primordial tribe enveloped the two of them, resisting the terrifying pressure from the boundless void. At the same time, Fang Chen felt that the Phantom Beast clansmen were constantly approaching. If this continued, he would be surrounded. At that time, he would be in danger. What should I do? Fang Chen's mind raced as he tried to come up with a plan to deal with this situation. The subordinate Phantom Spectre let out a roar. Its face was ferocious as it sensed the aura of the Phantom Spectre clan approaching. It was in a half-insane state. It was struggling with all its might. Half of its mind was in a clear-headed state, wanting to break free from Fang Chen's control. The other half was corroding its brain, trying to turn it into a walking corpse. It roared, communicating with its fellow clansmen, guiding them to come and rescue it. In the blink of an eye, the Phantom Beast leader rushed over. It immediately discovered Fang Chen and Princess Phoenix. After roaring to the sky, it spread its wings. A terrifying power swept through the world. Its huge body moved at a speed invisible to the naked eye. In a short while, it arrived in front of Fang Chen. Insolent thief! You actually dare to attack my fellow clansmen. Die! The Phantom Beast leader didn't stop at all. It directly attacked Fang Chen. A vast power soared into the sky. Seeing this, Fang Chen stamped his foot, stepping on the Phantom Beast's head. He controlled the Phantom Beast to block in front of him. You're courting death. Seeing this, the Phantom Beast leader forcibly withdrew its power. If it didn't withdraw its power, the Phantom Beast under Fang Chen's feet would be heavily injured even if it didn't die. The Phantom Beast clan was very rare to begin with. As the leader, it would not allow any of its fellow clansmen to die. Boom! Boom! The Phantom Demon leader took advantage of Fang Chen's stupor to launch several consecutive attacks, but all of them were blocked. Hoo! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard as a dense pack of demonic shadows swept over, completely sealing off the entire strange mountain range. A terrifying aura filled the air as all the members of the demonic Shadow Clan glared at Fang Chen. In particular, when they saw Fang Chen stepping on their compatriot, they were even more furious. The noble phantom demon race was actually being stepped on by a human as a mount. This was an absolute humiliation. "Let it go, and I can leave your corpse intact," the spectre leader said coldly, his aura locking onto Fang Chen. You dare to use our Phantom Beast clan as your mount? You must be tired of living. Even if you're a half-martial supremacy, you'll still die today." "That's right. Not only you, after killing you, everyone related to you will also die." 9. Familial extermination. This was the fate of anyone who dared to offend the Phantom Demon race. Fang Chen also realized that the Phantom Demon race did not dare to act rashly with the Phantom Demon mount under his feet. They seemed to value the lives of their fellow clansmen. He was prepared to use this to see if he could escape. If he really could not escape, then he could only fight. "I have no intention of becoming enemies with your Phantom Demon race," Fang Chen said. "It's just that it attacked me first, wanting to kill me. Instead, it was suppressed by me and ended up like this. It can only blame itself." Princess Huang also said, "The mighty Phantom Demon race is too weak. Unable to defeat others, it resorted to using such a despicable tactic of attrition. What a joke." In the long river of chaos history, the monster Shadow Clan could be considered a famous clan. If it were to spread out that they were bullying others with numbers, and that there was even a monster shadow that had been subdued as a human mount, the world would surely laugh at them. "You think you can leave after offending my Phantom Demon race?" sneered the leader of the Phantom Demon race. The Phantom Demon race knew this strange mountain range the best. Although it appeared calm, it was actually extremely dangerous. Even they did not dare to rashly enter it. Now, in order to save their fellow clansmen and punish the culprit, they had no choice but to enter this place. The two people before them were too naive. They actually thought they could leave this place. "If you wanted to die, then go ahead." Fang Chen was covered in the black tortoise armor. He punched the Phantom Demon race's head. The Phantom Demon race let out a miserable shriek as blood spurted out. "Stop!" shouted the leader of the Phantom Demon race. The other clansmen of the Phantom Demon race had sinister expressions. Their eyes were scarlet red. They wanted to attack and tear Fang Chen to pieces. However, they were stopped by the leader of the Phantom Demon race in the end. "What do we have to do to let it go?" asked the leader of the Phantom Demon race. This was the compromise the Phantom Demon race had made. They had to ensure the safety of their clansmen before making their next decision. If they really forced Fang Chen into a corner, their clansmen would suffer misfortune. "Let it go?" Fang Chen curled his lips. "Will you let me go after I let it go?" Evidently, that was impossible. Thus, Fang Chen planned to use the weakness of the Phantom Demon race to negotiate. "Brat, I hope that you can understand your current situation. If you force us into a corner, our Phantom Demon race will kill you at all costs," said the leader of the Phantom Demon race. "We've already completely sealed off the strange mountain range. You have nowhere to run. If you let it go, you'll still have a chance to live. I hope that you won't make a mistake." Even though they were furious, they were still restraining themselves. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. The Phantom Demon race was too united. Not a single one of their clansmen would give up so easily. If the human race could do the same, they would have dominated the primal chaos void long ago. Unfortunately, there were too many humans and too many evil cultivators. They would do everything they could to get rid of their stumbling blocks, even at the cost of damaging the human race's benefits. "I'll give you an incense stick's worth of time to consider," said the leader of the Phantom Demon race. This was the Phantom Demon race's final concession. If they did not agree, they could only attack. "What should we do?" Princess Huang whispered into Fang Chen's ear. "Roar." The Phantom Demon race let out an angry roar. Blood was still flowing from its head, and its consciousness was gradually blurring, as if it was about to be devoured by the darkness. Fang Chun stared at the leader of the phantom demon race, thinking of a foolproof plan. He definitely could not let it go. Once he let it go, it would definitely not be able to walk out of the strange mountain range. Thus, he had to wait until it left the strange mountain range and ensure that there was no danger before he let it go. He told the leader of the phantom demon race his thoughts. The latter's expression was ferocious, but it nodded in agreement in the end. You can only go over from here. The leader of the phantom demon race pointed at the end of the strange mountain range and said coldly. Chapter 3887. The phantom beast leader understood the strange mountain range very well. It agreed to Fang Chen's request, but the latter could only cross the mountain range from the end. Otherwise, it would start a war. Don't trust it. There must be great danger at the end of the mountain range. Once we cross it, we might trigger danger, Princess Huang said in a low voice. Evidently, they had also realized the phantom beast scheme. However, there was no other way. They could only brace themselves and cross the mountain range from the end. Roar! The phantom beast under their feet had completely lost its mind. It had been corroded by the black substance and had become a walking corpse. It was completely under Fang Chen's control. Okay. Fang Chen nodded and controlled the phantom beast to fly. When you reach the top, release my clansmen. This was the phantom beast leader's request, and it could not be changed. Hoo. Fang Chen no longer paid attention to the phantom beast leader. He wholeheartedly controlled the phantom beast to quickly fly toward the end of the mountain range. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the end of the mountain range. At this moment, they could already feel the oppressive aura in the sky. Fang Chen clenched his teeth. The Xuanwu armor on his skin completely covered him. The bloodlines of the two divine beasts in his body pulsed even more abnormally. Princess Huang's body trembled slightly. Then, she leaned on Fang Chen and took out the token that her master had given her. She injected the power of the primitive tribe into it and activated it to protect herself. Roar! Suddenly, the phantom beast let out an angry roar. Its eyes were filled with fear. It stopped in the air and was unwilling to move forward. It was also at this moment that the leader of the Wraith Shadow Clan spoke urgently. My Wraith Shadow Clan keeps our promise. Shouldn't you release my clansmen now? Fang Chen turned his head and glanced at it. He could see the anxiety in its eyes. His heart shook slightly as he vigilantly looked around. You want to go back on your word? The phantom beast leader was furious when it saw Fang Chen's actions. It flew into the air and wanted to chase after Fang Chen. However, at this moment, the extremely oppressive aura at the end of the strange mountain range suddenly erupted. Then, countless rays of light shot toward them. Crack! The demonic shadow instantly transformed into a bloody mist. Miserable screams rang out incessantly. As for Fang Chen and Princess Huang, they also vanished in an instant. No! The phantom specter leader roared. Its eyes were blood-red. It could only watch as its clansmen died before its eyes, and it was powerless to do anything about it. It clenched its fists, itching to tear Fang Chen into pieces. However, its rationality told it that it could not approach the end of the strange mountain range. This is the humiliation of my phantom demon clan. We will definitely take revenge. The fiend shadow leader landed in the mountain range and quickly retreated. At the same time, he ordered his clansmen to leave the dangerous area. Chief, are our clansmen going to die just like that? It was all because of that damned human. Otherwise, how could the members of the demonic shadow race have died tragically at the end of the strange mountain range? That's right. Even if the end of the mountain range is a forbidden ground, we have to barge in and kill that damned human. My phantom demon clan cannot tolerate such a deep blood feud. The majority of the clansmen were in favor of charging into the end of the mountain range and killing Fang Chen. However, the leader of the phantom demon clan shook its head. It waved its hand, indicating for everyone to calm down. Everyone, I believe that you all know very well what is in this mountain range. Our clan's ancestors have once set down an ancestral rule. Even if we are to encounter a calamity of extermination, we are not to take a single step into the end of the mountain range. It took a deep breath and then continued, Our clansmen will definitely be avenged. However, the time is not now. It could not allow the entire Phantom Demon clan to be exterminated for the sake of revenge. This was the ancestral rule. It was also an important responsibility that the Phantom Demon clan leader shouldered. But the other clansmen were very unwilling to accept this. They wanted to say something, but they were all stopped by the Phantom Demon clan leader. Retreat. Pass down the order for our clansmen to completely seal off this mountain range. As long as that human dares to come out, kill him without mercy, the Phantom Demon clan leader said sinisterly. An eerie and terrifying aura pervaded the core region. One could feel an oppressive feeling from all directions. One powerful cultivator after another snuck into the core region. They only had a single goal in mind, the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact. Of course, there were also some ancient experts who had been sleeping for billions of years who were gradually awakening. Among them, Xingwang, Emperor Miayu, and the others were the representatives. In a strange place, ashes were everywhere within 100 miles. This place was originally a lush grassland. However, not long ago, a great fire descended from the sky and burned this place to nothing. There was a speck of silver light in the ashes. Arg! A furious roar came from the silver light. He was the ancestor of the Phantom Demon clan. He had once teamed up with the sword maniac to kill Fong Qin. However, he did not expect that one of them would be killed by Fong Qin instead. He had even paid a heavy price to survive in the ashes. Whoosh! The roots of the Phantom Demon clan flashed with silver light. The Phantom Demon clan ancestor's consciousness was hidden in the roots of the tree. After using a forbidden secret technique, he had paid a heavy price. His physical body had been destroyed long ago, and his primordial spirit was on the verge of collapse. Only a sliver of consciousness remained, and he needed to absorb the power of the ashes to gradually recover. In the past few days, he carefully avoided the pursuit of countless experts. Every time he went to a grassland, he would burn it to ashes and then absorb the power in the ashes. Damned bastard, I'll definitely tear you to shreds. The Phantom Demon clan ancestor gritted his teeth. After that, he stored the power in the roots of the tree again and searched for new grasslands to absorb the power of the ashes. He believed that one day, he would be able to return to his peak and reconstruct his physical body. At that time, he would cause a storm of blood to wash away the humiliation. The Jialoa clan's base on the path of reincarnation. After Jiajiu was urgently summoned back to the base, he learned that the appearance of the Ghost Emperor's weapon would greatly affect the path of reincarnation. As a member of the Jialoa clan, his first task was to stabilize the path of reincarnation. Jiajiu, do you understand? An elder asked as he stroked his beard. Jiajiu nodded. Elder, is there anyone who can threaten the Jialoa clan in the core of the Death Cliff? The Jialoa clan controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation. Who in the world could shake them? The elder shook his head with a complicated expression. The experts in the clan once divined that when Ziwei descends, the world will be in chaos. This is a calamity for the Jialoa clan. If we can't survive it, we will be wiped out. Jiajiu exclaimed. Was it that serious? What force in the chaos void could wipe out the Jialoa clan? Could it be that old monster from the Devouring Demon clan? Has the Devouring Demon clan leader become a chaos controller? Jiajiu blurted out. If he became a chaos controller, the Jialoa clan would have ceased to exist long ago, the elder said. Now, many ancient forces that have been dormant for billions of years know that the Devouring Demon clan leader is at the most critical moment. They are all trying to stop him. Plus, the Chaos Controller level has long broken free from the Heavenly Tao. It's not that easy to reach. Chapter 3888. At the Jialo Race's base. This wasn't the true 6 paths of reincarnation. It was just a special path of reincarnation, so there weren't many Jialua clansmen here. The person in charge was an elder called Jia Yuan. He'd called Jiaju back this time to tell him that the world would be thrown into chaos after Ziwei's descent. The Jialo race would face a calamity, so he shouldn't go out during this time. Elder Jia Yuan, what calamity will befall the Jialo race? Jiaju didn't understand. As a member of the Jialo race, he knew how powerful and unfathomable the Jialo race was. Even the demon-devouring race and primitive races didn't dare offend them. They were the top race in the world. Moreover, they controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation. Anyone from other races who reincarnated would be under the Jialo race's control. Under such circumstances, the Jialo race would face a calamity that even Elder Jia Yuan was afraid of? Jiajiu couldn't figure it out. "Alright, I don't know much about the calamity," Elder Jia Yuan said in a low voice. He waved his hand and interrupted Jiajiu's question. "The calamity is something I don't know, but the Patriarch himself ordered it. Our 6 paths of reincarnation world has been completely sealed. You should realize the severity of the matter now, right?" The 6 paths of reincarnation world being completely sealed meant that the Jialo race's base, at the core of the Death Cliff, was isolated. If the calamity really came, they would be doomed. This was why Elder Jia Yuan told Jiajiu not to go out. But Jiajiu still wanted to say something, but Elder Jia Yuan stopped him. In the end, Jia Yuan could only shake his head helplessly and prepare to leave. However, right at this moment, he suddenly thought of Fang Chun. He quickly walked over to Elder Jia Yuan and said, "Elder Jia Yuan, I have something to report." "What is it?" Elder Jia Yuan asked. "Not long ago, I met a clansman. He's from the Chaos Realm's great monarch's bloodline," Jiaju said. Upon hearing this, Elder Jia Yuan's expression changed drastically. "What? The great monarch's bloodline?" Jiaju nodded and continued, "I confirmed his identity over and over again. He's from the Jialo race. He has the unique aura of the Jialo race, and he himself said that he's from the great monarch's bloodline." "Alright, I understand. From now on, you're not allowed to mention the primal Chaos Realm's great monarch's lineage. As for that clansman, it's best that you don't meet him again. Don't get involved in any of his affairs." "Why?" Jiaju shrugged in confusion. "No reason. It's an order," Elder Jia Yuan scolded. Sigh, Jiaju flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Watching him leave, Elder Jia Yuan's expression flickered. His gaze pierced through the void and into the distance. The words of the clan's clairvoyant echoed in his mind. The calamity of the Jia Luo race was most likely related to the Chaos Realm. The lush mountain range was surrounded by steep cliffs. In the middle of the meadow there was a lake. Plop. At the center of the lake, countless waves suddenly rose up. A figure rushed out from the water. His body was covered in blood and his face was pale. However, he still maintained a trace of rationality and desperately tried to climb to the shore. He was Fang Chen. What happened just now? Recalling the scene just now, Fang Chen's heart trembled. At the end of the strange mountain range, a terrifying light suddenly shot out. He didn't even have time to dodge before he was drowned by the terrifying light and lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself in a lake. Splash! He slapped the lake water and swam toward the shore. When he was about to reach the shore, his body suddenly stopped. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. Not far from the shore, there was a huge demonic beast lying on the ground. It was his mount, Yao Ying. "It's dead?" Yao Ying was extremely powerful. Although he had suppressed and subdued it, according to the cultivation system of the Age of Chaos, it was at least a peak saint. Yet it had died in such a bizarre manner. There were no wounds on its body, but Fang Chen couldn't feel any vitality. "Where's Princess Huang?" He suddenly came to a realization. That thrilling scene just now had directly killed Yao Ying and caused him to be heavily injured. Then, what about Princess Huang? She wasn't as strong as him. Splash! He plunged into the lake and frantically searched for Princess Huang. Finally, he found Princess Huang's figure at the bottom of the lake. The latter was entangled by the green vines and couldn't float up. At this time, she had fallen unconscious. The blood on her clothes had been washed away by the lake water. Her aura was weak, and it was obvious that she was seriously injured. Fang Chen swam to the front of Princess Huang and carried her up to the shore. Fortunately, her internal organs weren't injured. Although her meridians are damaged, they can still be repaired. After a simple check on Princess Huang's condition, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Although she was unconscious, at least her life wasn't in danger. Moreover, he could feel that there was a special force swimming in Princess Huang's body. It should be a backup plan left behind by the primitive race, right? After all, her master knew her identity from the beginning. It was impossible for him to let her enter the cliff of death without a care. In the following time, Fang Chen first treated his own injuries. He swallowed a lot of healing pills and relied on his primordial spirit that was close to the Tao manifestation realm. Finally, his body recovered in more than 10 days. After that, he began to treat Princess Huang's injuries. First, what he had to do was to repair Princess Huang's meridians. He had to repair the damaged meridians and unblock the blocked meridians. He also had to let her internal organs absorb the energy of heaven and earth again to stimulate her primordial spirit and let it operate normally. A month later, Princess Huang woke up leisurely. During this period, Fang Chen had investigated this place. There was no one in a radius of 100 miles. Ever since he came here, the 2 divine beast bloodlines in his body had become abnormally quiet and no longer agitated. This made Fang Chen puzzled. What kind of place was this? Previously, in the sky above the strange mountain range, what happened? Why were the 2 of them only injured but Yao Ying died? Could it be that Yao Ying helped them block the fatal blow? Where are we? While Fang Chen was thinking, Princess Huang opened her eyes and asked weakly. Fang Chen shook his head and briefly explained what had happened. Princess Huang was stunned. She didn't expect Yao Ying to die. How do you feel? Fang Chen asked. Much better. Princess Huang was quite touched. Fang Chen had saved her many times. She said in a low voice, "Thank you." Fang Chen waved his hand. They could be considered comrades who had fought side by side. They had experienced a lot together and had the same goal. They were all looking for the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact. With one more person, there would be one more force. Recuperate first. When your injuries are completely healed, we will find a way out. Chapter 3889. In a strange region, the void was filled with an oppressive aura. The lake was calm and there were occasional ripples on the surface. On the shore, Fang Chen sat cross-legged. His skin was covered with a layer of black tortoise armor. Traces of ultimate power circled around his body, and the power in his body rippled. He was trying to condense the 4th ultimate force. He remembered clearly that the fisherman had once said that the ancient complete cultivation system was the legendary 13th level Saint Realm. From 9th level to 10th level, it was an insurmountable gap for ordinary people. With the current Dharma ending age, it was extremely difficult to cross it. However, Fang Chen was different from others. He was an ultimate cultivator and possessed ultimate force. Moreover, he had comprehended the ultimate sword Tao. This was his advantage. After all, the fisherman had said that only ultimate cultivators could step into 13th level Saint Realm. Only by condensing 10 ultimate forces could one step into 10th level Saint Realm. Buzz. He formed a seal with his hands and the 3 ultimate forces in his body revolved wildly. He was absorbing the power of heaven and earth and using the ultimate sword Tao to refine them. Beside him, Princess Huang was protecting him. When she saw the ultimate sword light above Fang Chen's head, a trace of shock appeared on her face. Even the younger generation of the 4 major branches can't be compared to him, right? The more she interacted with Fang Chen, the more Princess Huang sighed. The former's potential was too heaven-defying. She had never seen such a heaven-defying genius. Dong, dong, dong. When condensing the 4th ultimate force, Fang Chen encountered some difficulties. He took out a piece of black wood from his chest. This was a divine wood that he had obtained not long ago in a certain region. It was said that this piece of black wood came from the ancient black sky divine wood. It was the legendary Chaos Divine Wood. When the Chaos Divine Wood was at its peak, it was a powerful material that could be used to refine supreme-grade weapons. However, with the outbreak of the ancient Divine War, the Black Sky Divine Wood was destroyed and only a piece of black wood was left. After Fang Chen obtained this piece of black wood, he was not in a hurry to refine it. Only now did he take it out. Hiss. After all, this piece of black wood came from the divine black sky wood. It was extremely difficult to refine it. Thus, he wasn't in a hurry. He opened his palm and a wisp of flame danced. He placed the piece of black wood on the flame and began to refine it. This was his natal flame. After all these years of nurturing, it could burn the world. After a while, a faint sound could be heard. The cracks on the black wood were getting bigger and bigger. The fire was working. Fang Chen smiled when he saw this and continued to control the fire. 3 days later, the black wood was completely refined. The thick wood energy was completely absorbed into Fang Chen's body and fused with the 3 ultimate powers. The instant the two came into contact, the world energy stored in his body suddenly exploded. The impurities were rapidly refined, and the 3 ultimate energies took this opportunity to enter and completely refine the pure world energy. At this moment, the power of heaven and earth was gradually being replaced by the ultimate power, and the thick wood attribute energy within the black wood was being absorbed by the 4th ultimate power that was gradually forming. Dong dong dong. A thunderous sound came from within his body. Fang Chen closed his eyes, placed his hands on his knees, and entered a state of cultivation. The 4th ultimate power had been condensed. For the rest of the time, he just needed to stabilize it. Seeing this, Princess Huang heaved a sigh of relief. Time passed bit by bit. This state lasted for about half a month. On this day, Fang Chen finally opened his eyes. However, to his surprise, the ultimate power in his body wasn't 4 but 5. How is this possible? Fang Chen was extremely shocked. He had only condensed the 4th ultimate power. Why was there 5 ultimate power in his body now? Condensing 2 at once? It shouldn't be. According to his calculations, the wood attribute energy within the black wood could only support 1 ultimate power. It was impossible to condense 2 ultimate powers at the same time. What was going on? Fang Chen fell into a state of confusion. He carefully observed the situation within his body. Finally, after some exploration, he understood the truth of the matter. It turned out that, when he was refining the black wood, he had triggered the power of the dark sky divine tree spiritual spring hidden within the black wood. As a result, the wood attribute energy had mutated. When he condensed the ultimate power, not only did the wood attribute energy help Fang Chen to condense the 4th ultimate power, it even formed a ultimate power of its own. In the past half a month, it had evolved into the real ultimate power. Phew! Fang Chen took a deep breath and his face was filled with joy. There's actually such an effect. Fang Chen grinned. Looking at the withered black wood in front of him, he was filled with emotions. The remaining power of the dark sky divine tree spiritual spring in the black wood could help me condense the 5th ultimate power. If the real dark sky divine tree was here, would it be able to help me step into 10th level Saint Realm? Of course, this was just a random thought. After all, the dark sky divine tree had been destroyed in the ancient war of the gods. He reached out and picked up the withered black wood in front of him. Although the wood attribute energy within the black wood has been absorbed by me, this black wood is still a rare refining material. He rolled his eyes and took out the sky-crushing sword. Buzz. After getting Fong Chen's nod, the sky-crushing sword released endless rays of light that shrouded the withered black wood. In the blink of an eye, it devoured the black wood. After devouring the black wood, the sky-crushing sword's aura became stronger. Furthermore, complex runes appeared on the blade of the sword. These runes originated from the black wood. It has become stronger. Fong Chen held the hilt of the sky-crushing sword and felt a strong force coming from it. The sky-crushing sword was originally a peak saint weapon. Now that it had absorbed the black wood, it had broken through the shackles and stepped into a new level. If he attacked with all his might, he could defeat any 9th-level Saint Realm expert. According to the outside world, he was now at the peak Saint Realm. It's a blessing in disguise. Fong Chen kept the sky-crushing sword and muttered to himself. Congratulations! Princess Huang's bell-like voice sounded. Fong Chen nodded. This time, his strength had increased because of the black wood and the special environment here. How's your injury? Fong Chen asked. It has healed, Princess Huang said. Fong Chen continued. From now on, we can explore this special place and find a way out. Fong Chen thought that this area should be at the end of the strange mountain range. It was very likely to be a space of its own. As long as they found the exit, they would be able to get out. Of course, before that, he had to explore this area seriously. His intuition told him that there was something that could cause the bloodline of the two divine beasts to change. Chapter 3890. Yao Ying's death was a great loss to the Demon Shadow Clan. The Demon Shadow Clan was enraged and their leader was even more furious. He led his people to seal off the entire mountain range. Even a fly would find it difficult to fly in. However, Fong Chen was oblivious to all of this. He had refined the black wood and formed the 5th ultimate power. His combat strength had increased tremendously. He had also refined the remaining black wood into the sky-crushing sword, transforming it into a peak sacred class weapon. His combat strength had also increased in all aspects. Now, he could be considered as a peak rank 9. Before exploring the way out, Fong Chen wanted to find out what secrets were hidden here. Why did the two divine beasts' bloodlines react? Why did they erupt with such terrifying power and kill Yao Ying? However, he and Princess Huang were not dead. Could all of this be a coincidence? Obviously, Fong Chen did not believe it. His intuition told him that there must be something related to the two divine beasts' bloodlines hidden here. Let's split up and search. In order to save time, Princess Huang decided to split up with Fong Chen. Anyway, this place was not too big and they could see the end of it. If there was an accident, they could save each other immediately. Okay, be careful, Fong Chen said. Then, the two split up and searched. Fong Chen's perfect bloodline surged. The two ancient divine beasts' bloodlines were separated from his perfect bloodline and spread to his limbs and bones. At the same time, Fong Chen opened his palm and the two bloodline essences appeared. Buzz. When the bloodline essences intertwined, the feeling appeared again. As expected, Fong Chen's eyelids twitched as he carefully sensed the surroundings. The blood essence in his palm started to pulse. At the same time, he felt a weak guidance and started to move forward. Not long after, they arrived at the bottom of a cliff. The stream flowed quietly and the surroundings were lush. A huge green stone stood in the grass. Fong Chen's first thought was that there was something wrong with the huge green stone. Everything around the mountain stream is normal. Only this blue stone gives me a feeling that something is wrong. Fong Chen took a step forward and arrived in front of the blue stone. He pressed his palm against the blue stone. Immediately, the essence of the divine beast's blood seeped into the blue stone, causing complicated patterns to appear. These complicated patterns circled around Fong Chen's palm and quickly spread out in all directions on the blue stone. Boom! Immediately after, a violent energy burst forth. A terrifying energy soared into the sky. At this moment, Princess Huang, who was exploring on the other side, turned pale with fright. She hurriedly rushed over. What happened? Princess Huang's fair face was filled with worry. She looked at Fang Chen, and her red lips parted slightly as she asked anxiously. Fang Chen didn't say anything. Right now, his attention was completely drawn to the veins on the bluestone. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Complex patterns circled around his palm and crisscrossed on the bluestone. At first glance, it looked disorderly, but only Fang Chen knew that these glyphs formed a powerful array. Protecting the bluestone? Fang Chen was even more certain that there was something hidden within the bluestone. He used the essence of the divine beast's blood to touch the bluestone. The bluestone automatically emitted complicated patterns and formed a powerful array, isolating it from the outside world. He raised his palm and slammed it. The bluestone shook a little. The runic array was abnormally firm and blocked Fang Chen's attack. Seeing this, he didn't attack rashly. Instead, he took out the Sky Destroyer sword. Swoosh! Ultimate power filled the air and the Sky Destroyer sword pierced out at lightning speed. On the tip of the sword, there was a shocking sword chi halo. Under the control of Fang Chen, it pierced towards the bluestone. Gotcha! The runic array was pierced and a gap appeared. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Chen held the essence of the divine beast's blood in his hand and reached in. Buzz! A layer of ripples spread out from within the bluestone. In an instant it swept through the heavens and the earth. The surrounding flowers and trees turned into ashes. It was as if this place had experienced a fierce battle and turned into ruins. Fang Chen's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect the bluestone to have a self-destruct device. When it was attacked by external forces to a certain extent, it would self-destruct. Oh no! He cursed in his heart and quickly thought of a way to deal with it. At this moment, Princess Huang said, "The self-destruct device has been activated. There's no other way. Why don't you try to split the bluestone?" Hearing this, Fang Chen hurriedly picked up the Sky Destroyer sword and injected energy into it. He continuously slashed at the bluestone. Finally, he stabbed the Sky Destroyer sword into the bluestone. Only then did the bluestone crack. Egg? From the crack, Fang Chen saw a smooth egg. At this moment, the ancient divine beast's blood became more restless. It frantically went through Fang Chen's palm and entered the bluestone. It seemed that it was all absorbed by the smooth egg. What egg is this? To be able to cause the blood of two ancient divine beasts to react strangely, and to be able to absorb it and appear in such a strange place, Fang Chen's intuition told him that this egg was most likely left behind by an ancient species. Could it be left behind by a powerful person from the demon clan? Fang Chen frowned. Although the demon clan had dominated the chaotic void for a period of time in history, the main trend was still the human clan. In the history of the demon clan, there were many powerful people, but no one had heard of any rumors about this egg. After absorbing the power of the ancient divine beast's blood, the smooth egg seemed to have become stronger. At this moment, the self-destruct device inside the bluestone had been completely activated. At most, it would explode in 3 seconds. At that time, everything would turn into dust. Fang Chen naturally wouldn't let this happen. He realized that all of this was caused by the smooth egg. As long as the egg was taken out of the bluestone, the self-destruct device would naturally stop. Then there was a problem. The bluestone was surrounded by a runic array, and there were many obstacles inside. How could he take the egg out safely? This was a difficult problem. Let me try. Time was of the essence and Fang Chen didn't have time to think. He stretched out his hand and was about to forcefully take out the egg. But at this moment, Princess Huang spoke. Fang Chen glanced at her. The latter's beautiful body appeared in front of the bluestone. Her fair palm passed through the crack and reached into the bluestone. Soon, she touched the smooth egg. The moment she touched it, Fang Chen felt the blood of the ancient divine beast in his body become more restless. Buzz! However, the next scene was beyond Fong Chen's expectations. The Bluestone's self-destruct device and the runic array that were fiercely resisting gave up when Princess Huang held the egg. She easily took out the egg, and the runic array gradually dissipated. The self-destruct device inside the Bluestone also stopped instantly. This, Fong Chen's jaw almost dropped. He had tried his best but couldn't take out the egg. Princess Huang actually took it out so easily. Could it be because she was from a primitive race? Chapter 3891. This egg is so strange. Princess Huang's phoenix eyes lifted slightly as she stared at the egg in her palm. She could feel a warm aura coming from the egg and entering her palm. The limestone returned to normal and the self-destruct mechanism inside was completely unlocked. Fong Chen retracted his aura and stretched out his palm, gently touching the egg in Princess Huang's hand. Buzz. However, a strange thing happened. When he touched the egg seemed to have a mind of its own and avoided him directly. What's going on? Fong Chen and Princess Huang were astonished. This egg had clearly absorbed the two divine beast bloodlines in Fong Chen's body, which was why it became like this. But now it didn't allow Fong Chen to touch it. Could it be because of your primordial bloodline? Fong Chen asked. This was the only explanation. Otherwise, what else could it be? His intuition told him that this egg was definitely not an ordinary item. It was very likely that it was left behind from the ancient era. However, Fong Chen couldn't recognize it no matter how hard he racked his brains. Princess Huang couldn't do it either. She tried to place the egg on the ground. After leaving Princess Huang's palm, the egg moved restlessly for a moment but soon calmed down. However, Fong Chen felt a suction force that was secretly pulling at the two divine beast bloodlines in his body. Amen. With a thought, Fong Chen took the initiative to release his perfect bloodline. The aura of the divine beast bloodlines spread out and enveloped his palm. After that, he touched the egg once again. Unexpectedly, the egg didn't dodge this time. Instead, it happily jumped into Fong Chen's hand. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The power of the two divine beast bloodlines was constantly being absorbed by the egg. Fong Chen was even more certain that the suction force he felt earlier came from the egg in the limestone. What egg is this? Princess Huang asked. To be able to survive in the core area of the Death Cliff, it was definitely not an ordinary item. Fong Chen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. While the two of them were exploring the secrets of the egg, the core area began to tremble. The clansmen of the Jialua clan also began to move. They guarded the reincarnation road, not allowing anyone to approach. At the same time, they also paid close attention to the birth of the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact. Jiajia wanted to leave the encampment several times to find Fong Chen, but he was stopped by Elder Jiayuan. In truth, Elder Jiayuan also wanted to meet Fong Chen. After all, he was part of the Great Sovereign's faction. However, according to him, these were troubled times. It was best not to leave the base so easily. Otherwise, if there were any problems, it would bring unnecessary trouble to the Jialua clan. Jiajia was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Undercurrents were surging in the core area. One after another, experts from the ancient era woke up from their deep slumber. The names of Xing Wang, Emperor Miayu, and the others gradually spread. Especially Great Emperor Miayu, who was enraged because of his beauty, did not hesitate to slaughter peerless experts. But in the end, he still failed to rescue Ling Xian from the Soul River. After that, some people said that they saw Great Emperor Miayu in the core area. He seemed to be planning to break through the path of reincarnation. Others said that Great Emperor Miayu and Xingwang had teamed up. They were plotting to take control of the core area and use it as a foundation to control the entire Death Cliff. Others said that they saw a flying dragon descending from the heavens. Giant fire-breathing beasts broke out of the ground. In short, one legend after another appeared. The entire Death Cliff seemed to have undergone a huge change. All the martial artists who entered had their thoughts subtly changed. Some of them died here, and some of them fled out of fear. Of course, more people were looking for opportunities. It was a ghastly and terrifying place. As far as the eye could see, there were bones everywhere, giving off an incomparably oppressive feeling. There was an altar here, and there was a demonic beast on top of it. It opened its bloody mouth and roared at the sky. It was the ancestor of the monster race. It had used a forbidden secret technique and paid the price of its physical body to survive in the ashes. Now, it had finally formed a new physical body with the help of thousands of bones. However, its physical body was still in the growth stage. Damn you, you destroyed my physical body, stole my fortune, and annihilated my race. If I don't kill you in this life, I swear I won't be a monster. The ancestor of the monster race roared in anger. Originally, it led its race to live in the dragon-slaying cave. Although there were limitations, at least its race was growing steadily. Who knew that Fang Chen's appearance would completely disrupt the situation in the dragon-slaying cave? If it knew this would happen, it would have directly cut off Fang Chen's head. In order to avenge its race, it formed an alliance with Sword Lunatic and came to the Death Cliff. It had wandered around the gates of hell several times and almost died. In the end, it survived. Just you wait. I'll make you beg for death. Chaos Realm. Ancient Chaos Realm, human race's sacred island. There were countless geniuses on the sacred island. However, no matter how they cultivated, there was an existence above them that they could never surpass. That was the leader of the human race, Lord Fang Chen. Although Fang Chen had disappeared for a long time, his deeds were passed down from generation to generation. Not long ago, Star Emperor stepped into the Saint Realm and became one of the top cultivators of the human race. With her guarding, the human race was safe. Her daughter, Fang Shi, was also talented. She stood out among hundreds of millions of people. Many top cultivators wanted to take her as a disciple, but she decided to stay by her mother's side to take care of her mother and two younger brothers. In the square, Star and Moon was dressed in purple. Her face was still beautiful and stunning. Her body was full of a noble aura. When people saw her from afar, they were in awe. Mother! A mischievous woman came to Star and Moon's side. Why are you here again? Behind her, Fang Han and Fang Yun also came. When they saw the statue of their father, their faces dimmed. After so many years, there had been no news of their father. They were very worried. Mother, father is a hero. He will overcome all difficulties, Fang Han said. Yes, father is the leader of the human race. He will definitely come back, Fang Yun said. Fang Shi held her mother's arm and bowed deeply to the statue of her father. She comforted her mother. She knew very well how her mother had survived all these years. Masteress, senior sister. Suddenly, a voice came from the distance again. Tian Xian and Kong Jiu had also arrived. They were Fang Chen's disciples. Now in the ancient Chaos Realm, they were also famous and had outstanding combat strength. The great sage sent a message. Even with Tian Xian's calm personality, he was still very excited. As for Kong Jiu, he directly told them the news from the great sage. The great sage said that Master is fine and told us not to worry. Brother Chen, hearing this, Star and Moon's eyes were filled with tears. Fang Shi and her two younger brothers grinned. Chapter 3892. Ancient Chaos, the old site of the Gu family. Once upon a time, the younger generation of the Gu family had some relationship with Fang Shi. But in the end, the Gu family wanted to kill Fang Shi for the sake of the family's rise. In the end, Fang Chen was enraged and suppressed the Gu family with his own strength. Even the strongest genius of the Gu family, Gu Tianhua, was defeated by Fang Chen. In the end, the Gu family's ancestors in the God's Fall battlefield stole him away. In the end, the Gu family was saved from destruction. However, since then, the Gu family had declined. After all, they had offended the leader of the human race, Fang Chen. Although Fang Chen was magnanimous and did not bicker with the Gu family, the other forces did not think so. Over the years, countless forces had tried to attract Fong Chen's attention. They tried to find out everything about Fong Chen. In the end, they learned about the feud between Fong Chen and the Gu family. After that, they used various reasons to make things difficult for the Gu family and suppress them. In the beginning, the Gu family could still handle it, but as time passed, the Gu family's cultivation resources were constantly weakened. The forces that suppressed the Gu family grew stronger and stronger. This also caused the Gu family to be unable to do as they wished. They even lost their territory in shame. This caused the Gu family to suffer great losses. They had no choice but to gather their clansmen and give up most of their territory, holing up in their headquarters. The Gu family's headquarters. Fong Chen has not appeared for many years. I think he must have died in the God's Fall battlefield, said the Gu family's upper echelon. The God's Fall battlefield is extremely dangerous. Those who enter will most likely die. Even our ancestors cannot escape unscathed. I don't believe that Fong Chen is still alive. In fact, the Gu family had been on tenterhooks during this period of suppression. They were afraid that Fong Chen would return and destroy the Gu family. But now, after careful investigation, they discovered that Fong Chen had most likely died in the God's Fall battlefield. This caused them to be restless. In addition, a certain ancestor had returned from the God Fall battlefield with shocking news. They were even more convinced that Fong Chen had died. Our Gu clan can't just sit here and wait for death. We must launch a counterattack. That's right. With the ancestor here, the human race's sacred land can't do anything to our Gu clan. I have an idea. First, we'll capture Fong Chen's wife and children. Then, we'll use them to threaten the human sacred land. Countless upper echelons of the Gu family expressed their stance. They had been oppressed for too long. With the return of the old ancestor, it was time for them to rise up. Everyone. Gu Tianhua's father seemed to have gone through a lot. Back then, his son had dazzled the entire primordial chaos and was seen as the best successor to the human race's leadership. At that time, as a father, he also enjoyed the admiration of tens of thousands of people. That was until Fong Chen's appearance, which shattered all illusions and almost destroyed the Gu family. If there was someone in the Gu family who hated Fong Chen the most, it would be him. However, he was rather cautious at the moment. We can't be sure if Fong Chen is dead or alive. If he isn't, we won't be able to bear the consequences. Hearing this, everyone looked at Gu Tianhua's father. I say, old Gu, aren't you being too cautious? With the old ancestor here, the strongest humans can't do anything to us. What are you worried about? Soon, everyone reached a unanimous decision and began to act. Gu Tianhua's father opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end. On this day, the strong cultivators of the Gu family left one after another and sneaked into the human sacred land, waiting for an opportunity to capture Fong Chen's family. Not long after, the first group sent back news that they had successfully captured Fong Han. Immediately after, the second group also sent back news that Fong Yu had also been captured. The third group targeted Fong Shi. Their original plan was flawless, but they had underestimated Fong Shi's strength. The latter was once known as the Empress in the primordial chaos. She had displayed earth-shattering power and caused the third group to suffer a crushing defeat. Of course, she was also seriously injured and disappeared. The fourth group targeted Star and Moon. Before they could get close, they were slaughtered by Star and Moon. The sacred island was shocked, and the upper echelons of the human race were shocked. Huff, huff, huff. In the sacred island residence, Tian Xin and Kong Jiu returned, panting. They looked at their master's wife and asked anxiously, "What happened? Who dares to attack senior sister?" At that moment, Xing Yu was wearing purple clothes. She had a cold expression on her face, and her long hair was fluttering in the wind. Her two sons had been captured, and her daughter was seriously injured. It was unknown if she was still alive. As a mother, how could she possibly remain calm? Behind her, Many of the upper echelons of the human race also had cold expressions. Something had happened to the family of the human race's leader in the primordial chaos. How could they face this? It's the Gu family, Star and Moon said coldly. It's them. Tion Xian said angrily. Back then, Master was soft-hearted and didn't destroy their family. I didn't expect them to attack Senior Sister. They're courting death. I'll go to the Gu family now, destroy them, and save Senior Sister and the others. Kong Jiu was impatient and was about to leave, but Star and Moon stopped him. Star and Moon waved her hand. Don't be rash. Since they dared to attack, it means that they have nothing to fear. In the current primordial chaos, the human race had absolute power. As the leader of the human race, Fang Chen's voice was very loud, and the upper echelons of the human race were very loyal to him. Under such circumstances, the Gu family must have had something to rely on if they dared to attack. What are they relying on? Asked one of the upper echelons. Could it be that they think the leader died in the God's Fall battlefield? Someone else asked. Just as everyone was thinking, the person in charge of intelligence ran over in a hurry. News just came from the front line. Someone started a massacre in the Gu family's headquarters and fought fiercely with the experts of the Gu family. Who is it? Asked Kong Jiu. That person has a battle axe. After hearing the description, Star and Moon and the others instantly understood. That person was a barbarian, Fang Chen's sworn brother. They didn't expect that he would directly rush to the Gu family's headquarters after disappearing for a long time while in seclusion. Just as the intelligence officer was speaking, the communication token rang again, and a message came from it. Mr. Qing Ho has also appeared in the Gu family's headquarters. Everyone was shocked. These two had disappeared for a long time, and now they appeared at the same time, going to war with the Gu family at all costs. This brotherly love was very touching. What are we waiting for? If the two of you aren't afraid, what are we afraid of? Said Kong Jiu. That's right. We can't let the two of you take the lead. Star and Moon nodded, her eyes filled with extremely cold, killing intent. Her purple dress and long hair fluttered without wind. At this moment, she was as dazzling as the Empress. Her red lips moved slightly, and her voice shook everyone's hearts. Let's go. When the news spread, the entire primordial chaos was shaken, especially those forces that had suppressed and targeted the Gu family. They were all stunned, not understanding why the Gu family suddenly went berserk. Chapter 3893. The Gu family's actions had angered the entire ancient chaos. Now, under the leadership of their leader, the human race was thriving and all the major forces were unified like never before. However, at this critical juncture, the Gu family captured the leader's two sons and even heavily injured his daughter, Fang Shi. After learning of this news, the various powers began to take action. On the sacred island of the human race, the higher-ups of the human race led the army and set off. Their target was the Gu family's territory. At this moment, in the sky above the Gu family's territory, an earth-shattering battle broke out. The barbarian's axe swept across the sky and earth. His every move could cause the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. After knowing that Fang Chen's two sons had been captured, the barbarian immediately attacked. The battle had been going on for 3 days and 3 nights. The entire wilderness was covered in blood and corpses were piled up like mountains. The Gu family could not do anything to the barbarian. In the end, the Gu family's ancestor attacked and wanted to suppress the barbarian. How dare you come to the Gu family and behave so atrociously? You're courting death. The Gu family's ancestor stood with his hands behind his back. His dark eyes stared at the barbarian. The latter was wearing tattered clothes and his hair was fluffy. He gave off an indolent feeling. However, everyone could feel an extremely cold, murderous intent from him. He was the god's killer, the barbarian. In the past, he and Fang Chen had fought side by side, becoming life and death brothers. Afterwards, Fang Chun had gone to the God's Fall battlefield to explore, while he had gone into seclusion to cultivate in various forbidden lands of the primeval chaos. Over the years, his strength had risen to an extremely terrifying level. Unless a martial emperor expert intervened, no one could do anything to him. If not for this incident, he would not have appeared at all. My brother has made great contributions to the human race. The immemorial chaos is where it is today because of my brother's life. He left the immemorial chaos and went to the God's Fall battlefield to explore the mysteries of the God's Fall battlefield. He wanted to lead the immemorial chaos to rise again. However, you are so despicable. You took advantage of my brother's absence to attack his child. You are a disgrace to the cultivation world. The barbarian's words made everyone's expression change. However, the Gu family's stance was very firm. When they decided to take revenge, they had thought of all the consequences. They concluded that it was very likely that Fang Chun had died in the God's Fall battlefield. Even if he hadn't died, it was impossible for him to return in an extremely short amount of time. It was even unknown if he could return at all. Under such circumstances, the Gu family had to make a decision. They chose revenge. Fang Chun is extremely cruel, yet you all respect him as your leader. My Gu clan will not accept this. The old ancestor of the Gu family said coldly, "Back then, my Gu family was the backbone of the human race. We defended against external enemies many times, but in order to curry favor with the leader, you secretly joined forces to encircle and annihilate my Gu family. Do you really think that my Gu family is a fish on the chopping board that can be slaughtered by anyone?" The members of the Gu family gathered in front of the Gu family city. They were using their actions to support the old ancestors' decision, bullying the weak and even attacking the younger generation. Your Gu clan is truly shameless. The barbarian held his battle axe and swung it horizontally. Suddenly, the void in front of him was cut open. He said coldly, "If the Gu family wants to fight, the barbarians will accompany you to the end. But before that, I hope you can let go of my brother's 2 sons." The old ancestor of the Gu family shook his head. They had spent a lot of effort to capture Fang Chen's 2 sons in order to punish the star and moon. Now they were going to let them go just like that? Was that possible? Obviously not. Boom. The barbarian attacked. The battle axe in his hand fiercely slashed the heavens and the earth. Rays of bright light intertwined in the sky and finally merged together. Crack. The barbarian used the strongest technique that he had learned over the years. Just one swing of the axe was enough to change the color of the heavens and the earth. Seeing this, the old ancestor of the Gu family was slightly shocked. He quickly took action. He formed a seal with both hands and used the withered tree rejuvenation technique, forcibly repairing the sky that the barbarian had cut open. Kill. The barbarian stomped his feet and his body soared into the sky. The battle axe swept across the sky. His body exuded an unparalleled power. However, the old ancestor of the Gu family was already prepared. With a thought, the array above the wasteland rose into the sky and trapped the barbarian within it. You dare to behave atrociously in my Gu family? What a joke! Whoosh! After the array trapped the barbarian, it let out a rustling sound. Yellow sand filled the sky and was unusually violent. Within the array, several special forces spread out. When they came into contact with the barbarian's body, they actually imprisoned him. Roar! The barbarian roared to the sky. He wanted to hold the battle axe tightly, but he was powerless. Die. The old ancestor of the Gu family used the array to suppress the barbarian and wanted to kill him. At this moment, in the distant sky, a bright light came across the sky and fiercely hit the array. Crack! Signs of cracks appeared on the array. The earth shook and the mountains shook. The binding on the barbarian was instantly broken. The battle axe fell into his hand. He fiercely slashed at the old ancestor of the Gu family who was attacking in front of him. Dong dong dong! The old ancestor of the Gu family was forced to retreat. The barbarian's body staggered. He barely managed to stand firm and retreat from the broken array. At this moment, the crowd realized that the one who had just hit the array was actually a puppet. Seeing this, the barbarian was overjoyed. He knew who it was. It's the puppet emperor, Qing Ho. The upper echelons of the Gu family were all shocked. Back then, Qing Ho and Fang Chen had mistakenly entered the old site of the ancient era's sky puppet race. The two of them had both cultivated the puppet arts of the sky puppet race. However, Qing Ho had unparalleled potential in the path of puppetry and was chosen as the successor of the sky puppet race. In the following years, Qing Ho had been cultivating the path of puppetry and once again led the sky puppet race to the peak. The current Qing Ho had already made a name for himself in the ancient primal chaos. When people saw his puppets, their expressions all changed. Boom! The old ancestor of the Gu family was furious. He smashed the puppet with one palm. His pitch-black eyes stared at the distant sky. A black figure was approaching from afar. Brother Qing Ho. A rare smile appeared on the barbarian's cold face. Are you okay? Qing Ho came to the barbarian's side and asked. The barbarian shook his head. Only then did Qing Ho look at the old ancestor of the Gu family. Are you the Gu family's backer? Old ancestor, be careful. The upper echelons of the Gu family revealed Qing Ho's identity and warned the old ancestor to be careful of Qing Ho's puppet arts. The old ancestor of the Gu family smiled sinisterly. Since my Gu family dares to take revenge, it means that we have full confidence. Don't you think that the two of you can take people away from my Gu family's territory? Aren't you too naive? The experts of the Saint Island are already on their way. I advise you not to make a mistake and obediently release the two of them. Otherwise, no one will be able to save your Gu family, Qing Ho said. Beside him, 9 puppets lined up in a row. Their auras shook the sky. This was the Imperial Puppet. Chapter 3894. The immemorial chaos had evolved over the years and the spiritual qi had recovered. The cultivation environment had gradually changed and the Emperor Realm was no longer unreachable. There were even some Emperor Realm experts on the human race's Saint Island. And now, although Qing Ho was not in the martial Emperor Realm, he was respectfully called the Puppet Emperor. From this point, one could see how strong his attainments in the puppet Dao were. He was the most outstanding and talented puppet master in the history of the Sky Puppeteer clan. The Gu family didn't take Qing Ho seriously at first. But when Qing Ho released the Emperor puppets, the Gu family members' expressions changed drastically. Especially the higher-ups of the Gu family. They had grown up in the immemorial chaos, and were naturally afraid of the Emperor Realm. They were extremely shocked and reminded the Gu family's ancestor to be careful. The old ancestor of the Gu family waved his sleeves, a look of disdain on his face. In the God's Fall battlefield, he had seen all sorts of storms and waves. It was just a mere Emperor Realm puppet. Even if a true Emperor Realm powerhouse came, he wouldn't be afraid. After today, he would let the world know that the Gu family was still the top Gu family and he wouldn't allow anyone to bully them. Of course, before that, he had to kill this arrogant fellow. Only then would he be able to intimidate the primordial chaos space. Buzz! Qing Ho's hands quickly formed a seal. The 9 Emperor puppets beside him released a terrifying power. They were like walking corpses. Under Qing Ho's control, they formed a battle formation and attacked the Gu family's ancestor. Spring comes to a withered tree. The old ancestor of the Gu family roared in a low voice. He stomped his feet and a blue energy surged out from his palms. The instant the blue energy appeared, the color of the world changed. The Gu family members were completely stunned when they saw the blue power. Oh my God, it's the Gu family's long-lost supreme secret technique. The Blue Conqueror Heavenly Skill. Ha ha ha, once the Gu family's supreme secret technique, the Blue Conqueror Heavenly Skill, is used, Who can compete with us? Many of the Gu family members thought of the scene when the Gu family dominated the immemorial chaos. At that time, they used the Blue Conqueror heavenly skill to defeat countless experts and establish the Gu family's dominance. However, when the Battle of Gods broke out, the immemorial chaos was greatly affected. All the old ancestors of the Gu clan entered the Battle of Gods. Because of this, the Gu clan's supreme secret technique, Blue Conqueror heavenly skill, was lost. As a result, the Gu family gradually declined. Unexpectedly, not only did the old ancestor come back alive from the Godfall battlefield, he even managed to cultivate the long-lost supreme secret technique, Blue Conquering heavenly art. The Gu family members were extremely excited. Boom! Boom! The Gu family's old ancestor attacked with all his might. In the blink of an eye, dozens of blue rays of light were condensed. These blue rays of light crisscrossed and intertwined in the air. At the point where they intersected, blue flames burst forth. So cold. The blue flames contained an extremely cold aura. Everyone looked at the blue flames and felt their heads shake. They lost consciousness in an instant. Fortunately, the upper echelons of the Gu clan acted and covered the battlefield, preventing everyone from being corroded by the blue flames. If I'm not wrong, the old ancestor has already condensed the true self flame, the current clan leader of the Gu clan said excitedly. As the current clan leader of the Gu clan, he was very familiar with the history of the Gu clan. He was also very clear about the Blue Conqueror heavenly skill. He knew that only when the Blue Conqueror heavenly skill was cultivated to a certain level could one condense the true self flame. The true self flame could freeze the primordial spirit of an ancient martial art practitioner. Go! The Gu family's old ancestor flicked his finger. The crisscrossing blue energy in the air condensed into the true self flame and instantly charged towards the 9 Emperor puppet. Although the true self flame was targeted at the primordial spirit of an ancient martial art practitioner, it contained an extremely cold power that could freeze everything in the world. Even the Emperor puppets were helpless in front of the true self flame. The 9 Emperor puppets were enveloped by the true self flame at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, their control centers were frozen. Ching Ho's eyelids twitched. He did not panic but continued to control the Emperor puppets, trying to break free from the true self flame. At the same time, he released a large number of ordinary puppets to interfere with the Gu family's old ancestor. Let me help you. Seeing this, the barbarian could not hold back anymore. He raised his axe and slashed at the true self flame. Crack! The sound of metal colliding rang out. The barbarian's axe was instantly imprisoned in midair when it hit the true self flame. However, to everyone's surprise, the true self flame did not freeze the barbarian's axe. What material is this? The Gu family's old ancestor's pupils shrank. He was greatly shocked. He did not expect that there would be such a heaven-defying metal in the immemorial chaos. It was simply shocking. Open for me. The barbarian grinned. His axe was made of the most special metal in the world, Longzhen gold. Before Fang Chen left the immemorial chaos, he had helped him obtain it from an ancient relic. He had invited the strongest blacksmith in the immemorial chaos to forge it for 300 years. Only then did he manage to forge a very crude axe. According to the blacksmith, he had spent his entire life forging such a crude axe. If he continued to improve it, he would most likely lose his life. Crack! The Longzhen gold was too tough and contained a domineering power. The true self flame could not do anything to it. It was instantly split open by the sharp axe. The 9 Emperor puppets also regained their mobility. Ching Ho nodded at the barbarian. Then, the two of them fought side by side against the Gu family's old ancestor. In a city far away from the Gu family's territory, a teleportation formation flashed. Then, countless experts walked out. The leader was Star and Moon. Behind him, Fang Chen's disciples and many of the higher-ups of the human clan were filled with boundless anger. This city is the closest to the Gu family's territory, the higher-ups of the human clan said. Before the Gu family launched their attack, they had already cut off all the teleportation formations between the Gu family's territory and other cities. As a result, they could only use the teleportation formation closest to the Gu family's territory to reach their destination. Based on our speed, we will reach the Gu family's territory in about 3 days. The higher-ups of the human clan continued. According to the information we received, the barbarian and Mr. Ching Ho are fighting the Gu family's old ancestor together. An Emperor Realm old ancestor? Star and Moon's white cheeks were filled with coldness. Touching the reverse scale of a dragon meant certain death. Her reverse scale was her family. If the Gu family dared to touch her family, they should be prepared to die. So what if they were in the Emperor Realm? Did they think the Fong family had no one? The Gu family dared to start a war so openly. I think they must have something to rely on. The one we know so far is an Emperor Realm old ancestor. Humph, no matter what they rely on, they dared to attack Master's family. Their entire family should be killed. Chapter 3895. Since the Gu family dared to start a war and attack the Gu family so brazenly, they must have something to rely on and were confident of winning. After all, if they failed, they would have to face all the humans in the ancient chaos. Then, the Gu family would be completely destroyed. Therefore, no matter what, they could not afford to fail this time. They had to succeed. The return of the Gu family's ancestor and the various backup plans of the Gu family led to the Gu family's long-planned plan to surface. Star and Moon, dressed in purple robes, had a cold expression. Her voice was cold and murderous. A dragon's reverse scale was a matter of life and death. Her family was her reverse scale. The Gu family. Star and Moon said coldly. If anything happens to my son, I will make them wish they were dead. As soon as she finished speaking, the group quickly headed for the Gu family's territory. Kong Jiu and Tian Xian were very anxious. They walked at the front and could not wait to rescue Fong Han and Fong Yun. Senior brother, after entering the Gu family's territory, Mistress and the others will hold back the Gu family's experts. The two of us will look for Fong Yun and Fong Han. Kong Jiu opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he shook his head and did not say anything else. However, as his senior brother, how could Tian Xian not know what Kong Jiu was thinking? Junior brother, no matter what happens, I will take care of it. You must absolutely listen to my orders, Tian Xian said. Rescuing Fong Yun and Fong Han would definitely be very troublesome. They might even lose their lives. In the face of a disaster, Tian Xian naturally would not watch his junior brother risk his life. No matter what, he, as the senior brother, would take the lead. Senior brother, Kong Jiu said with red eyes, without Master, we wouldn't be who we are today. In order to save the world, Master reincarnated into the origin world, but now his son has been kidnapped by rebels. If I don't rescue Fong Yun and Fong Han safely, I won't have the face to see Master again. Tian Xian trembled. Yes, as his master's disciple, he did not take good care of his master's family. He felt guilty. Along the way, everyone's hearts were heavy. Star and Moon in particular did not say a word. Her entire body emitted an extremely cold aura. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The moment the group stepped into the Gu family's territory, they instantly felt the aura of an intense battle. It's the two martial uncles. Kong Jiu pointed ahead and said. Star and Moon's eyes flickered. Through the endless void, they saw the battle in front of the Gu family's city. The Gu family's ancestor was fighting against the barbarians and Ching Ho by himself. They can't hold on any longer, Star and Moon said hurriedly. His figure flashed and disappeared from the wasteland. The upper echelons of the human tribe were also marching towards the Gu family's city. At this moment, on the plains in front of the Gu family city, the ancestor of the Gu family used the strongest secret technique of the Gu family. He also activated the killing array that the other ancestors of the Gu family had risked their lives to obtain in the God's Fall battlefield. With the help of the barbarians, Qing Ho once again gained control of the 9 Emperor Jowls. However, the ancestor of the Gu clan was too strong. He was a true Emperor realm expert, and a Yang Essence realm expert at that. When Qing Ho worked with the barbarians and the 9 Emperor maces, they barely reached the Yin Essence stage. Compared to the old ancestor of the Gu clan, there was a huge difference. Boom! The ancestor of the Gu family suddenly pressed down with his palm. Immediately, the 9 Emperor maces in the killing array were suppressed. Qing Ho and the barbarians felt that something was wrong. They wanted to dodge, but it was too late. A giant void handprint pressed down on Qing Ho and the barbarians. Damn it! The barbarian's eyes were filled with stubbornness. He held the battle axe made of long zhenggold and slashed it down, blocking the giant void handprint. Crack! Even long zhenggold showed signs of cracking in front of the giant void handprint. You go first. The barbarians roared. However, Qing Ho shook his head. I have the 9 Emperor maces. I can deal with him and create a chance for you to escape. You go first. I'm confident that I can escape unscathed. The barbarians shook his head. He had a simple and honest personality. If he recognized a friend, he would be that friend for life. Even if he died, he would not leave first. Crack! Cracks spread out on the battle axe made of long zhenggold. It seemed that the two of them could not hold on any longer. Poochie! Qing Ho forcefully controlled the 9 Emperor maces. In the end, he suffered a backlash. He spat out blood and his face turned pale. Without the help of the battle axe, the barbarians were also heavily injured. Crack! Another deafening sound rang out. The battle axe shattered. So what if you're long zhenggold? The Gu family's ancestor looked down on the ground like a death god. Am I going to die? The barbarians fell on the ground. He was not afraid of death, but he did not want to die in vain. His goal was to save his good brother's son. We failed. Qing Ho's expression dimmed. The 9 Emperor maces had also lost control. They were in chaos. The sofa formation kept shrinking. Qing Ho and the barbarians could not escape. Ha ha ha, ancestor is too strong. The Gu family's current leader laughed happily. The other family members also cheered excitedly. Ever since Fang Chen defeated Gu Tianhua, the Gu family had been quiet for a long time. During this time, the Gu family had suffered unprecedented humiliation. Now they could finally stand up straight. From now on, the Gu family would become the absolute overlord of the immemorial chaos. Ancestor is mighty. In the Gu family's city, someone shouted. Immediately the others followed. Their voices shook the sky. Going against the Gu family is simply courting death. The Gu family's ancestor sneered. He looked at Qing Ho and the barbarians mockingly. I know you are unwilling, but unfortunately, I never leave anyone alive. As his voice fell, the Gu family's ancestor slapped down, wanting to end their lives. However, at this moment, in the distant sky, a vast and cold aura pierced through the void. The Gu family's ancestor saw this and raised his hand. With a bang, the cold aura was shattered. He looked up. The human race's Saint Island's army had finally arrived. Human race? The Gu family's ancestor licked his dry lips and said eerily, If you dare to touch them, I will destroy your family. Star and Moon's cold and emotionless voice came from the sky. The Gu family dares to betray the human race and attack the leader's family. This is a capital offense. Betraying the human race means 9 generations of your family will be exterminated. Humph, how audacious. The upper echelons of the human race rebuked angrily. Kong Jiu and Tian Xin rushed to the front. In an instant, they arrived in front of the killing array. Boom, boom, boom. The two joined forces and attacked the killing array. They wanted to save the battered and exhausted Qing Ho and the barbarians. Are you courting death? The Gu family's ancestor said disdainfully. Ching Ho and the barbarians joined forces. Their combat prowess was comparable to a essence stage expert, but they were still suppressed by him. How dare these two brats act so arrogantly in front of him? Die. The Gu family's ancestor slapped out again. However, this time, it was Star and Moon who attacked. Purple robes flickered. Star and Moon blocked the Gu family's ancestor's attack. Then, with a flick of his finger, a crescent moon appeared and bombarded the killing array, blasting a hole in it. Chapter 3896. Swoosh. Almost immediately, Ching Ho and the barbarian quickly withdrew from the killing array. Boom. 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 Then, the killing array exploded, and the deafening sound resounded through the sky. The ancestor of the Gu family looked up, and his dark eyes stared at Star and Moon and the others. Then, he grinned. After so many years of planning, he had finally waited for this day. Are they finally here? The ancestor of the Gu family said eerily. They're much slower than I expected. In fact, he thought that Star and Moon would be the first to arrive after Fong Han and Fong Yun were captured. Who would have thought that the barbarian and Ching Ho would rush over immediately after hearing the news and risk their lives? This was beyond his expectations. However, everything was under control. Even if all the strong cultivators of the human race's holy island came out, it would be useless. Release Yun and Han. Star and Moon's voice contained an extremely cold aura. Her red lips were covered with a layer of frost, and she was in a state of rage. As a mother, she couldn't even protect her own children. This was the last thing she wanted to see. Is the Gu family betraying the human race? Humph, your actions will bring a destructive disaster to the Gu family. Release the leader's two sons quickly, or don't blame us for being impolite. The higher-ups of the human race all angrily rebuked. However, Fong Han and Fong Yun were in the hands of the Gu family, so they didn't dare to act rashly. They had to listen to Star and Moon's orders. Sister-in-law. The barbarian and Ching Ho came before Star and Moon. They lowered their heads and said with some shame, "We couldn't save Han and Yun." Looking at the two of them, a gentle look appeared on Star and Moon's cold face. She said, "Thank you for risking your lives to save Yun and Han." The two of them waved. They were brothers with Fong Chen. How could they sit by and do nothing when his sons were in trouble? Humph. The old ancestor of the Gu clan stood with his hands behind his back. He was arrogant as he looked down at the crowd with a look of disdain. Back then, Fong Chen bullied the Gu clan. It's time to settle this score. Impudent! The upper echelon of the human race said angrily. If it weren't for the leader's mercy back then, your Gu family would have been wiped out long ago. Who would have thought that not only would you not care about old friendships, you would even repay kindness with evil? This is simply a great humiliation. The old ancestor of the Gu clan shook his head. The rise of the Gu clan was inevitable. He was confident that he could control the entire immemorial chaos unless Fong Chen returned. But he knew very well that it was extremely likely that Fong Chen had perished in the God's Fall battlefield. Wanting to return was simply a fantasy. Before Star and Moon and the others took action, Kong Jiu and Tian Xin had already sent a message to the Great Sovereign. The Great Sovereign had deliberately left an avatar in the primordial chaos in order to help Fong Chen resolve his worries. When he heard the news, he was also somewhat furious and immediately sent the Bloodline King to the primordial chaos to suppress the Gu clan. Fong Chen, who was in the origin world, was completely unaware. He was still in a strange space in the core of the Death Cliff, exploring the strange egg. These days, Fong Chen had been studying the egg. Every time he circulated the bloodlines of the two divine beasts, the abnormal reaction of the egg would intensify. This made him suspect that the egg was related to the ancient divine beasts. The four ancient divine beasts were the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. He possessed the bloodlines of the vermilion bird and the black tortoise, so he was very familiar with these two divine beasts. but he didn't know anything about the other divine beast. Now that the egg could cause abnormal reactions from the bloodlines of two divine beasts at the same time, it was enough to prove that it might be an egg left behind by one of the four ancient divine beasts. Could it be the white tiger egg? Princess Huang asked. She vaguely sensed that the egg seemed to contain an extremely domineering and fierce aura. This aura was extremely similar to the legendary white tiger. I'm not too sure. Fang Chen shook his head. Ever since he started cultivating in the ancient Sword Continent's Divine Wind Nation, he had personally dealt with the Dragon Clan. But that was only with the ordinary Dragon Clan. The Azure Dragon was the supreme existence of the Dragon Clan. It was also the only chaotic Supreme Realm expert in the Dragon Clan. The structure of the egg and the power inside seemed to be a bit like the Azure Dragon. No matter what, this egg must be related to the ancient divine beast. Let's put it away first, Princess Huang said. Since they didn't know the details of the egg, they might as well put it away. After all, their first task was to find the Ghost Emperor's ghost weapon and bring it back to the primitive tribe. Time was tight. The Ghost Emperor's ghost weapon would be born soon. They had to reach their destination before then and wait for an opportunity to act. Okay. With a thought, Fang Chen kept it in his arms. Then, he used the bloodlines of the two divine beasts to wrap it up and prevent it from moving. After doing all this, Fang Chen and Princess Huang looked at each other. Then, they said, let's leave this place first. Back then, a dazzling light burst out from the end of the mountain range and killed Yaoing, bringing the two of them into this magical place. He guessed that this place should still be at the end of the mountain range. It was just that the surroundings were sealed. After we go out, be careful. Fang Chen reminded. Yao Ying's death would definitely infuriate the Yao Ying clan. If they met again, there would definitely be a bloody battle. Princess Huang nodded. Let's find a way out first. The two of them began to look for a way out. However, even they didn't notice that in the egg in Fang Chen's arms, a weak rune flashed and quickly disappeared into the ground. Not long after, something strange happened to the ground. Traces of reincarnation aura seeped out from the ground. Far away in the Jialua clan's encampment, Jiajiu immediately sensed that something was wrong with the reincarnation road. He immediately reported this to Elder Jia Yuan. After a serious analysis, Elder Jia Yuan said, it should be a place on the reincarnation road that was accidentally destroyed by a martial artist and leaked the reincarnation aura. They guarded the reincarnation road at the core of the Death Cliff. As long as something strange happened to the reincarnation road, they would be the first to know. According to my calculations, the problem with the reincarnation road should be at the end of the Jufire mountain range. Elder Jia Yuan pondered. Now that the other clansmen in the encampment are busy, only you can handle this matter. Go to the end of the Jufire mountain range and repair the reincarnation road. Jiajiu nodded. Elder Jia Yuan, don't worry. I will complete this task perfectly. Just as Jiajiu was about to leave, Elder Jia Yuan stretched out his hand and patted him on the shoulder. He said sincerely, Jiajiu, I watched you grow up. I treat you like family and don't want anything to happen to you. The world has changed. A calamity will befall our Jialua clan. No matter what you do, you cannot be careless. Otherwise, you will lose your life. Chapter 3897. In the pitch-black passageway, Fang Chen and Princess Huang moved forward cautiously. They had to ponder for a long time for every step they took. Because as the two of them went deeper, Fang Chen sensed that there seemed to be a killing formation hidden underground. Once they took a wrong step, they would definitely encounter unimaginable danger. Also, this place was abnormally strange. It might even be related to the egg in the limestone. Fang Chen didn't dare to be careless. After walking for an unknown period of time, Fang Chen suddenly saw a flash of light ahead. His eyes flashed and he instantly became alert. Princess Huang also noticed the change in Fang Chen. She hurriedly asked, "Did you discover something?" "There's a flash of light ahead." If I'm not wrong, it should be the end of the passageway, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Be careful. I keep feeling that something is wrong here. Ever since she obtained her mother's inheritance in the Soul River, her primordial bloodline was gradually activated. Incomplete memories of the inheritance appeared in her mind. Her intuition told her that there was great danger here. Follow behind me. If you encounter danger, retreat immediately, Fang Chen said. After that, they continued to move forward. Not long later, they arrived at the place where the light flashed. As expected, after searching for a while, he discovered that the passageway here had become illusory. He stretched out his hand and touched it. He could feel the boundless starry sky in his palm. What's going on? Fang Chen was shocked. Universe in the palm? What was going on? Buzz. The egg in his arms suddenly started to struggle. It broke away from Fang Chen and floated before him. Runes flashed and imprinted themselves in the void. Next, with a boom, a door appeared in the void. The egg took the lead and rushed in. When Fang Chen saw this, he gritted his teeth and rushed in as well. In the immemorial chaos in the territory of the Gu clan, the battle had reached its climax. Although Fang Chen had repaired the primordial chaos and restored the heavenly Tao, the power of heaven and earth was still thin and the rules were incomplete. It was very difficult for cultivators to step into the Emperor realm. Fortunately, the upper echelons of the human race gradually grasped the secret technique to step into the Emperor realm again. During this period of time, several Emperor realm experts were born. However, most of them remained at the in-essence stage. As for Star and Moon, she was the Star Emperor and the Great Leader's wife. She had accumulated 2 lifetimes of cultivation experience and was the strongest human cultivator apart from Fang Chen. She was a bona fide peak in-essence expert, only 1 step away from the Yang essence stage. However, that step had troubled her for a long time. The strength of the Gu family's ancestor was exceedingly high. The Star and Moon battled with him for 3 days before being defeated. So this is all there is to the human Holy Land. The Gu clan ancestor looked down from above and snorted coldly. His face was full of disdain. He alone could suppress the entire primordial chaos. There was no need for him to prepare a plan. Is the Gu family really going to betray the human race? Back then, the Gu family's ancestor went on an expedition and almost died. In the end, the experts of the human race's Saint Island came to his aid and saved his life. If he saw you go against the oath he made, wouldn't he be bitterly disappointed in the underworld? The human race has never tolerated traitors. Today, the Gu family's actions will become a disgrace to the entire primordial chaos. The upper echelons of the human race all angrily rebuked the Gu family. However, the Gu family remained silent. They had already come this far and completely severed ties with the human race's Saint Island. There was no turning back. They could only fight to the death. Your human race's Saint Island is truly hypocritical, the Gu family's Saint Island said. The ancestor of the Gu family said, "Before I came back, you wanted to curry favor with the new leader of the human race and constantly bullied my Gu family in secret. You even pushed my Gu family to the brink of extinction. At that time, why didn't I see the experts of the human race's Saint Island appear? You turned a blind eye and silently allowed the other factions to bully the Gu family. You were forcing the Gu family to rebel." Boom. Boom. There was no point in saying anything more. Xingyue was worried about her 2 sons. Her murderous intent filled the air as she unleashed her strongest technique. Her purple dress fluttered in the wind as specks of starlight appeared in the sky. Star and Moon grabbed at the void with both hands. Immediately, the starlight in the sky fell like a meteor shower and landed in her palms, erupting with scorching light. Star annihilation. A bone-chilling voice came from Star and Moon's mouth. In the next instant, the entire sky above the Gu family's territory was covered by terrifying starlight. The sound of thunder resounded through the sky. Star and Moon wanted to use the starlight to bombard the Gu family's territory. "You're courting death." The Gu family's ancestor's eyelids twitched. His figure flickered as he punched Star and Moon, forcing her to retreat. At the same time, he quickly set up a formation to seal the Gu family members. Boom, boom, boom. The power of Star annihilation was too strong. This was the strongest attack of the Yin Essence realm. Barbarian and Qing Ho's expressions changed drastically. They quickly retreated, afraid that they would be engulfed by this terrifying power. "Master's wife, let us help you." Tian Xin and Kong Jiu leaped into the sky above Star and Moon. Stepping on the starlight, they activated all their strength and pressed down, confronting the Gu family's ancestor head-on. Boom, boom. With Kong Jiu and Tian Xin's help, the starlight's power increased significantly. Star and Moon regained her composure. She formed seals with both hands and began to control the starlight, launching a new round of attacks on the Gu family's ancestor. Attack together. The upper echelons of the human race also realized the strength of the Gu family's ancestor. With a deafening roar, the Emperor Realm experts all moved out, joining forces with Star and Moon to form the strongest battle group in the immemorial chaos. Protect the ancestor. The Gu family's current leader gave an order. A large number of experts rushed over like a tide. However, the Barbarian and Qing Ho looked at each other. They were already prepared. The Barbarian held the dragon-shaking golden battle axe in his hand and slashed at the ground. Shocking thunder and lightning spread across the land. At the same time, Qing Ho controlled the 9 Emperor Marmoths to the extreme. Each Emperor Marmoth carried a huge amount of thunder and lightning. The 9 Emperor Marmoths stood on the ground, blocking the path of the Gu family's experts. Their auras were like rainbows. They had the aura of one man holding back 10,000 men. "Let's compete. Who can kill more people?" Qing Ho licked his dry lips and smiled sinisterly. He was usually gentle and refined. He rarely got angry and would not kill the innocent. But today he was going to kill. The Barbarian nodded. Carrying the dragon-shaking golden battle axe, he charged into the Gu family's crowd with the power of thunder and lightning. Miserable screams could be heard endlessly. As long as they touched the Barbarian's battle axe, they would die. However, the Gu family's experts were not afraid. They wanted to buy time for the ancestor. At this time, the ancestor was fighting with the experts. "All of you are courting death." The ancestor of the Gu family clenched his fist. A strong vibration wave appeared in the void and exploded, forcing everyone to retreat. He looked at the Gu family members lying in pools of blood and was furious. Chapter 3898. Fury. The Gu family had been bullied by many forces all these years. They were no longer the top family they used to be. They didn't even have a martial emperor expert. Facing the merciless attacks of the Barbarian and Qing Ho, who were invincible below the martial emperor realm, they couldn't resist at all. Even the current clan leader didn't have the courage to fight. This led to the Gu family's situation being one-sided. One by one, they fell into a pool of blood and lost their lives. The Barbarian and Qing Ho didn't seem to be merciful. From the moment the Gu family captured Fong Han and Fong Yun, they had an irreconcilable hatred for the Gu family. At this moment, they only had one thought in their minds, and that was to kill everyone in the Gu family. Of course, they had to ensure Fong Han and Fong Yun's safety. "You all have to die." The old ancestor of the Gu family witnessed all of this with his own eyes. The anger in his heart had already reached an uncontrollable level. He stomped his feet fiercely, causing the ground to tremble. An extremely terrifying power of the heaven and earth pierced through his body and circled around him, forming an abnormally powerful energy. At the same time, the ancestor of the Gu family formed a seal with his hands and closed his eyes. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky and thunder rumbled. It was as if the end of the world had come. "Stop him. Kong Jiao and Tian Xian stood on the left and right side of the star and moon. They stared at the ancestor of the Gu family cautiously. The other human experts of the Saint Island quickly formed a battle formation and surrounded the ancestor of the Gu family. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening sound resounded in the sky. The ancestor of the Gu family had used his most powerful technique. He was an expert of the Yang Yuan realm. If he went one step further, he would be at the peak of the Yin-Yang Yuan realm. He was only one step away from the five elements Saint realm. In the primordial chaos, as long as the five elements Saint realm experts didn't appear, he would be invincible. Kill. Destructive power burst out from the ancestor of the Gu family's palm and instantly pierced through the sky. A terrifying halo rippled out and crashed into the battle formation of the human expert. Crack! The combined battle formation was unable to resist at all and was instantly shattered. Even the upper echelons of the human race were forced to retreat. The weaker ones among them directly fainted, while the others spat out blood. Clearly, they were severely injured. How is this possible? Someone exclaimed. How could the strength of the Gu family's ancestor increase so much? What was going on? Boom, boom. The old ancestor of the Gu family did not give anyone a chance to catch their breath. He controlled the dark clouds in the sky and pressed down on the star and moon. Mistress, you go first. Kong Jiao and Tian Xian also realized the severity of the situation. They swore to protect Mistress and retreat safely. Only then would they have a chance to take revenge in the future. It's useless. None of you can leave. The old ancestor of the Gu family looked down on Kong Jiao and Tian Xian. How dare these two ants try to stop him? What a joke. In today's battle, he wanted to prove to the world that the Gu clan was the strongest clan in the immemorial chaos. Furthermore, from today onwards, the Gu clan would be the absolute ruler of the immemorial chaos. Awaken! The ancestor of the Gu clan roared in anger. Above his head, a grayish aura surged. In that instant, his body continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, he had reached a height of 10,000 feet, giving off an incomparable feeling of shock. At that moment, he raised his foot and stepped on Kong Jiao and Tian Xian. Crack! The two tried their best to resist, but it was to no avail. In front of a crazy Yang Yuan realm cultivator, everything was useless. Annihilation of Ziji star. The star and moon's hands transformed. Dense starlight enveloped Kong Jiao and Tian Xian, instantly sending them out of the battlefield. Then, it blocked the old ancestor of the Gu family's powerful attack alone. Mistress. After Kong Jiao and Tian Xian were sent out, they looked at each other. Then, they rushed to the battlefield like crazy. But it was too late. The scene that entered their eyes made them feel unbearable pain. They saw the purple-robed star and moon being mercilessly stepped on by the old ancestor of the Gu clan. They let out miserable cries. At that moment, the barbarian and Qing Ho who were slaughtering the Gu clan's cultivators also noticed this scene. They immediately gave up on the slaughter and turned around, rushing towards the old ancestor of the Gu clan. Stop! Qing Ho roared hysterically. At the same time, he activated the 9 Emperor Maces to the extreme. He wanted to save Star and Moon. The barbarian held the dragon-shaking golden battle axe and activated the power of thunder and lightning in the sky. He slashed down heavily on the ground. Crack! A huge crack appeared on the ground. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning spread quickly, reaching the old ancestor of the Gu clan. In the blink of an eye, the power of thunder and lightning enveloped the old ancestor of the Gu clan. The old ancestor of the Gu clan realized that his feet couldn't press down. He turned his head to look at the barbarian and gasped. He didn't expect there to be such a cultivator in the immemorial chaos who could activate the power of thunder and lightning. Boom! In the instant that the old ancestor of the Gu clan was in a daze, the 9 Emperor Maces rushed over. Together with the power of thunder and lightning, They forcefully pushed the old ancestor of the Gu clan's foot away and rescued Star and Moon. "How are you?" Star and Moon was a little embarrassed, but it wasn't a big deal. The barbarian and Ching Ho stood on her left and right. "You go first. We'll hold him back." Star and Moon shook her head. This was her battle. She couldn't back down. "This guy is too strong. No one in the immemorial chaos can defeat him," the barbarian shouted. The power of thunder and lightning wrapped around his body. Although he was a little reckless, he was careful and wouldn't make unnecessary sacrifices. "Master's wife, stall for time. The great sage's people are already on the way." Kong Jiu transmitted his voice to Star and Moon. The latter's body trembled slightly. Were the great sage's people coming? If they came, the crisis of the immemorial chaos would naturally be resolved. But would the old ancestor of the Gu clan give them this chance? "Humph. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The old ancestor of the Gu clan looked down at the people below him. His cold voice echoed in the sky. He smiled eerily and attacked again. Star and Moon and the others began to fight back, but they were defeated. The old ancestor of the Gu clan was too strong. At this moment, his aura was soaring. He was comparable to a peak yin-yang origin realm expert. Even if they joined forces, they couldn't do anything to him. Crack! One by one, they were sent flying by the old ancestor of the Gu clan. Just as Star and Moon and the others were about to die, a ripple appeared at the boundary between the immemorial chaos and the God's Fall battlefield. Then, a passage appeared and a figure appeared. A terrifying bloodline aura spread out from his body. He looked up and instantly saw through every corner of the immemorial chaos. Finally, his eyes fixed on the territory of the Gu clan. Chapter 3899. The Bloodline Monarch. He was an ancient and terrifying existence. Back then, he had single-handedly suppressed the alien tribe and allowed the immemorial chaos to enter a stable stage of development. Moreover, the Bloodline Temple that he had left behind had also shocked the entire universe. The Bloodline Monarch, who had disappeared for countless years, had returned at this critical juncture. He had brought with him endless power and was returning with great momentum. Boom! 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 The Bloodline Monarch was standing on the boundary of the immemorial chaos. His dark eyes pierced through the void and saw everything that had happened in the ancient region. Star and Moon and the others were already at the end of their rope and were struggling to hold on. The Gu family patriarch had relied on his status as a Yang Yuan realm expert to run amok and wanted to unify the entire immemorial chaos. The Bloodline King's anger soared to the sky. He let out a long roar, and in the next moment, his palm suddenly pressed down. The extremely terrifying bloodline power instantly erupted from his body, with his feet as the center, and rapidly spread out. In the blink of an eye, the bloodline power spread throughout the entire immemorial chaos. Finally, it swept towards the ancient region at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. "I, the Bloodline Monarch, have returned." The Bloodline Monarch's deep and vigorous voice exploded in the immemorial chaos. At this moment, time seemed to have frozen. All the cultivators in the immemorial chaos felt their minds tremble as if they were about to explode. The words Bloodline Monarch were deeply engraved in their bones. Rumble! A deafening voice resounded through the sky. The vast and boundless bloodline power, accompanied by the voice of the Bloodline King, attacked with great force. In the ancient region, the Gu family ancestor, who was in the midst of an intense battle, heard the mighty voice. His face instantly changed. Dong! He sent everyone flying with a palm strike. Then, he retreated rapidly. His dark eyes were filled with fear. How could this be? He had never dreamed that the Bloodline Monarch, who had galloped through the immemorial chaos, would return. Could it be that he is still alive? However, the Gu family patriarchs had been wandering in the God's Fall battlefield and had never heard of the Bloodline Monarch. Everyone thought that he had died in the God's Fall battlefield. But now, he had returned. It's the Bloodline King. Tian Xian and Kong Jiu were overjoyed and jumped up in excitement. Others might not know, but as Fang Chen's disciples, they knew very well that their master's current achievements had a lot to do with the Bloodline King. Back then, his master had received the inheritance of the Bloodline King, and his bloodline had been transformed into a perfect bloodline. This had also allowed him to embark on an unprecedented epic path. The Bloodline King is back. The Gu family is doomed. Qing Ho and the barbarian looked at each other and laughed. Star and Moon stood at the forefront, her purple robes drenched in blood. As the cold wind blew, her purple robes fluttered. Her proud figure stood against the wind. Even though there was blood dripping from her mouth, there was a smile on her face. Boom! Across the endless void, Bloodline Monarch punched out. This punch contained the formidable power of his perfect bloodline. This was the strongest attack he had comprehended after cultivating under a great sovereign for so many years at the end of the Samsara road. Whoosh! Whoosh! The terrifying power of the perfect bloodline condensed into a long spear in the void. It tore through the void at a speed invisible to the naked eye and rushed to the sky above the ancient region in an instant. The bloodline spear locked onto the Gu family's ancestor. The latter actually felt his heart palpitate. The Gu family dares to attack Fang Chen's family. They are simply courting death. Bloodline Monarch's voice was filled with cold, murderous intent. As soon as he finished speaking, he crossed the endless void and arrived at the ancient region. Many of the higher-ups present had only heard of the legends of Bloodline Monarch, but had never seen him in person. Today they finally saw him. Everyone was shocked. Bloodline Monarch's means were too shocking. He was simply not on the same level as them. Greetings, Bloodline Monarch. After a short moment of shock, the higher-ups of the human clan clasped their fists and greeted Bloodline Monarch. Star and Moon's beautiful eyes also looked at Bloodline Monarch. Bloodline Monarch smiled at her and said, "Your husband is the leader of the ancient chaos. I will not allow anyone to hurt his family." "Thank you, Bloodline Monarch." Star and Moon hurriedly thanked him. In just a few seconds, the battle had a shocking reversal. The moment Bloodline Monarch appeared, the Gu family's advantage disappeared. Even someone as strong as the Gu family's ancestor did not have the confidence to defeat Bloodline Monarch. "Bloodline Monarch, you are still alive?" The Gu family's ancestor calmed down after a short moment of shock and asked coldly. After greeting everyone, Bloodline Monarch's eyes fell on the Gu family. Back then, the Gu family wanted to attack Fang Chen's family for their own selfish reasons. After being suppressed by him, not only did they not repent, but they even betrayed the human clan. I think there is no need for the Gu family to continue to exist. In just one sentence, he wanted to destroy a large clan that had existed for tens of millions of years. This was Bloodline Monarch. "Humph, even if you are back, what can you do? Since the Gu family dares to act, we have full confidence," the Gu family's ancestor said coldly. "Bloodline Monarch, you can't stop us." The Gu family still had a backup plan. The ancestors had obtained many rare treasures from the God's Fall battlefield and had also developed a peerless killing formation. The Bloodline Monarch's return had indeed disrupted the Gu family's plan. However, as long as the peerless killing formation was used, coupled with the strongest weapons the ancestors had obtained from the God's Fall battlefield, everything would still be under control. I have been gone for so many years. It seems that the world has forgotten the fear of being dominated by me back then. Bloodline Monarch's terrifying bloodline power surged around his body. His voice was filled with astonishing killing intent. Back then, when he, the Bloodline Monarch, had slaughtered everyone and suppressed the foreign clans with his own strength, who dared to not obey him. However, now that he had returned, the world had forgotten him. Haha! Bloodline Monarch laughed at himself. He had cultivated under the Supreme Sage for so many years and had changed a lot. However, the only thing that had not changed was his murderous heart towards traitors. The Gu family had betrayed the human clan and deserved to be exterminated. The Gu family ancestor could no longer care about anything else. He had already stealthily activated the Supreme Killing Array and contacted the other ancestors in the God's Fall battlefield. He wanted to invite them back so that they could wipe out the Bloodline King together. However, at this moment, a towering tree broke out from the ground and soared into the sky. There were several shadows on the tree. The leader was a mouse. It was gnawing on a hard stone in its hand. How can we miss out on such a lively event? Boom! 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 The towering tree pierced through the sky and stood under the starry sky. It was the old faker. After cultivating for so many years, it had already transformed. Now it was the strongest divine tree in the history of the ancient chaos. Chapter 3900. A divine tree broke through the eternal sky. It crossed the starry sky at a speed invisible to the naked eye and approached the ancient region. The branches on the divine tree swayed, and a terrifying storm swept through the entire ancient region with the divine tree as the center. At the same time, the leaves on the divine tree also swayed and resonated with the world. It was the old faker who had cultivated in seclusion for countless years and had become the strongest divine tree in the history of the immemorial chaos. Its martial uncle Fraud. Kong Jiu and Tian Xin smiled excitedly when they saw this scene. They were so excited that they danced. On the old faker's branch there were 4 shadows. The 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain. The 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain, who were famous in the immemorial chaos, had gradually retired after Fong Chen entered the God's Fall battlefield. They didn't expect to gather in the ancient region this time. It was obvious that they were here for Fong Chen's 2 sons. We haven't come out for so many years. Has the world forgotten us? The little mouse was the leader of the 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain. It was also Fong Chen's first battle partner. It was the legendary god-devouring mouse that was unique in the universe, could devour everything in the world. Although it wasn't the strongest among the 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain, it was the leader of the others. Beside it was the absolute emperor of the royal ant tribe, the emperor ant, seahorse, and pangolin. The 5 of them were like brothers. After returning from the God's Fall battlefield, they traveled around and experienced the hardships of time. Today they returned with great strength. It's the 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain. Primogenitor Su Wu, Fire Dome Palace Master, and the others were overjoyed. Although they had the advantage in numbers, the ancestor of the Gu family was a genuine Yang Yuan stage expert. Although they had the help of a bloodline king, the peerless killing formation set up by the ancestor of the Gu family gave them a sense of fear. Now that they had the 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain, their battle strength instantly soared to an extremely high level. Their return caused a huge uproar. Those people who were hiding outside the ancient domain and watching the battle were all shocked. The legend of the 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain had been circulating for a long time. They never thought that they would be able to see them in person. How dare the Gu clan touch boss's family when he's not around? They're courting death. The seahorse and the pangolin questioned. The queen ant's face was cold. It could be said that it was the king of all demons, one of the strongest demons in the demon race. Facing the Gu family, the bloodthirst in its bones instantly boiled. Humph, just 5 clowns. The great ancestor of the Gu clan waved his hand and continued to control the peerless killing matrix to stop the Bloodline King's attack. He didn't know who the so-called 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain were. However, if it was just the 5 of them, there was nothing to be afraid of. My Yao race will also join in the fun. After the appearance of the 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain, another supreme master of the demon race crossed the void and arrived. It was a pure-blooded beast cub and had long since become the king of the demon race. Its bloodline was much stronger than that of the Ant Emperor. Back then, they were all comrades who had fought side by side with Fong Chen. Now they had all become feudal lords. We haven't seen you for so many years. We thought that you had failed the tribulation and died. The old faker said casually. They were very close and often joked with each other. How can I die before you all are still alive? The pure-blooded beast cub said coldly. Facing the 5 of them, the pure-blooded beast cub gritted its teeth. When it was still weak, it was often bullied by the 5 of them. Later on, whenever it showed off its powerful bloodline, it would be mercilessly beaten by the 5 of them. Stop bickering. Let's get down to business, the little mouse hurriedly said. It was afraid that the old faker and the pure-blooded beast cub would continue bickering and delay everyone's business. Boom, boom, boom. Dark clouds covered the sky above the ancient region. An extremely terrifying power swept across the land. All the experts in the immemorial chaotic world felt suffocated. They had never seen so many powerhouses gathered in one place. The 10 palace masters of the human race, the Star Emperor, the 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain, Kong Jiao Tian Xian, the barbarian Qing Ho, and so on. Most importantly, there was also the legendary Bloodline King from the immemorial chaotic world. Any one of these people could suppress the entire primal chaos void by themselves. They had gathered here to deal with the Gu family. Could the Gu family hold on? I'll break this rubbish formation. The old faker's body swayed. His thick tree trunk was uprooted from the ground and rushed into the killing formation. His body continued to expand and his branches swayed. He wanted to break the killing formation with brute force. Crack! The killing formation let out a deafening sound. The branches on the old faker's trunk were constantly broken by the vast power. He roared angrily. We'll help too, the little mouse said. Suddenly, the 4 of them took action together. They performed their innate magical powers and joined forces with the old faker. They formed a powerful domain to resist the killing formation. This formation came from the god-perishing battlefield. The Ant Queen was calm. She immediately noticed that something was wrong with the formation. The 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain rushed to the front. The pure-blooded beast was naturally unwilling to be left behind. Its body was filled with blood-red light. Its body expanded and turned into a giant beast. It rushed into the killing formation and tried to tear it apart. At the same time, the 10 palace masters led by the Star Emperor also launched an attack. For a moment, the killing formation was on the verge of breaking. The Bloodline King looked up. His eyes were filled with the power of thousands of bloodlines. He said coldly, "Do you think you can trap me with this formation?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Bloodline King tore apart the formation easily and went straight for the ancestor of the Gu family. The ancestor panicked when he saw this. He did not expect the Bloodline King to have a treasure that could make him immune to the formation. At this moment, he was filled with fear. If he fought alone, he was definitely not the Bloodline King's match. Crack! 1 palm. With just 1 palm, the ancestor of the Gu family was sent flying by the Bloodline King. Big brother. The ancestor of the Gu family spat out blood. His face was pale. As he retreated, he detonated the killing formation. Taking advantage of the explosion, he disappeared into the void and escaped into the god-falling battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. The killing formation exploded instantly. It was like the explosion of a peak yin-yang origin realm expert. If it was not blocked, it could destroy the entire ancient chaos. The Bloodline King hurried to suppress it. The 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain and the pure-blooded beast were at the center of the explosion. They used their strong bodies to block the shockwave and buy time for the Star Emperor and the others. You guys go first, the little mouse said. The Star Emperor's eyes flashed. He quickly made a decision. He led the 10 palace masters out of the explosion. Then, without looking back, he rushed into the Gu family city to look for his 2 sons. Kong Jiao and Tian Xian also rushed out. Dong! Dong! When the explosion ended, the entire ancient region was in ruins. The 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain and the pure-blooded beast sat on the ground. They were in a sorry state. The Bloodline King scanned every corner of the ancient chaos void to make sure there were no evil forces hiding in the dark. Then, he started to track the ancestor of the Gu family. Chapter 3901. Bloodline King left the immemorial chaos, but before that, he used his powerful primordial spirit to scan the entire immemorial chaos. As Star Emperor and the others attacked, the Gu family's experts were defeated instantly. The 10 Palace Masters led by Void Ancestor, Fire Dome Palace Master, and the others were very determined. They would not let any traitors go. Under their merciless killing, all the Gu family members were killed. Star and Moon found Fong Han and Fong Yun in a sealed space. Their powers were sealed and they could not move. Star and Moon hugged her 2 sons. Mother. Fong Yun and Fong Han were very emotional. It's all my fault. You have suffered. Star and Moon's face was full of tears of self-blame. After the Gu family was destroyed, the entire ancient region was shaken. Kong Jiu and Tian Xian guarded Master's wife, very vigilant. They were afraid that the Gu family was hiding some unknown secrets. Russell. Soon, Qing Ho and the barbarian arrived first. After confirming that Fong Han and Fong Yun were safe, they were relieved. The 10 Palace Masters were dealing with the aftermath of the ancient region, while the 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain and the Pure-Blood Beast came together. I wonder how Boss is now? Little Mouse missed the days when he fought side by side with Fong Qin. We will not allow this to happen again. Boss is not here, so we have to shoulder the responsibility of guarding the immemorial chaos, Xiao Huang said coldly. He was no longer the follower Xiao Huang. Now, he was one of the strongest experts of the demon race, the Ant Emperor. He had revived the Ant Emperor tribe and became the top tribe of the demon race. Its every word and action terrified the people of the world. At this moment, everyone could hear the murderous intent in his voice. Since Boss left, we have been traveling around to experience the world. If Bloodline King did not come back in time, the consequences would be unimaginable, Seahorse said. From now on, the 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain will guard the immemorial chaos. Pangolin, who was known for his steadiness, was also angry. The pure-blood beast licked his dry lips. He wanted to enter the Godfall battlefield and kill the remaining members of the Gu family. But at this moment the old faker, who had been silent, spoke. Sister-in-law. The old faker turned into his human form and walked quickly to Star and Moon. He helped her up and the latter wiped the tears off her face. Han and Yun bodies have been imprinted with runes. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. What? Star and Moon's expression changed drastically. They hurriedly checked Fong Han and Fong Yun's bodies. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't checked, but now that he did, he was shocked. She could clearly see that there were countless runes in her sons' bodies that were deeply imprinted in their blood. They were connected together and ran through their entire bodies. What's going on? Star and Moon hurriedly asked. The others also looked at the old faker curiously. The old faker said in a deep voice, Rune branding is an extremely vicious method. After it is injected into the human body, these runes will quickly be branded in the blood vessels and connect with each other, running through the entire body. They will constantly destroy the victim's blood and prevent their blood from being completely demonized. At this point, Star and Moon's expression was as cold as ice. That son of AB*TCH Gu family. How dare they do such a cruel thing? Little Mouse cursed. The Ant Queen and the pure-blooded beast cub looked at each other. They were ready to charge into the god-perishing battlefield to avenge Fong Han and Fong Yun. Everyone. Sensing that everyone was angry, Qing Ho hurriedly said, We must avenge them, but not now. What we need to do is to help Yun and Han get through this difficult time. That's right. We must find a way to refine the runes in their bodies. Otherwise, once their blood is completely demonized, they will become walking corpses, the barbarian also said. Old Faker, do you have a way? Little Mouse asked. Star and Moon also looked at it expectantly. The old faker nodded. I have a way, but I can't guarantee the success rate. As the most powerful divine tree in the ancient primal chaos, it had billions of branches. It had once heard of rune marks and had a deep understanding of them. It wanted to embed its branches into the bodies of the two of them, gradually spreading them out and replacing the rune marks. After the branches completely replaced the runes, everyone would work together to help the two destroy the runes. Will this work? Will it affect Honor and Yunra? Star and Moon asked. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Although the old faker was usually careless and often fooled people, he was still very reliable at this critical moment. Then why don't you hurry up and do it? Little Mouse said. Do you need us to do anything? Don't let anyone disturb me. The old faker shook his body and showed his true form. Billions of branches swayed. Among them, the 9 most dazzling branches quickly spread and soon enveloped the two, then began to penetrate into their bodies. The 10 palace masters stood guard outside, while Little Mouse and others were ready to help at any time. Only Ching Ho frowned slightly and seemed to be thinking about something. Han or Yun'er, hang in there. Don't be afraid. Star and Moon comforted them softly. After the branches spread and penetrated into their bodies, Fong Han and Fong Yun gradually lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. The old faker's body emitted a dazzling light. He roared and the first branch began to spread along the runes. Crack! Although there were obstacles on the way, the old faker tried his best and fully spread the first branch. Continue. The old faker gritted his teeth and said. Everyone's eyes lit up as they saw a little hope. Time passed. Soon, the old faker had spread 7 branches, leaving only the last 2 branches. At this moment, he was shaking and his bark was falling off. Obviously, he had used too much strength. Old faker, let's help you. Little Mouse, Ant Queen, Seahorse, and Pangolin jumped on the old faker's body and poured their strength into it. Suddenly, the last 2 branches glowed with hot light. The old faker continued to grit his teeth and persevere. Could it be Ching Ho finally understood the old faker's intention? He opened his mouth and stopped talking. The runes were almost unbreakable. The old faker was using his 9 life branches to challenge the runes. He was throwing his life away. Once all the life-bonded branches were spread out to replace the rune imprint, they would definitely work together to destroy the rune imprint. And all the power of the rune imprint would be poured into the life-bonded branches of the old faker. In this way, the power of the runes would be poured into his body. In his condition, he would not be able to withstand the impact of the rune's power. When the time came, he would die. But the old faker did not care. As long as he could save Fong Han and Fong Yun, everything was worth it. He vaguely remembered the kindness of his boss. He would never forget it. Everyone was eagerly waiting for the branches to replace the runes. Little did they know that the old faker was trading his life for theirs. Chapter 3902. Time passed and everyone was waiting. At this time, the rune brands in Fong Yun and Fong Han's bodies were gradually replaced by the life branch of the old faker. Star and Moon's pretty face was full of anxiety. The 10 palace masters of the sacred land of the human clan were guarding outside, making it difficult for anyone to get close. The barbarian and Ching Ho stared at Fong Han and Fong Yun. If anything happened to them, they were ready to intervene at any time. Little Mouse and the others surrounded the old faker to prevent any accidents. Dong. Soon, the rune brands in Fong Han's body were completely replaced by the life branch of the old faker. Then, the old faker began to pour all his power into Fong Yun's body. Protect Fong Han. The old faker was a little weak. Ching Ho and the barbarian nodded. They both urged their power to protect Fong Han. Everyone stared nervously at Fong Yun and Fong Han, but no one noticed that the old faker's main body was shaking. Although the power in his body was shaking, he appeared to be very stable. He did not want others to notice. Go! The old faker roared in his heart. he used all his power to pour the last life branch into Fang Yun's body. With a crack, Fang Yun's body trembled. The old faker breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the rune brands in their bodies were completely replaced. The next step was the most important one. All of you, follow my life branch and pour your power into it to refine the rune brands in their bodies, the old faker said in a deep voice. The old faker said in a low voice. At the same time, he controlled his life branch. The others didn't hesitate and acted one after another. Terrifying energy instantly gathered in the air, and under the guidance of the old faker's life branch, the energy entered the bodies of the two old faker. At this time, the rune brands had been completely stripped. Under the joint efforts of so many experts, they could not resist and were refined in an instant. In just a minute, the rune brands in Fang Yun and Fang Han's bodies were completely refined. Boom! When the last rune brand was refined, the power of the refined rune brands drilled into the old faker's life branch at a speed invisible to the naked eye and returned to the old faker's body. Pay attention, I'm about to pull out my natal branch. At this time, the old faker was extremely weak, but he was still holding on. Although the rune brand had been refined, Fang Yun and Fang Han had not yet come into contact with danger. If they were careless, their souls would be destroyed. These two people were Fang Chen's sons. The old faker would save them even if he had to die. Hoo! Everyone withdrew their power. The old faker also took back all his natal branches in one go. At the moment when all the life-bonded branches were taken back, the old faker's huge body showed signs of cracking, and his aura was extremely weak. Han or Yun or Star and Moon dashed forward and pulled their sons into their arms. The others also checked their bodies from afar. After confirming that they were fine, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Old faker, you've done me a great favor this time. Ha, the old faker is always full of nonsense and likes to fool people. I didn't expect him to be so reliable at the critical moment. Little Mouse and the others habitually teased the old faker. However, unlike before, the old faker did not refute or defend himself this time. He did not even make a sound. Pangolin felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly turned around, only to find that the old faker's huge body had countless cracks and was shriveling at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the old faker was extremely weak. Old faker! Pangolin screamed loudly. The others also turned around to look. What's going on? Little Mouse was the first to jump in front of the old faker. The old faker's main body was full of cracks, and his natal branches were collapsing. What was going on? Oh no, the old faker's natal branches are collapsing. His vitality is also disappearing. Seahorse's face changed dramatically. The Ant Queen looked anxious. Could it be? He forcibly absorbed the power of the rune brand. His natal branches could not bear it, so they collapsed. If I'm not wrong, he was trading his life for his life. The one who spoke was the pure-blood beast cub. Its eyes were scarlet, and it was very worried about the old faker. Get up. You can't die. Little Mouse did not care. It forcibly activated its magical powers, and its power surrounded the old faker's natal branches. Endless power poured into the old faker's main body to sustain his life. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Ant Queen, Seahorse, Pangolin, and the pure-blood beast cub had fought side by side with the old faker. They were very close to each other, so they naturally could not stand by and do nothing. They worked together to sustain the old faker's life. I don't regret. The natal branches were collapsing, but the old faker did not regret it at all. Especially when he saw that Fang Yun and Fang Han were safe, he was completely relieved. Is there any other way? After confirming that Fang Yun and Fang Han were safe, Star and Moon handed their two sons to others to take care of. They quickly walked to the old faker. That son of AB*TCH Gu clan. If anything happens to the old faker, I'll definitely kill my way into the God's Fall battlefield and kill everyone with the surname Gu. The little mouse had a bad temper and his anger soared to the sky. I'm going to the God's Fall battlefield now. The Ant Queen was filled with murderous intent. Her eyes were red as she prepared to leave. Buzz. At this moment, Ching Ho flicked his finger. 9 Emperor Marmoths instantly appeared on the old faker's natal branches. Then, the 9 Emperor Marmoths connected with the collapsing natal branches. Ching Ho used the strongest skill of the Sky Puppet Clan to forcibly reverse the vitality of the 9 Emperor Marmoths. He stabilized the spreading of the rune's power and stopped it from destroying the old faker. Old faker. Seeing that the old faker's injuries were stabilized, Little Mouse called out anxiously. Star and Moon felt very guilty. The old faker was her husband's sworn brother. In order to save Fong Yun and Fong Han, he had risked his life. If her husband knew about this, he would also feel terrible. I used the 9 Emperor Marmoths to stabilize his injuries for the time being. Ching Ho said in a low voice, however, it won't take long. In 3 months at most, the Emperor Marmoths will be completely destroyed by the rune's power. If we can't completely remove the rune's power in his body by then… He did not finish his sentence, but everyone's expression became unusually heavy. Do you have any ideas? Little Mouse asked. The heaven-seizing fruit. Ching Ho said, only if we can get the heaven-seizing fruit within 3 months can we have a chance to save his life. Where is the heaven-seizing fruit? The Ant Queen asked. In the God's Fall battlefield. Little Mouse and the others looked at each other. Then, they clasped their fists at Ching Ho and said, we will enter the God's Fall battlefield and look for the heaven-seizing fruit. In the meantime, I will leave the old faker to you. Chapter 3903. The old faker was seriously injured and was temporarily stabilized by Ching Ho with the strongest puppet technique of the Sky Puppet Clan. However, he couldn't hold on for long. They needed to find the heaven-seizing fruit to save the old faker's life. The 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain were as close as brothers. They wouldn't allow the old faker to die in front of them. Therefore, they had to enter the God's Fall battlefield and find the heaven-seizing fruit as soon as possible. The pure-blooded beast cubs also had to leave with Little Mouse and the others. After all, they had fought side by side. Now that the old faker was seriously injured and dying, they couldn't just leave him to die. Star and Moon was also about to enter the God's Fall battlefield to find the heaven-seizing fruit, but they were stopped by Little Mouse and the others. The ancient chaos had just experienced such turmoil and needed someone to guard it. Star and Moon were the best candidate. I'll contact the Great Sage and see if we can get the heaven-seizing fruit. Kongju said, and Tian Xian nodded. Both of them were Fong Chen's disciples and had the means to contact the Great Sage. They were going to go to the end of the reincarnation road and beg the Great Sage to give them the heaven-seizing fruit. The old faker's weak voice reached everyone's ears. He didn't want them to die in the God's Fall battlefield because of him. He knew about the heaven-seizing fruit. It was an illusory fruit in the legends. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many powerhouses had wanted to obtain the heaven-seizing fruit but failed in the end. It was simply wishful thinking for just a few mice to want to find the heaven-seizing fruit in the vast God's Fall battlefield. Brother, we won't give up on you. Little Mouse's voice was firm. Although the 5 brothers liked to play around with each other, they would never give up on anyone at a critical moment. Wait for our news, the Ant Queen said. The 5 of them entered the God's Fall battlefield under the gazes of many experts of the human race. The others began to clean up the battlefield. Star and Moon brought Fong Han and Fong Yun back to the human race's Saint Island. Ching Ho and the barbarian personally escorted the old faker. The origin world. The Phantom Clan was guarding outside the mountain range and completely sealed off the area. Even a fly couldn't fly out. They had been waiting for a long time, but there was still no movement at the end of the mountain range. Leader. Some of the demonic shadows suspected that Fong Qin and Princess Huang had already died. Those 2 should be dead. They haven't appeared for so long. They knew very well exactly how terrifying of an existence was at the end of the mountain range. Even as members of the monstrous Shadow Clan, they did not dare to take half a step into that place. You actually dared to kill the clansmen of our monstrous Shadow Clan? You're simply courting death. The leader of the monstrous Shadow Clan snorted coldly. Continue waiting. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. They were determined to see Fang Chen's corpse before they were willing to give up. But at this moment, Fang Chen and Princess Huang were in a special space at the end of the mountain range, searching for a way out. The egg in his hand suddenly flew out. Seeing this, Fang Chen's figure flashed as he chased after it. After a while, he saw a flickering light at the end of the space. Then, he saw an illusory tunnel. Where does it lead to? Fang Chen's heart stirred, and he immediately exchanged glances with Princess Huang, and then directly entered the illusory tunnel. Buzz. When the two of them followed the egg into the illusory tunnel, they instantly felt that their surroundings were gloomy, as though they were in a sea of bitterness. Fang Chen wanted to move his body, but he realized that the gravity here was extremely strong, and he couldn't move at all. What is this place? The surroundings were pitch black, and he couldn't move his body. The egg had also disappeared without a trace. Fang Chen shouted a few times, and Princess Huang's reply came from not far away. Are you okay? Fang Chen asked. I'm fine. What is this place? Why do I feel that the energy in my body is rapidly depleting? Princess Huang said in a deep voice. Fang Chen shook his head and exerted all his strength, wanting to break free from the bindings, but he was powerless. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After an unknown period of time, a bright light appeared. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and in the next instant, his body returned to normal. He tipped his feet and came to the open ground. This is... When he sensed the familiar aura in the void, his heart trembled. Reincarnation Road? He had personally walked through the Reincarnation Road, and he had even fought with many evil spirits in the Ghost City. He had obtained a death substitute talisman from the Great Sage, so he was very clear about the Reincarnation Road. The aura here was exactly the same as the aura on the Reincarnation Road, and the structure was also very similar. Could it be, this is the Jialua clan's encampment? He thought of the Jialua clan's encampment in the core of the Death Cliff, and they were guarding the Reincarnation Road here. Fang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air, forcefully suppressing the shock in his heart, and hurriedly looked around. In the end, he confirmed that this was the Reincarnation Road. Buzz. Just as he was thinking, a scream came from not far away. He suddenly turned his head and discovered that Princess Huang's body had turned into an ice sculpture. What's going on? Fang Chen knocked on the ice sculpture, trying to save Princess Huang, but it was to no avail. The power here is repelling the power in my body, Princess Huang said with difficulty through the ice sculpture. Fortunately, she was a descendant of a primitive race, and the world's top primitive bloodline was hidden in the depths of her blood, so she could barely contend with it. Otherwise, she would have already died here. The power of reincarnation is repelling the primitive bloodline? Fang Chen was stunned. How could this be? He had always been curious about the Reincarnation Road. He didn't expect that he would accidentally step onto the Reincarnation Road here in the Origin World. In his heart, he had been thinking, what should he do? After thinking for a moment, he decided to take Princess Huang's ice sculpture and leave this place. I wonder if I can meet Jialua. At this time, Fang Chen thought of the Jialua clan's Jialua clan. If he could find him, Princess Huang's problem would be easily solved. What about that egg? Fang Chen frowned. Ever since he found the egg, he had experienced a series of bizarre things, and now he was led to the Reincarnation Road by the egg. He suspected that the egg was related to the Reincarnation Road, or it was related to the Jialua clan. He shook his head hard, but he couldn't understand. He stopped thinking about it and continued along the Reincarnation Road. Fortunately, he had the Supreme Sovereign's mark in his body, so he wouldn't be repelled by the power of reincarnation. Moreover, he would faintly emit an aura similar to the power of reincarnation, confusing the reincarnation road. This was also the reason why Jalua clan treated him as a member of their clan. In the Jalua clan's encampment, Jalua clan was doing a routine inspection of the reincarnation road. Suddenly, he discovered that a red dot had appeared on the void mirror and was rapidly flashing. Someone has invaded the reincarnation road? Jalua clan's face paled. He wanted to inform Elder Jalua clan's transmission token, but he discovered that Elder Jalua clan's transmission token was closed. Helpless, he made the decision to enter the reincarnation road personally. Chapter 3904. The reincarnation road was very mysterious. Even Jiajio did not know how the reincarnation road appeared. The only person who knew the truth was the patriarch of the Jalua tribe. However, how could Jiajio meet the patriarch of the Jalua tribe? The reincarnation road in the core of the Death Cliff was slightly damaged. It was said that the War of the Gods at the Death Cliff had destroyed the reincarnation road, causing its operation to be restricted. This was also the reason why the Jalua tribe had set up their base here. They guarded the reincarnation road and repaired it at the same time. After so many years, the damaged reincarnation road was almost fully repaired. Jiajio had been sent here to guard the reincarnation road ever since Jiayuan had told Jiajio that the Jalua tribe's greatest calamity was about to befall them. Today, he had discovered an intruder. Who is it? Jiajio did not hesitate. His body flashed and he entered the reincarnation road. 1. After entering the reincarnation road, Jiajio exuded a strong reincarnation aura. This was the only aura that belonged to the Jalua tribe. Only this way would he not be rejected by the reincarnation road. The endless path of reincarnation was surrounded by darkness and emptiness. When one stepped on it, it was as if they were stepping on an illusory bridge. However, Jiajio was no stranger to it. When he was young, Elder Jiayuan had brought him to the path of reincarnation. It's in the northeast. Jiajio quickly discovered that the intruder was in the northeast direction of the reincarnation road. His body flashed and he hurriedly chased after the intruder. At the same time, after Fang Chen knew that he had entered the reincarnation road, he moved forward carefully. Soon, he arrived at a crossroad. Fang Chen stopped in his tracks. His pitch-black eyes gazed into the distance. He was hesitating as to which path he should take. The path on the left is covered in dust. There is also a dark force corroding it, Fang Chen said. He could tell that this path was a forbidden path. Very few people would come here. On the other hand, the reincarnation aura on the right path was stronger. He could vaguely see footprints in the air. These footprints should belong to the Jalua tribe. How should I choose? Fang Chen pondered. The path of reincarnation was different from other paths. Once one took the wrong path, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Just as he was hesitating, his heart suddenly trembled. He felt the pain of his 10 fingers being linked to his heart. He hurriedly pressed his palm against his chest where his heart was. What happened? Fang Chen felt his head shake, and images of his family appeared in his mind. He seemed to see the star and moon weeping. What's wrong? Fang Chen was a little anxious. Could it be that something had happened at home? That shouldn't be the case. The Chaos World had a great sage overseeing it. The devouring demons shouldn't have been able to invade it. Furthermore, the immortal Chaos World was practically an iron bucket. His family should be safe. Although it was just an illusion, his intuition told him that something must have happened in the primal chaos realm. Suddenly, he felt as if something was calling out to him from the forbidden path on the left. His eyes flickered as he thought of his wife and son. Without hesitation, he stepped into the path. 1. As soon as his foot stepped into it, his body instantly disappeared. Fang Chen. Seeing this, Princess Huang was shocked. Without the protection of Fang Chen's reincarnation aura, she was strongly repelled by the path of reincarnation. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Jia Jiu arrived. How dare you barge into my Jialua clan's territory? You're simply courting death. Jia Jiu's angry voice entered Princess Huang's ears. Then, he leaped and arrived at the intersection. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly discovered that the one being repelled by the reincarnation force was actually Princess Huang. It's you. Jia Jiu's eyes widened. With a wave of his hand, a gentle reincarnation force instantly enveloped Princess Huang, relieving the pressure on her and allowing her to catch her breath. Why are you here? Jia Jiu asked curiously. Where's my brother? Huff, huff. Princess Huang panted heavily. After a long time, she gradually stabilized. When she saw Jia Jiu, she hurriedly told him about Fang Chen's encounter. What did you say? Jia Jiu was shocked. You said my brother entered the path on the left? Princess Huang nodded. She seemed to have noticed that something was wrong. She hurriedly asked, What's wrong? Jia Jiu shook his head, his face filled with pain. It's all my fault. If I had come earlier, my brother wouldn't have entered that path. It turned out that the path was a forbidden path. The Jialua clan had a rule that no one was allowed to step on it. Once one stepped on it, it was very likely that it would cause the entire path of reincarnation to collapse. If Fang Chen entered, there was a high chance that he wouldn't be able to come out alive. Princess Huang cried, tears streaming down her face. Jia Jiu was also filled with regret. It wasn't easy for him to meet a descendant of a great sage. He didn't expect him to enter the forbidden path. After a long time, Jia Jiu came back to his senses. He bowed slightly at the forbidden path and said, Brother, I hope you can come out. Then, he brought Princess Huang and left the path of reincarnation. During this period of time, you can recuperate in my clan's encampment, Jia Jiu said when he saw that Princess Huang was in low spirits. Princess Huang was expressionless. She lowered her head. Her mind was filled with Fang Chen's figure. She only hated that she was too weak and couldn't enter the forbidden path to find Fang Chen. Don't think about it. That is a forbidden path. Even I don't dare to enter. You will only be courting death if you go in. Jia Jiu saw through Princess Huang's thoughts. In the midst of confusion, Fang Chen felt that he didn't know how many chaos epochs he had spent. It was as if he was floating in the void of chaos, boundless and boundless. He wanted to control his body but found that he didn't have any strength. Even his consciousness was a little blurry and he was on the verge of collapse. It could be 1,000,000 years, 10,000,000 years, or billions of years. It could also be just an instant. Fang Chen felt his eyes light up. He opened his eyes reflexively and discovered that he was actually in a familiar environment. This is? Fang Chen looked around, dumbfounded. Wasn't this the ghost town he had been to before? What's going on? Didn't I enter the path on the left? Why did I appear in the ghost town? One had to know that he was in the origin world before, and the ghost town was in the Chaos Realm's reincarnation path. Back then, he tempered himself in the ghost town and finally obtained a death substitute talisman. Moreover, he also met the legendary Great Sovereign. Could it be that I returned to the Chaos Realm from the path of reincarnation? This thought made Fang Chen turn pale with fright. Roar. It was also at this time that within the ghost town, endless bell tolls sounded, and the entire path of reincarnation trembled. At the end of the path of reincarnation, the great sovereign, who was sitting cross-legged, shot out golden light from his eyes. Through the void, he saw Fang Chen in the ghost town. Are you back? In the next moment, the great sovereign's consciousness descended on the ghost town. Chapter 3905. Junior greets the great sovereign. Fang Chen was the first to discover that the great sovereign's consciousness had descended upon the dead city. He was pleasantly surprised as he hadn't expected to stumble across the reincarnation road and return to the chaos world. Thinking of his wife and children whom he hadn't seen for so many years, he couldn't wait to return to the ancient chaos world. You entered the Jalua clan's residence? There was a trace of surprise in the great sovereign's voice. He hadn't expected that Fang Chen would enter the Jalua clan's residence. As a branch of the Jalua clan, he knew better than anyone what lay at the end of the reincarnation road in the chaos world. However, for countless years, no one had ever walked out of the forbidden path, but Fang Chen had succeeded. Great Sovereign Fang Chen briefly told the Great Sovereign about what had happened in the core area of the Death Cliff. The Great Sovereign's expression changed when he heard this. 1. A resplendent light led Fang Chen to the statue at the end of the reincarnation road. The dead city once again fell into a state of tranquility. Those evil spirits didn't dare to act rashly in the face of the Great Sovereign's powerful pressure. They could only continue to fight on the edge of life and death, hoping to sound the bell and drum and obtain the death substitute talisman to fight for a chance to reincarnate. Fang Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. Seeing the Great Sovereign again, he was deeply moved. For so many years, he had been hiding in the origin world, constantly on edge, afraid that the devouring Devil clan would discover him. Now, he finally had a chance to breathe. "You're much better than I expected," the Great Sovereign muttered. Obviously, Fang Chen's progress was much faster than he had expected. According to his estimation, Fang Chen would need to step into the 10th Order True Saint realm to have a chance to step onto the forbidden path. Just from a cursory observation, Great Senior discovered that there were only 5 strands of ultimate force in Fang Chen's body. There was still a certain distance between him and the 10th Order True Saint realm. Even so, in the entire Chaos world, he could be considered a peak existence. At the very least, in the absence of the Chaos Sovereign, Fang Chen could sweep through the Chaos world unhindered. "Good, very good." The Great Senior was very happy and said "good" 3 times. However, he also said that although Fang Chen had stepped on the forbidden road in advance and returned to the Chaos realm, the plan would still continue. He could only stay in the Chaos realm for a very short time and then return the way he came. Of course, during this period, the Great Senior would also help Fang Chen to a certain extent. "You've been fighting in the origin world for so many years. Now that you've just returned, you should go and get some rest," Great Sovereign said. But at this moment, he thought of what had happened in the ancient primal chaos and said, "Coincidentally, something happened in your hometown. I was going to take action, but since you're back, I'll let you deal with it yourself." "What happened?" Fang Chen hurriedly asked. He had a bad premonition. The old ancestor of the ancient primal chaos family brought a peerless killing array to seek revenge. He captured your 2 sons and shook the entire ancient primal chaos. Your wives, Star and Moon, led the experts of the human race to the ancient regions and engaged in a fierce battle with the Gu family. At the same time, your close friends also appeared. The Great Senior said, "The Gu family's killing array is extremely powerful. Your 2 disciples sent me a message and I sent a bloodline king to deal with it. But I didn't expect the old ancestor of the Gu family to be so cunning. Seeing that he was no match for them, he directly fled into the God's Fall battlefield. As for your 2 sons, they have been branded with rune marks." When Fang Chen learned that his 2 sons had been branded with rune marks, his heart burned with anger. Fortunately, that tree exchanged its life for its life. With everyone's help, it managed to refine the runic symbols in your 2 sons' bodies. However, it was severely injured because of that. Its life is in danger now. "Only the heaven-seizing fruit can save its life," said the Great Sovereign. "Old faker." Fang Chen's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Back then, he had suppressed the ancient regions with his own strength. At the last moment, he had even spared Gu Tianhua's life. He hadn't expected the Gu family to bite the hand that fed them and take advantage of the time he was in the origin world to attack his sons. They were simply courting death. "The Gu family is courting death," said Fang Chen coldly. He asked the Great Senior if he could help find the heaven-seizing fruit, but the Great Senior shook his head and refused. I have to guard the reincarnation road. I can't go anywhere. Sigh, you will understand in the future. The Great Senior had something he couldn't say and couldn't help. I will go find the heaven-seizing fruit now, Fong Chen said. The old faker could only last for 3 months. He had to find the heaven-seizing fruit in the shortest time possible and save the old faker's life. This was a brother who had gone through life and death with him. He absolutely couldn't sit by and do nothing. Great Senior, may I ask where the heaven-seizing fruit is? Asked Fong Chen. I don't know where it is exactly, but I can tell you one thing. A long time ago, there was news of the heaven-seizing fruit in the Jade Wave region. You can go there and take a look, said the Great Senior. Go. Come see me after you find the heaven-seizing fruit and save your brother. I will give you something then. Fong Chen bid farewell to the Great Senior and hurriedly left the reincarnation road, returning to the God's Fall battlefield. At the end of the reincarnation road, the Great Senior's pitch-black eyes looked into the distance, a trace of confusion appearing on his face. After a long time, he sighed and said, "He has tried his best. Whether he succeeds or not, it will depend on the will of the heavens." Buzz. On an empty ground, there were 2 demonic beasts fighting. Suddenly, a terrifying energy fluctuation swept across the land. A figure broke out of the ground. Boom, 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 boom. The 2 demonic beasts were severely injured and fell to the ground in the distance. Their eyes were filled with fear. What's going on? Could it be that some peerless expert has awakened? The 2 saint-level demonic beasts were filled with fear and shock. Crash! At this moment, a figure appeared in front of them. His entire body was shrouded in a holy and brilliant aura. He was like an immortal banished from the 9th heaven, making people respect and fear him. That is, the 2 demonic beasts trembled, but the figure disappeared in an instant. In the void, Fong Chen sniffed the familiar air and opened his arms to embrace nature. I'm finally back. After so many years, he had returned to the God's Fall battlefield once again. But this time, he returned with boundless killing intent. Find the heaven-seizing fruit first, then destroy the Gu family, Fong Chen said to himself. At the same time, the entire God's Fall battlefield was also changing. The Bloodline King had crossed the endless void to hunt down the Gu family's ancestor. The 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain and the pure-blooded beast cubs were also frantically searching for the heaven-seizing fruit. They even issued a high reward for 1 heaven-seizing fruit. In an instant, the news spread throughout the God's Fall battlefield. Countless martial artists were shocked. However, no one knew that the expert who had dominated the God's Fall battlefield had returned. Chapter 3906. Azure Wave Region. Located in the northeast direction of the God's Fall battlefield, within the Azure Sea boundary. Back then, Fong Chen had come to the Azure Sea boundary once. The Realm Lord here was an expert with extraordinary means. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Saint Realm. According to the cultivation standards of the Chaos Realm, the Azure Sea Realm Lord's strength should be regarded as an ultimate saint. In the entire Chaos Realm, he could be considered a top figure. Back then, Fong Chen chased an enemy deep into the Azure Sea boundary. Who knew that the enemy had actually joined the Azure Sea Realm Lord's faction? When Fong Chen was about to kill, the Azure Sea Realm Lord intervened to stop him. The Azure Sea Realm Lord threatened that it was beneath him to attack Fong Chen. He wanted to keep him alive and let the enemy deal with him. After that, Fong Chen was sent out of the Azure Sea boundary by the Azure Sea Realm Lord with a wave of his hand. Whoosh! Fong Chen looked into the distance. Stepping on the flying sword, he sighed with emotion. Azure Sea Realm Lord, I wonder if you still remember me? A playful smile appeared on Fong Chen's lip. Now, he was only a small step away from the 10th level of the Saint Realm. In his eyes, an ultimate saint was just an ant. The Azure Sea Realm Lord, who was high and mighty in the past, probably couldn't even withstand one of his moves now. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon after, Fang Chen stepped into the Azure Sea boundary. The Azure Sea boundary was an extremely magical place. The gravity here was 100 times that of the outside world. Therefore, very few warriors were willing to come here. Another more important reason was that the Azure Sea Realm Lord was temperamental. Once he was angered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Buzz. As soon as he entered the Azure Sea boundary, Fang Chen felt 100 times the gravity on his body. However, he didn't bend over and still walked forward with a straight back. The Azure Wave region should be in the center of the Azure Sea boundary, right? Fang Chen whispered. Boom. At this moment, an angry voice suddenly came from the distant horizon. Immediately after, an overwhelming number of cultivators swarmed over. Those who trespass into the Azure Sea boundary will be killed without mercy. The army of saints surrounded Fang Chen. I don't care who you are. Since you dared to step into the Blue Sea barrier, you should be prepared to die, said the leader coldly. Recently, the 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain had entered the Azure Sea barrier and caused a huge ruckus, completely infuriating the Azure Sea Realm Lord. The latter gave the order to kill all intruders without mercy. I'm just looking for something. Fang Chen shrugged. Humph, is the Azure Sea barrier a place where you can come? The leader said coldly. The Saint Plain army behind him attacked aggressively. Rumble. They quickly formed a battle formation, intending to kill Fang Chen. However, at this moment, Fang Chen saw a familiar face behind the leader. Kong Xian, do you still remember me? The corners of Fang Chen's mouth rose, revealing a sinister smile. Kong Xian was taken aback by those words. However, it didn't take long for him to recognize Fang Chen. It's you? You actually dared to step into the Azure Sea barrier? The current Kong Xian was no longer the same as before. He had shown great talent under the Azure Sea Realm Lord and had been accepted as a disciple by the Azure Sea Realm Lord a long time ago. Now, he was the deputy leader of the Saint Plain army, following the leader to train himself. Kong Xian, do you know this person? Asked the leader. Kong Xian's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He said coldly, This is the guy who hunted me down back then. The moment he said that, everyone in the Saint Plain army was moved. The leader's eyes lit up and he laughed. Kong Xian, the Realm Lord didn't kill this person back then because he wanted you to cut off his head with your own hands one day. Now, the time has come. As he spoke, the leader waved his hand and ordered the Saint Plain army to retreat, leaving space for Kong Xian to fight. Kong Xian stepped forward and glared at Fang Chen. Brat, when you hunted me back then, did you think this would happen? You can't kill me. Fang Chen shook his head. Hee, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Kong Xian sneered. After becoming the Realm Lord's disciple, I've been cultivating wholeheartedly. My strength is no longer the same as before. I've worked hard for so many years just for revenge. Today, I want to see how you're going to block my attack. As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Xian attacked. Boom, boom, boom. The Azure Sea was boundless, and huge waves rose to the sky. As soon as Kong Xian made his move, he executed the strongest secret art of the aquamarine barrier. Fearsome tidal waves appeared out of nowhere, shrouding Fang Chen within. How are you going to break my Azure Sea wave? Within his Azure Sea wave, he was the ruler. The Azure Sea Realm Lord had once praised Kong Xian, saying that this Azure Sea wave was enough to suppress anyone below the 9th Order True Saint Realm. Even if he faced a 9th Order True Saint Realm expert, he would be able to put up a fight. This was the secret art that Kong Xian was proud of, and also his strongest secret art. Once it was executed, it would claim one's life. Hand over your life. Kong Xian roared furiously. His body had become one with the waves of the Azure Sea. Fearsome attacks surged in from all directions, but Fang Chen remained completely unfazed. He shook his head lightly. I told you that you can't kill me, but you didn't believe me. The true Saint Realm army was full of confidence in Kong Xian. This person is really arrogant. Facing senior brother Kong Xian's Azure Sea Wave, he actually didn't counterattack? At least he knows his place. He knows that he can't block senior brother Kong Xian's Azure Sea Wave, so he might as well wait for death. This kind of trash wants to kill senior brother Kong Xian? Everyone discussed, and even the leader nodded in satisfaction. Kong Xian's talent had been fully displayed, and the Azure Sea Realm Lord was very satisfied with him. Maybe Kong Xian really has a chance to inherit the Azure Sea Barrier in the future. The leader's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the aquamarine tide, Kong Xian's offense grew stronger with each successive wave. By the time all of his attacks were stacked together, the entire aquamarine tide was crushing down on Fang Chen. Die. Kong Xian executed his strongest attack. However, Fang Chen still didn't move, but with his feet as the center, a rhythmic sound came from the ground. The power in his body was also rapidly gathering. When the Azure Sea Wave was only an inch away from Fang Chen, it abruptly stopped. And? Kong Xian was puzzled, but he continued to control the Azure Sea Wave to attack. Fine, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he punched out. Boom! The seemingly simple punch smashed into the Azure Sea Wave, instantly shattering it. Crash! The huge Azure Sea Wave scattered in all directions, and Kong Xian's body was revealed. Boom, boom, boom! Through the Azure Sea Wave, Fang Chen's fist light closed in on Kong Xian. The latter desperately tried to block, but it was useless. Fang Chen, a ninth-order true Saint Realm expert with 5 ultimate forces, was simply a killing god. Gotcha! Kong Xian's head shattered, and his body exploded. He died instantly. Kong Xian, this sudden change, stunned the true Saint Realm army. The leader rushed to the spot where Kong Xian's body exploded at his fastest speed. Chapter 3907. Kong Xian was dead. The leader of the Sacred Realm army looked at Kong Xian's shattered body and felt a chill in his heart. He had been in the Azure Sea boundary for so many years, and no one knew the Azure Sea Realm Lord's personality better than him. He doted on Kong Xian and even wanted to make Kong Xian his successor. But now, Kong Xian had died in the process of tempering himself with the army of saints. Needless to say, if the Azure Sea Realm Lord knew of this, he would definitely be enraged. He would pay a heavy price for this, and might even be killed by the Azure Sea Realm Lord. When he thought of this, the leader of the Xing stage army slowly lifted his head. His pitch-black eyes stared intently at Fang Chen. His anger soared to the sky. You killed Kong Xian? The leader of the Sacred Realm army asked coldly. Fang Chen shrugged. He had indeed hunted Kong Xian back then. At that time, he was not strong enough and was stopped by the Azure Sea Realm Lord, allowing Kong Xian to escape. But after so many years, the two of them were not at the same level. Kong Xian was only a disciple of the Azure Sea Realm Lord, but Fang Chen was indisputably one of the strongest people of the human race and shouldered the hope of saving the chaotic realm. In his eyes, Kong Xian was no longer an enemy. He did not even bother to attack him. Kong Xian's death could be said to be his own fault. But the leader of the Sacred Realm army did not think so. Kong Xian was killed right under his nose, and he had to take full responsibility for this matter. In order to reduce his punishment, he must kill Fang Chen before the Azure Sea Realm Lord knew about this. Do you know who he is? The leader of the Sacred Realm army asked angrily. Fang Chen shook his head. He did not know and did not care to know. No matter who he was, even if the Azure Sea Realm Lord came personally, no one could stop him from killing someone he wanted. Ha ha! The leader of the Sacred Realm army laughed maniacally. He was laughing at Fang Chen's arrogance and ignorance. He was laughing at the latter for pretending to be calm in the face of death. Listen up, Sacred Realm army. Everyone attack together and execute this boy on the spot. As soon as the leader of the Sacred Realm army finished speaking, the densely packed Sacred Realm army immediately attacked. They surrounded Fang Chen from all directions. Kill! Their battle cries shook the heavens. Everyone released their most powerful attack. Even the leader of the Ninth Order Sage Realm felt his heart tremble when he saw the combined power of these attacks. Let's see how you can escape. The leader of the Sacred Land Army smirked. His face was full of mockery. In his opinion, Fang Chen was already a dead man. Boom! Boom! The extremely violent power crazily fell on Fang Chen's body, and the latter was instantly submerged by the scorching lightning. Everyone restrained their auras and prepared to leave this place. Even if there was a miracle, Fang Chen wouldn't be able to survive such a violent attack. The leader of the Sage Realm army stood with his hands behind his back. A chilling aura emanated from his body as he said coldly, "Kong Xian's death is the fault of that damned human brat. You guys clean up the mess. I'll personally explain to the Realm Lord." With that, the leader prepared to leave. However, hiss, Fang Chen stretched his body under the violent power of thunder and lightning. He liked the feeling of bathing in thunder and lightning. To be honest, the power of thunder and lightning was not strong at all. It was basically equivalent to scratching an itch for him. Crackle! A crisp sound came from his body, and lightning flashed on the surface of his skin. He slowly raised his head, and the power of thunder and lightning that shrouded him instantly entered his eyes. Boom! His eyes were filled with endless thunder and lightning. He raised his head and looked at the leader of the Sacred Land Army. The leader of the Sacred Land Army, who was preparing to leave, suddenly felt that something was wrong. He quickly turned around and suddenly found that the power of thunder and lightning was quickly dissipating. In the thin power there was a tall figure standing there. That is, the leader's heart trembled and his body swayed. He's not dead. Someone in the Sacred Land Army found that Fang Chen was not dead. Without saying a word, he rushed to his side, wanting to kill him. However, before he could get close, his body directly exploded. His flesh was badly mangled, and he died instantly. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared at Fang Chen. How could this be? How did he withstand such a vast attack? Could it be that he has a Sacred Land Supreme Treasure? Everyone's heart trembled, but they quickly calmed down. Then, a burning light shone in their eyes, and they were incomparably greedy. A supreme treasure that could withstand the full attack of the Sacred Land Army was definitely one of the top Sacred Land Supreme Treasures. Interesting. The leader of the Sacred Land Army was stunned for a moment, then he grinned and said, "If I'm not wrong, you should have a Sacred Land Supreme Treasure, right?" He stretched out his hand and said greedily, "I've changed my mind now. Give me everything you have, and I'll leave your corpse intact." Noisy. Fang Chen shook his head and stomped his foot. Like a cannonball, he rushed into the Sacred Land Army and began his massacre. Poochie! His body turned into a sword light and merged with heaven and earth. Wherever the sword light passed, corpses fell to the ground. Miserable screams resounded through the sky. In the blink of an eye, the ground was filled with corpses, and blood flowed like a river. Thump! Thump! The leader of the Sacred Land Army kept retreating. Looking at the mountains of corpses in front of him, his heart was in turmoil. These were the Sacred Land Army that he had painstakingly cultivated, but they were slaughtered by this guy in front of him. "You're courting death." The leader was completely furious. He wanted to stop Fang Chen. But before he could get close, he was sent flying by a punch. How could this be? His internal organs were damaged, and the power in his body was shaken. He instantly lost his combat ability. At this moment, he suddenly understood why Fang Chen was fearless in the face of the Sacred Land Army. It was not an act, but he really had the strength to wipe out the Sacred Land Army. Kong Xian's death was not in vain, the leader smiled bitterly. What greeted him was a dazzling sword light. Crack! The leader's head fell, and the entire Sacred Land Army was annihilated. The Sacred Land Army of the Azure Sea Barrier was very famous in the entire Chaos Realm. If this scene were to spread to the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge uproar and even shake the Chaos Realm. Clap, clap. Fang Chen patted the dust off his clothes. To him, these people were like ants. There's such a big commotion here, but the Azure Sea Realm Lord did not show up? Fang Chen raised his head and looked into the distance, deep in thought. In fact, the moment Kong Xian died, the Azure Sea Realm Lord already knew. But he was in a mysterious space, chasing the 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain and the pure-blooded beast cubs. Damn it! Kong Xian's life token shattered. He was extremely furious, and he vented all his anger on the 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain. All of you will die. The Azure Sea Barrier was his territory, and no one was allowed to enter. Since these damn guys dared to barge in, they should be prepared to die. Chapter 3908. The core of the Azure Sea Barrier, the Azure Wave region. A shocking battle was taking place in the place where Tao Master Duotian died. The Azure Sea Realm Lord was attacking the 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain crazily. Die, die, die. The Azure Sea Realm Lord formed a seal with both hands and green ripples intertwined in the void. These green ripples contained shocking power. Under his angry roar, these ripples intertwined into a large net, trapping Little Mouse and the others. Is this guy crazy? Little Mouse curled his lips. He was fine a moment ago. Why did he suddenly go berserk? Be careful. He seems to be angry, the Ant Queen said. The seahorse and pangolin also nodded. Only the pure-blood cub licked its dry lips and said disdainfully, "So what if he went berserk? We're here to find the Heaven Duotian fruit. Anyone who dares to stop us will die." As soon as it finished speaking, the pure-blood cub's body continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a demon emperor 10,000 feet tall. Its body was surrounded by a blood-red aura and its eyes were red, giving people a feeling that death was approaching. Boom! The pure-blood cub was a descendant of the ancient races and its bloodline was super strong. At this moment, it burst out with unprecedented power and took the lead to break through the large net of green runes and blasted toward the Azure Sea Realm Lord. Seeing this, Little Mouse and the others naturally wouldn't retreat. "Let's go together," Little Mouse said. The battle here was so strong that it swept across the entire Azure Wave region. The hearts of countless warriors were filled with horror. Was the Azure Wave region going to be destroyed? However, in the Azure Sea boundary, after completely annihilating the Saint Realm army, Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the distant horizon. That was the Azure Wave territory that the great sage had mentioned, which was also the headquarters of the Azure Sea Realm Lord. There's no way he doesn't know about such a big movement. The only possibility is that he's cultivating in seclusion or has something to do. Fang Chen thought to himself. On the way here, he had heard a lot of news, especially about Little Mouse and the others. Let's go. Kong Xian's death was just a small interlude for Fang Chen. His goal was the Cerulean Wave territory. After passing through layers of barriers, they finally arrived at the Jade Wave domain. A vast army was guarding the Jade Wave domain. Even from a great distance away, they could hear the sounds of battle. There's a battle? Fang Chen frowned and spread out his divine sense. Soon, he discovered his brothers who were fighting fiercely with the Azure Sea Realm Lord. True enough, Fang Chen's guess was correct. He jumped and arrived at the entrance of the Jade Wave domain, but he was stopped by the vast army. They were ordered to seal off the Jade Wave region, not allowing anyone to approach. The Azure Sea Realm Lord was determined to keep the 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain here. This is the Blue Wave region. Susu, back off, the leader said coldly with a saber in his hand. However, before he could finish speaking, he felt a chill on his neck. Immediately after, he raised his hand and touched his neck. With a poochie sound, blood spurted out. An almost invisible sword mark appeared on his neck. Blood flowed out. He didn't have any reaction and died. Dong. The leader fell head first to the ground, which shocked everyone. What just happened? Heavens, who is this person? He actually killed the leader in seconds? The Jade Wave region hasn't been peaceful recently. It's said that a powerful force wants to get the heaven-seizing fruit. Heavens, then aren't we very unsafe? Among thousands of troops, he directly took the head of the enemy's general. Obviously, the vast army was intimidated. Fang Chen didn't want to waste time and said directly, "If you don't want to die, don't stop me." As his voice fell, he turned into a stream of light, passing through layers of obstacles and directly entered the Jade Wave region. In the vast army, some people tried to stop him, but they were stopped by the people next to them. "Don't take us with you if you want to die." Obviously, they were also very clear that if someone tried to stop him, it would definitely anger Fang Chen. At that time, all of them would suffer. This person is too strong. The Azure Sea Realm Lord may not be able to defeat him. They weren't stupid. When the Azure Sea Realm Lord was in danger, they naturally wouldn't risk their lives for him. Boom. Jade Wave region. The Azure Sea Realm Lord unleashed his strongest attack. Above his head, an eagle condensed. It spread its wings and soared into the sky, emitting a resonant eagle cry. Next, he controlled the jade green runes and covered the eagle's body. Boom. The eagle carried an incomparably powerful force and rushed towards Little Mouse and the others. Dong. The pure-blooded beast cub was the first to be sent flying. Not good, retreat quickly. At this time, the pure-blooded beast cub's expression changed greatly and shouted loudly. "It's the power of yin and yang." Following the pure-blooded beast cub's roar, Little Mouse and the others also realized that something was wrong. They frantically retreated, but it was useless. The eagle had already locked onto them. "How can this be?" Little Mouse complained. According to the information they received, the Azure Sea Realm Lord definitely hadn't reached the yin-yang origin realm. Gotcha. Pangolin was known to have the strongest defense. Looking at the eagle chasing after him, he gritted his teeth and blocked it. However, in just one exchange he was sent flying. The remaining Little Mouse, the Ant Queen, and Little Sea looked at each other, their eyes flashing with madness. "For the old faker, we can't retreat," Little Mouse said in a low voice. The Ant Queen and Little Sea nodded. Even if they died, they had to get the heaven-seizing fruit. "Humph, a bunch of ants." The Azure Sea Realm Lord sneered. The eagle contained the power of yin and yang. This was a powerful force that could only be nurtured by a yin-yang origin realm expert. In the entire Godfall battlefield, the power of yin and yang could sweep through anyone below the Saint realm. Boom, boom, boom. The eagle spread its wings and soared. The power of yin and yang surrounded it. The aura of death was approaching. Little Mouse and the others stood side by side, wanting to fight to the death. However, just as the eagle was about to reach the three of them, it suddenly shattered and the power of yin and yang disappeared. This sudden scene stunned Little Mouse and the others. Then they were overjoyed. "Azure Sea Realm Lord, how have you been?" In the distance, Fang Chen's voice entered the Azure Sea Realm Lord's ears. "Boss!" Little Mouse was the first to react. He turned around and was overjoyed. "Boss, you're back." Little Sea, Pangolin, and the Ant Queen also jumped up excitedly. The pure-blooded beast cub was seriously injured and fell to the ground, but there was an unconcealable joy on its face. "Ha ha ha, Boss is back." They hadn't seen him for many years. They all missed him. "It's you." The Azure Sea Realm Lord recognized Fang Chen. "You killed Kong Xian?" Fang Chen nodded. "Back then, when I was chasing Kong Xian, you didn't care and directly drove me away. Fortunately, I'm tough enough to survive until now. Now I just came back and saw you dealing with my brothers." Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 3909. The Realm Lord of the Azure Sea Realm stood with his hands behind his back. As the Realm Lord, he had dominated the world and had survived the Battle of Gods. How could he be frightened by a rising star? Humph, I disdained to kill you back then, but now you have come to die. The realm lord of the Azure Sea realm sneered. If he could kill Fangchen back then, he could still kill him now. The Azure Sea boundary was his territory. Even if a Saint Realm expert came, they would have to abide by the rules. His reputation was built from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. When he first saw Kong Xian, the realm lord of the Azure Sea realm thought that the former was a rare super genius. Moreover, his talent attribute and physical characteristics were very similar to his Azure Sea lineage. He even thought that Kong Xian would be the next realm lord of the Azure Sea boundary. Therefore, over the years, he had trained Kong Xian at all costs in order to let him grow quickly. However, Fang Chen had killed him. This was a provocation to the Azure Sea boundary. The result of such provocation was often the price of one's life. Realm Lord of the Azure Sea realm, things are different now. I was indeed not your opponent back then. If you really wanted to kill me, I might not have been able to escape. Fang Chen said calmly, but now I am no longer the same person. I can let bygones be bygones, and I am too lazy to attack you. His only purpose in coming to the Azure Wave region was to find the heaven-seizing fruit. I came here to find the heaven-seizing fruit and save my brother. No matter who it is, if they dare to stop me, I will kill them without mercy. At the end, Fang Chen's voice was filled with killing intent. In order to save his two sons, the old faker had exchanged his life for theirs. Now, his life was in danger. There were only 3 months left. He must get the heaven-seizing fruit and save the old faker. This is my territory, the realm lord of the Azure Sea boundary said coldly. He emphasized that the Azure Sea boundary was his territory. No one could behave atrociously here, not to mention that he was facing a defeated opponent. Little Mouse and the others had joined forces to fight against the Azure Sea realm lord, but they had been suppressed by the latter. What could Fang Chen do? He had carefully sensed that Fang Chen didn't have a trace of yin-yang energy on him. This meant that he wasn't a yin-yang origin realm expert. As for the Saint Realm, the Azure Sea realm lord didn't even think about it. How long had it been since then? How could it be so easy to step into the Saint Realm? So, you insist on stopping me? Fang Chen asked. The Azure Sea realm lord spoke. Kong Xian is my personal disciple and also my successor. Since you killed him, you can leave your life here. As soon as he finished speaking, the Azure Sea realm lord attacked with lightning speed. He once again activated the power of yin and yang, unleashing his strongest power. He wanted to use the fastest speed to suppress Fang Chen. However, he was wrong. He was a 1 in a million genius. Although it had only been a short time, he had already reached the peak of the Sage Realm. In fact, he was already trying to break through to the legendary 10th level of the Sage Realm. The current Fang Chen was no longer on the same level as the Azure Sea Realm Lord. Naturally, the Azure Sea Realm Lord couldn't imagine that the person standing in front of him was an expert who had almost reached the peak. He was a terrifying existence that could destroy the Chaos Realm with a single move. Those who were weak wouldn't be able to see much higher. Boss, teach this guy a lesson. How dare he be so arrogant in front of Boss? He's courting death. Boss has been away for so many years. Now that he's back, his strength must have skyrocketed. Although Little Mouse and the others didn't know what Fang Chen had experienced in these years, they had blind confidence in him. Even if he was facing an expert at the peak of the Saint Realm, they believed that their boss would be the final winner. In an instant, the Azure Sea Realm Lord quietly arrived, controlling the power of yin and yang to destroy Fang Chen. However, the latter closed his eyes, a look of disdain appearing on his face. Seeing this, the Azure Sea Realm Lord was even more furious. Die! He roared angrily. Then, he increased the power of yin and yang and charged towards Fang Chen. The power of yin and yang was infinitely close to Fang Chen and was about to pierce through his head. However, when the power of yin and yang was an inch away from Fang Chen's head, it suddenly stopped. The Azure Sea Realm Lord found something strange. No matter how he controlled the power of yin and yang, the latter couldn't move, as if he was imprisoned in the void. What's going on? The Azure Sea Realm Lord was a little shocked. He was proud of the power of yin and yang, but at this moment, he had lost contact with it. What should he do? I haven't felt the power of yin and yang for a long time. Fang Chen grinned. Ever since he had stepped into the True Saint Realm, he had been constantly interacting with True Saint Realm experts. Now that he had stepped into the peak of the 9th Order True Saint Realm and had condensed 5 strands of ultimate force, he was only a step away from entering the 10th Order True Saint Realm. He had already reached the peak of the Age of Chaos. Therefore, he was a little unfamiliar with the power of yin and yang released by the Azure Sea Realm Lord. Pretentious. The Azure Sea Realm Lord snorted coldly. He thought that Fang Chen was pretentious. He burned his blood essence, and continued to increase the power of yin and yang. However, to his surprise, the power of yin and yang was completely imprisoned and disconnected from him. The Azure Sea Realm Lord frowned. He looked up and saw Fang Chen's terrifying eyes. Gotcha. He saw Fang Chen's palm gently turn. The moment it came into contact with the power of yin and yang, the latter shattered into pieces. Dong. The Azure Sea Realm Lord felt a strong deterrent force and was instantly sent flying. Poochie. His throat moved and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was incomparably pale. He blocked the power of yin and yang? At this moment, the Azure Sea Realm Lord was completely dumbfounded. I said that if you didn't stop me, you would still be alive. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. As he spoke, Fang Chen walked step by step towards the Azure Sea Realm Lord. Dong dong dong. On his body, multicolored light shot out in all directions and a terrifying power swept through the world. The Azure Sea Realm Lord was completely stunned. How powerful was this power? He actually felt his heart tremble and his primordial spirit in his head was about to explode. He felt like he was being invaded by death. Saint Realm? The Azure Sea Realm Lord's heart was dead. He felt the unattainable power of the Saint Realm. No, impossible. The Azure Sea Realm Lord shook his head. The Azure Sea Realm Lord shook his head frantically. Back then, the guy who was like an ant in his eyes had now become a Saint Realm expert. He couldn't accept this fact. Boom. Fang Chen's punch ended the Azure Sea Realm Lord's life. The latter was filled with unwillingness and slowly fell to the ground. Boss, Little Mouse and the others ran over happily, extremely excited. Boss, we missed you so much. You're finally back. Are you all okay? Fang Chen looked at the familiar faces and felt touched. If he hadn't returned, these brothers would have died in the hands of the Azure Sea Realm Lord. However, they didn't have a trace of fear or regret. Chapter 39:10. Looking at the excited eyes of his brothers, Fang Chen was quite moved. What was a good brother? It was the person who was willing to stand up for you at a critical moment. There was no doubt that Little Mouse and the others had fought side by side with him. From the beginning until now they had experienced life and death. No one could destroy their friendship. Therefore, when Fang Chen learned about the old faker from the Supreme Sovereign at the end of the Reincarnation Road, he immediately rushed to the Azure Sea boundary to find the heaven-seizing fruit. Along the way, he also heard a lot about his brothers, but he didn't expect that they would be one step ahead of him and even fight with the Azure Sea Boundary Lord. Fortunately, he came in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, it was the Azure Sea Boundary Lord. Although his overall strength was not much in the Godfall battlefield, he could still easily suppress Little Mouse and the others. Now that he saw that they were fine, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your hard work. In one sentence, he expressed the guilt in his heart. He shouldered the responsibility of saving everyone in the Chaos Realm and resolutely reincarnated to enter the Origin World to explore and find a chance of survival. However, he left a pile of mess to Little Mouse and the others. All these years, thanks to them taking care of the primordial chaos realm, Fang Chun felt that he owed his brothers in the bottom of his heart. Boss, what are you talking about? That's right, as long as we can be with Boss, we are very happy. Let's go and find the heaven-seizing fruit first. The old faker is still waiting for us. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little sad, Pangolin urged with a smile. Hearing this, Fang Chun nodded and the group entered the core area of the Azure Wave domain. Boss, how did you come back? Very few people were aware of the matter of being reincarnated into the origin world, and the Little Mouse and the others were one of them. They were very clearly aware that unless they could step foot into the chaotic Exalt realm or obtain the help of a supreme Exalt, otherwise, it was very difficult for them to return from the origin world to the chaotic world with their own strength. But their boss actually came back. They felt incredulous and vaguely suspected that their boss had encountered some difficulties there. I will enter the core area of the Death Cliff to search for the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact. Fang Chun gave them a simple explanation. When they heard that he had mistakenly entered the reincarnation road and randomly chose between the two reincarnation roads, they were puzzled as to why he had miraculously returned to the chaotic realm. However, Little Mouse and the others were quite happy. Do you have any news? Fang Chun changed the subject. What he was looking for right now was the heaven-seizing fruit. He didn't have any information about it at all. He had only heard from the great senior that a long time ago there had been news about the heaven-seizing fruit in the Blue Wave region. He didn't know if it was true or not. For so many years, countless powerhouses had come to explore before, but in the end, they did not find the heaven-seizing fruit. We spent a lot of money to buy some information about the heaven-seizing fruit, but there is very little information mentioned in the information. It only said that many years ago, there was news of the heaven-seizing fruit here. Moreover, according to the analysis of the information, if the heaven-seizing fruit still exists in the Chaos Realm, then the probability of it being in the Azure Wave region is the highest. Therefore, we came to give it a try, said the Little Mouse. Yes, instead of searching blindly, it's better to try our luck, said the Ant Queen. The old faker can only hold on for 3 months. We must find the heaven-seizing fruit in the shortest time possible, Little C muttered, his face slightly dignified. So far, they had only obtained very simple information. If there was no heaven-seizing fruit in the Azure Wave region, he didn't dare to imagine what would happen. Boss is back. We will definitely find the heaven-seizing fruit. The pangolin was very determined. There was nothing that his boss couldn't do. As long as he was with his boss, he would not be afraid at all. The pure-blooded beast cub also nodded. It was now the king of the demon clan, the ruler of the huge demon clan. Its whole body exuded the aura of a superior, and its ideas were much more mature. Let's go and have a look first. After the pure-blooded beast cub finished speaking, it took the lead and stepped into the dense forest. This forest was located at the center of the Azure Wave region. The surroundings were completely sealed by the Azure Sea Realm Lord's powerful formation. It was said that there were often Yin-Yang origin realm demonic beasts in this forest, and sometimes even Saint Realm demonic beasts. The Azure Sea Realm Lord was also worried that the Saint Realm demonic beasts would run out and destroy the Azure Sea boundary, so he set up layers of formations to stop them. Azure Sea Mountain Range? Fang Chen's eyes were burning as he looked into the mountain range. The group passed through the boundary and entered the mountain range. As soon as they entered, they heard the roars of beasts. The little mouse licked its dry lips and grinned. I haven't felt the pressure of the demon clan for a long time. It was a warmonger and wanted to fight whenever it encountered an expert. But it was stopped by the Ant Queen. Don't be impulsive. The demonic beasts here are all Monarch Realm demonic beasts. You are no match for them. The little mouse wanted to refute, but the pure-blooded beast cub also spoke. I feel a powerful aura approaching. Roar. As soon as it finished speaking, Fang Chen's body flashed, and then he clenched his fist and punched toward the void. Boom, 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 the void distorted and exploded. A demonic beast the size of a small mountain roared at the sky. It lifted its hoof and pressed down hard. Crack! The earth trembled and showed signs of cracking. The little mouse and the others kept retreating. So powerful! The pure-blooded beast cub's heart trembled. Its pure-blooded bloodline was burning. It was a descendant of the ancient lost clan, and its bloodline purity was almost at the level of atavism. The demonic beast the size of a small mountain in front of it didn't have a stronger bloodline, but its cultivation level was much higher. Moreover, its strength was on a completely different level. Step back. Not far away, Fong Chen's voice came. The brothers quickly retreated to a safe area and then looked into the distance. At this moment, Fong Chen gripped his long sword and unleashed his Omega Sword Dao. Dong dong dong. The ultimate power in his body surged wildly and formed a sharp sword above his head. The demonic beast the size of a small mountain seemed to feel fear and wanted to escape, but it was too late. The sharp sword above Fong Chen's head shot out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Without any resistance, it directly pierced into the demonic beast's head. Boom! The demonic beast the size of a small mountain was detonated by the ultimate power that drilled into its body. In the forest, beautiful sparks instantly turned into a sea of fire. The explosive power of the demonic beast the size of a small mountain swept across the entire world. However, Fong Chen had already expected this. He formed a seal with both hands and an array descended. Buzz! Heaven and earth returned to normal. Only the scorching flames in the array proved that a great battle had just happened. It's over. The little mouse's eyes widened. Boss is too strong, isn't he? The queen ant trembled. Xiaohai and the pangolin were stunned. Only the pure-blooded beast cub was normal because it felt the bloodline power in its boss's body. It felt the deepest fear in its life. Chapter 39:11. The heaven-seizing fruit was an extremely magical fruit. It was said that it was very rare in the entire chaotic realm. Even the great sage, who had lived for countless chaotic eras, rarely mentioned it. One could imagine how difficult it was to find the heaven-seizing fruit. However, Fong Chen and the others did not give up because of the difficulty. For them, it was not about whether they could find it, but that they had to find it. Because, behind them, there was a good brother waiting for them to bring the heaven-seizing fruit back to prolong his life. That was their life and death brother. Even if they had to pay with their lives, they had to find the heaven-seizing fruit. Therefore, before entering the Blue Sea Mountain Range, they held the attitude that they had to find the heaven-seizing fruit. Roar! A furious roar came from the mouth of the monstrous beast that was gradually falling to the ground. Although it was very powerful, it was helpless against Fong Chen. In the end, it could only fall limply to the ground and lose all signs of life. Little Mouse and the others were all shocked. Their boss's strength was too strong. Especially the pure-blood beast cub, it knew that its boss's bloodline was too terrifying. It was known as the ancient E-clan and its bloodline was incomparably pure, but it could not be compared to its boss at all. Whoosh! Thinking of this, the pure-blood beast cub's eyes flashed with a fiery look. If it could get a drop of its boss's essence blood, it would be of great help to its bloodline. What's the level of your bloodline now? Fong Chen seemed to have realized this. He turned to look at the pure-blood beast cub and asked. When he had just used his perfect bloodline, he had sensed the abnormal movement of the pure-blood beast cub's bloodline. Atavism level, but the pure-blood beast cub scratched its head and said, "But I feel that there's a flaw, otherwise its strength would not be so weak." Fong Chen carefully sensed it and said with a smile, "Catch." As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Chen flicked his finger. A stream of blood essence shot out and arrived before the pure-blooded beast cub. Before it could react, the blood essence entered its body. Buzz! In the next moment, the pure-blood beast cub's body began to tremble. Its blood ran wildly. Fang Chen's essence blood gradually integrated into its bloodline, helping it transform. Boss! Little Mouse was a little worried. Fang Chen shook his head and said, its bloodline is flawed. It hasn't reached the true level of atavism. I'll use my own blood essence to help it overcome its difficulties. In fact, in the drop of blood Fang Chen gave the pure-blooded beast cub, there was very little perfect bloodline. The most important ones were the vermilion bird bloodline and the black tortoise bloodline. These two bloodlines were the bloodlines of the ancient divine beasts. They could enhance the bloodline of the ancient E-tribe to the extreme. Hiss hiss hiss. Sure enough, an hour later, the pure-blooded beast cub's bloodline underwent a great change. It suddenly opened its eyes and let out a long howl. Then, it leapt into the air and floated up. Its bloodline surged out. Its bloodline had been refined to the limit by the bloodline of the ancient godly beasts. The color of its blood had turned purple. Purple. Seeing this, the pure-blooded beast cub was extremely excited. Purple was the ultimate color of the ancient E-clan's bloodline. Who would have thought that it would one day reach such heights? Boom boom boom. It felt an unusually strong power contained in its bloodline. It clenched its claws and struck out. The void trembled. Countless monsters in the Blue Sea mountain range howled. This was the suppression from the depths of its bloodline. When the color of its blood turned completely purple, the pure-blooded beast cub's body returned to normal. It excitedly came to Fang Chen's side and clasped its fist. Thank you, boss. Fang Chen patted its head and said, your bloodline has reached the atavism level. Next, you can directly break through to a higher level. The others were also happy for the pure-blooded beast cub. However, this was just a small interlude. Their goal was to find the heaven-seizing fruit. Roar. Just now, when the pure-blooded beast cub's bloodline was transforming, it attracted some monsters. They came together and let out angry roars. Oh no, it was too loud just now and attracted monsters. The little mouse's expression changed drastically. However, before it could finish speaking, the pure-blooded cub turned into a ray of purple light and shot towards the incoming demonic beasts. Rumbling sounds could be heard. In the next moment, they saw the pure-blooded cub's claws tearing apart the demonic beasts that were charging towards them. Crack! Under the attack of the pure-blooded beast cub, the monsters were unable to resist and died instantly. Humph, with such little strength, you dare to court death? The pure-blooded beast cub's killing intent bloomed. It was a monster and was born to fight. Since its bloodline had transformed to the extreme atavism level, it naturally wanted to teach these arrogant guys a lesson. After killing these annoying monsters, the pure-blooded beast cub returned to Fang Chen's side. Not bad. In the following time, you have to pay attention to controlling your atavism bloodline and tap into the power of your bloodline, Fang Chen said. The pure-blooded beast cub nodded and the group rushed towards the depths of the Blue Sea mountain range. According to the great sage, the news about the heaven-seizing fruit once spread out from the Blue Sea mountain range in the Blue Wave domain. At that time, countless experts flocked there to get the heaven-seizing fruit, but in the end, they all failed. Fang Chen activated the origin of Earth. With him as the center, ripples spread out from under his feet and spread along the ground, quickly spreading to the entire Blue Sea mountain range. He was sensing where the heaven-seizing fruit was. Soon, he restrained his aura and looked towards the northeast with his dark eyes. Let's go. He took the pure-blooded beast cub and the little mouse with him, and walked quickly. After a while, they came to the northeast. At a glance, there were countless corpses. Are these the experts who died in the search for the heaven-seizing fruit? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He could see that these skeletons had been dead for too long and their bones had been eroded by time and almost disappeared. Boss, look. The little mouse suddenly pointed to the front and looked in the direction of the skeletons. Behind a pile of skeletons, there was a black altar. The altar had been broken and countless cracks spread out. They could vaguely feel a trace of smoke in the air. Fang Chen frowned. He couldn't sense this black altar. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Fang Chen passed through the skeletons and came to the front of the black altar. As soon as he arrived, he felt a trace of strangeness. The ancient divine beast bloodline in his body instantly became restless. Roar. In the void, one could vaguely hear angry roars. Ancient divine beast? Fang Chen was surprised. He didn't expect that the ancient divine beast had been here. They were the natural enemies of the ancient divine beast. No wonder the ancient divine beast bloodline was restless. Roar. The ancient divine beast's voice in the void seemed to come from countless years away.